Che parte la trasmissione, silenzio.
Quando
Che parte la trasmissione. Hai sentito che eravamo già in... Bene.
Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimai Dhyo Yona Prachodaya Om Bhurбhuvah Swaha Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimai Dhyo Yona Prachodaya Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimai Dhyo Yona Prachodaya
The European Yoga Federation was founded 15 years ago. Since then, our motto is unity in diversity. Please listen to the main key points.
Connect, bringing together European yoga teachers and establishing delegates and representatives for each country, considering the social differences in various countries and support the needs, equality regardless of gender, origin, sexual orientation, social class and religion, overcoming dogmatism, fundamentalism to promote universal understanding.
Promote encouraging a yogic lifestyle and a holistic approach to life as a tool for physical and mental wellness, a more spiritually elevated, peaceful, happy and physically fit society.
Integrate and unify, integrating science and the art of yogic living, modern knowledges with ancient wisdoms for betterment of the world and global development. Recognizing, accepting and integrating the many different paths that lead to the same final goal, making sure that yoga will maintain its original purpose. Namaste.
Provide study of secular knowledge, philosophy and ancient text, Bhagavad Gita, Yoga Sutra and Veda. Study of techniques, modern developments in teaching techniques, incorporating scientific findings in medicine, psychology, etc., to guarantee a certain standard an established graduation system to provide a minimum standard for yoga teachers training.
The European Yoga Federation wants to gather everyone who wants to be operative toward the good direction of love and diffusion of a discipline like yoga that's taught to all of us the way to peace.
Ma buongiorno, buongiorno.
Good morning, everybody.
Io parlerò in italiano perché abbiamo tanti italiani collegati.
I speak Italian because we have many Italians connected.
Vicino a me c'è Amrit Dev che tradurrà tutta la trasmissione qui vicino a me.
Next to me, there is Amri Dev. She'll translate all the transmission.
È un grande piacere averla qui con me.
It's really a pleasure to have her next to me.
Con me c'è anche naturalmente la nostra cara Irina che si occupa dello spazio tecnico, delle questioni tecniche.
And with me there is, of course, our dear Irina that she occupies about the technical problems and transmissions.
Come dalla tradizione indiana, iniziamo con l'accensione di una lampada qui dove siamo noi nella regia.
As well, and it is in the Indian traditions, we'll begin our transmissions with the lightning of the lamp.
La tradizione è questa, l'accensione di una lampada, la luce vince le tenebre, per cui quello che chiediamo in particolare a Ganesha, perché viene evocato ogni volta all'inizio di qualsiasi cosa che facciamo.
This is the traditions because light go over the darkness, and we ask Ganesha.
Yes, chiediamo a Ganesha di rendere le nostre menti più illuminate possibili durante tutta la durata di questo congresso.
We ask Ganesha to make our minds much more illuminated during all the course of the Congress.
Benissimo, un attimo soltanto che modifico lo sfondo in maniera che possiate assisterci e poi avremo una cosa meravigliosa perché io lo faccio qui dalla regia.
Just a moment, I just to adjust the frame.
E lo faccio qui dalla regia mentre collegato con noi c'è Swami Brahmananda dall'India che canterà delle preghiere e vedete questo collegamento fra noi e l'India.
And now I'm doing it now with Swami Brahmananda connected with us, and we see the nice link between us and India.
Ora ci alziamo e ci
And
prepariamo.
now we stand up to prepare.
Siamo nella regia di questa meravigliosa manifestazione nella sua quarta
We are
edizione.
in the third edition of this wonderful program.
गजाननं भूतगणादिसेवितं कपित्थजम्बूफलसारभक्षितम् उमाशोकविनाशकारणं नमामि विघ्नेश्वरपादपङ्कजम् ॐ गं गणपतये नमः ॐ श्रीमङ्गलमूर्तये नमः ॐ श्रीपार्वतीपुत्राय नमः ॐ श्रीगणाधिराजाय नमः Om Sri Vigna Vinasanaaya Namaha. Om Sri Mahaganadhipataye Namo Namaha. Om Suklambaradharam Vishnum Sasivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannam Padanam Jayet Sarva Vigno Prashantaye. Antarjyoti Bahirjyoti Pratyak Jyoti Paratpara. Jyoti Jyoti Swayam Jyoti Atma Jyoti Shivoshmyaham. Atma Jyoti Manurjyoti Jyoti Chakshu Pashyati. Sabhyabhyantara Jyoti Tajyoti Shivamuchyate. Om Vanaspate Udvaidive Nana Gandhasamanvitei Agreya Dhupadipanam Dhupayang Pratiguhyatam. Om Shri Mahaganadhipataye Namaha. Om Sangno Mitraha Sangvarunaha Sangno Bhavatvarjama Sangno Indro Bruhashvatihi Sangno Vishnu Rurukramaha. Namo Brahmane Namaste Vayo Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahmasi Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahmasi Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahma Vadisyami Rutang Vadisyami Satyang Vadisyami Tanmam Avatu Tad Bhaktaram Avatu Mam Avatu Bhaktaram. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Swasti Prajabhya Paripalayantam Nayena Margena Mahi Mahisa Go Brahmanebhya Suvamastu Nityam Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Sarveshang Swastir Bhavatu, Sarveshang Shantir Bhavatu, Sarveshang Purnang Bhavatu, Sarveshang Mangalam Bhavatu, Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah, Sarve Shantu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kaschi Dukkha Bhave. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Bene, siamo rientrati nella nostra regia
Now we are back in our regia.
e con grande piacere vi annuncio che questa trasmissione sta avvenendo dalla Sardegna.
And with pleasures, and now I announce you this transmission is transmitted from Sardinia,
Una delle regioni più belle dell'Italia.
one of the most beautiful regions in Italy.
Abbiamo il piacere di farvi passare alcune immagini per farvi godere di questa regione.
We have the pleasure to show you some images to make you enjoy of the beauty of this region.
Sardegna, terra antica, di graniti massicci, attraente magnete che cattura chi cerca di vincerla. Donna e madre di eroi e guerrieri, avvolti da nebbie misteriose che ne hanno disperso le voci. Regali a chi approda coste colorate, luminose come le tue acque, onde che si adagiano sui pensieri e la mente si riposa mentre naviga nelle tue insenature. Indomita ribelle, spogliata di foreste, sventrata da miniere, sveli nelle tue pieghe montane segreti di alberi millenari e di sentieri che conducono alla vita. Terra viva che sei, vita che vive. Sardegna.
Ringraziamo Swami Brahmananda di essere con noi.
We thank Lord Swami Brahmananda to stay here with us.
e gli lasciamo il microfono per un messaggio che vuole mandare a tutti coloro che ci stanno ascoltando.
And we give him the microphone because he wants to send a message to everybody who are listening to us.
Please, Swami Brahmananda.
Om Sadasiva Samarambham Sankaracharya Madhyamam Asmat Acharya Parjantam Bande Guru Paramparam Narayanam Samarambham Acharya Traya Madhyamam Asmat Acharya Parjantam Bande Guru Paramparam. Namaste from India to each and everyone here. My heartiest congratulations to European Yoga Federation for organizing this beautiful event, connecting to more than 30 countries in online and offline both. When we are lighting the lamp of the inauguration of this BeYoga Beyond, the very moment in the other part of the world, when India has celebrated and finishing this Mahasivaratri celebration, in the other part of the world, still the celebration is going on. In a very auspicious moment, we invoke the presence of divine, all illumined masters, the masters, those who are in physical body, those masters are in the subtle body, for a peaceful planet which we are habitating now. India, the source, the land of spirituality, religion, the tradition, the system of yoga with diversified teachings, has spread across all over the world with the message of peace. When we talk about yoga, this ancient science of yoga, which we generally in the most of the term in many parts of the world, not only in the West, but in the East, in India also, we terminate it as performing the practices which we call at yoga asana. However, yoga is very, very ancient science. If we refer to Srimad Bhagavad Gita, the great Lord says to Arjuna, Imang vyavasate yogam proktavan aham abhyam. This eternal science of yoga, first I delivered to Surya Bhagavan. So Suryananda Swamiji is here. His name is reflected with the sun. This eternal science of yoga I delivered to first Surya Bhagavan. Vipaswan manave praha manurikvaka abravit. In the due course of time, this Surya Bhagavan delivered to Manu, Manu delivered to Ikshva, and in the due course of time, it has been diluted or differently interpreted. And the same yoga, I am delivering it to you now in this battlefield of Kurukshetra. So, with the theme and the vision and the mission of global peace, establishing peace on earth, in the year 2015, India initiated this great International Day of Yoga, International Yoga Day, with the theme of Yoga for Harmony and Peace, Yoga for Peace and Harmony. So, European Yoga Federation, the initiative taken by, may it penetrate to each and every country on earth. May this message of yoga go to each and every individual on this planet earth to radiate peace, happiness, good health. And if we look into the modern world, we have learned enough from World War I. We learned much from World War II. And the exact situation in which the whole global phenomena is moving now. There are direct wars happening right now. in Europe also, and there are many cold wars are continuing. Though there are many initiatives to stop this inhuman act, the greatest barbarism is called war. It is destroying the civilization. The civilization which we look at now at present, it would have been a more civilized, more enlightened world, enlightened society, if this war would not have entered to different nations in different phases of human civilization. However, the researchers, those who do yoga practices, the illumined masters, the great orators and the great human, those who are great men, they say the war happening between the individual, the demonic and the divine in a mass scale is taking the form of the war outside. Yoga is a solution to this phenomenon happening now. Yoga is the ultimatum to connect to the different religions in the world, all countries together, spreading the message of hope, feeding the poor, taking care of the people, those who are suffering, bringing good health, and prevent the huge millions and billions of dollars we spend in manufacturing nuclear weapons and weapons of mass destruction. So let this, I hope, European Yoga Federation's motive, unity, diversity, will send a message to each and every country in the world. Oh man, now is the time. Stop this barbarism on earth. Let us all unite together to have an enlightened society upon earth. And that is the purpose of yoga. Yoga is the only way. Yoga is the way. Yoga is the ultimatum, and there is no other way. I thank you, European Yoga Federation. I am thankful and grateful to revered Swami Suryananji for giving me an opportunity, and I am always ready there. There was a great event of World Yoga Summit, and I would request the European Yoga Federation. European Yoga Federation can host a World Yoga Summit in the soil of Europe, any part of the Italy or any part of the Europe. And I am grateful to my Guru Bhais, Mr. Sukadev and few others, those who are working very hard, spreading the network of Yoga Vidya centers in all over the Europe. My heartiest congratulations to the organization, European Yoga Federation, which has been working for 15 years. And I wish the Yoga Federation best success for uniting with the different platforms of the world, Parliament of World Religions, United Nations, World Peace Councils, World Peace Foundations. Such other forums can unite together, and we can launch a yoga for peace, highlighting the necessity of peace, not only in our individual life, as on human being, we are here as a civilization on this earth. So my prayer for each one of you from the deep of the Himalayas in India, and I send you my thought currents from the holy bank of Mother Ganga, Himalayas, where God, God, and God, nothing else. Thank you all. Om Namo Narayan. Thank you. Om Purnamada Purnamidang Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Swami Brahmananda, thank you so much.
Grazie molte, Swami Brahmananda.
It is a pleasure to have here.
È un piacere averti qui.
You are in my heart.
Sei nel mio cuore.
In the memory of Swami Swarupananda,
Nel nome di Swami Brahmananda,
there was our friend.
che fu nostro amico.
Per favore, Gabriella, vuoi leggerci chi è Swami Brahmananda, per favore?
So please, Gabriella, can you read to us who is Swami Brahmananda, please?
Yes, of course. Swami Brahmananda Sarasvati Ji is a monk from the order of His Holiness Sri Swami Shivananda Sarasvati from Rishikesh. He is a disciple of His Holiness Sri Swami Chidananda Sarasvati and founder, president of Swami Chidananda World Peace Foundation. Swamiji's great command of spiritual knowledge has attracted significant followers throughout India and the world. He has been requested to lecture at numerous conferences, including the World Yoga Summit 2023 and International Day of Yoga 2022. His lectures have been requested by both private and public entities, such as the Indian Consulate Germany. In his tireless service to his holy master, Swami G also teaches yoga, meditation, and various spiritual texts, such as the Bhagavad Gita, Upanishads, and the Yoga Sutras.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Grazie.
And now is a time of our friend
Ed ora è il momento del nostro amico
Jadranko Mikl from Croatia.
del nostro amico Jadranko Mikl che proviene dalla
E
Croazia.
Gabriella, già che ci sei, leggici chi è Jadranko, per favore.
And so please, Gabriella, read to us, who is Jadranko?
Yes, of course. Jadranko Mikl Yogacharya is a yoga and Ayurveda therapist, teacher of transcendental meditation and Maharishi's Vedic science. Vanashu Adi Vishyagostarya, that is herbal scientist, president of Institute of Yoga and Ayurveda, SAN, vice president of European Yoga Federation, representative of ICCR and Ministry of Ayush, India for Croatia. Jadranko G teaches yoga in Europe, America, and other continents such as India and China. He gained knowledge about yoga from Maharishi Maharaj Yogi, A.G. Mohan, direct disciple of Sri T. Krishnamacharya, Maharishi Swami Devi Murti, Yogacharya Dr. Mukund Bol, Sri Gurav Maharaj, other Yogacharyas, and his own insights, which he gained through the long practice and discovering deeper understanding of yoga. He wrote 6 books about yoga. Also, he has experience with the application of yoga and Ayurveda to sports such as tennis, football, judo, volleyball, etc. Jadranko G will present a yoga asana session, the title of which is Yoga of the Torso.
Thank you very much, everybody. I send you many greetings, and it's a beautiful opportunity to all those who love yoga. It means they love life. Yoga is the life itself. And I would like to present you some of the teaching, as I always want to say there is nothing mine. I just try what I learned from some masters to transfer this in as pure form as it is possible for me. And I learned some practices from Maharishi Swami Devi, great Himalayan master of yoga, especially related to the practice for the spine. And also from Dr. Mukund Bole. He was really great master on yoga, but not only in that sense, but he was a medical doctor. And from him, I learned how to relate the essence of the yoga practice with the modern scientific research in the field of the medical science. And especially for the Western people, this is good to understand that the yoga is universal science and is applicable to any time. And we need to understand also the significance of the yoga practice in the time of the today scientific world. And in that sense, I base the practice of yoga on gaining the proper knowledge about different aspects of our life or pramana. And based on the pratyaksha, direct experience, it means the practice, then understanding your experience, anumana, and gaining some personal knowledge of what you experienced, and gaining clear confirmation of correctness of your understanding through the ancient scriptures from the ancient masters of yoga or through the modern science research as agama. So in that sense, I would like to guide you through one practice of yoga, which is related to the practice on the level of your physical body. But as we know, the life is an integral wholeness of the soul, the mind, and the body, and the life energy as prana and the vayu on the physical level. So whatever area of the life we are handling, we are influencing other areas. They are also involved and included in the practice. So even this is some kind of a physical movements which we will be doing, but along with that is related the awareness of the function of the life energy on the level of the body, and the function of your breath and the breathing movement and the function of your mind, and how all this relates to your own soul, to your own self. Because whatever we do in the practice of yoga with outer aspects of our life, whether body, whether mind, whether senses, whether prana or vayu function, the life energy function, or the breath, it is, we can say, Jivatma yoga. It means the purpose is to connect us with our Atma, with ourselves. That's why we are doing the physical movement of the body, not to gain anything from outside, but to feel that movement from inside, and how that movement is creating certain sensation in relation to us. And from that perspective, the movements must be all sukha and not any kind of straining movements or causing the pain. And today, the practice of yoga, mainly we can assign as the practice of the limbs. This is involving many different, very difficult yoga asanas, yoga postures, where the emphasis is on the position of the limbs or the legs and the hands in relation to your torso, to your body, and creating difficult positions which are requiring quite of flexibility and the strength of your body to perform them. In contrast to that, so this kind of the practice of yoga, which is very popular today, like these dynamic practices, are quite demanding, and sometimes people strain to achieve those positions, and in that straining, they are causing different injuries to their own body. And there is a limit to that kind of a practice. Then after some years, if you overstretch your ligaments and you create loose joints, then you are creating the possibility for the damage of your joints, because they are not compact anymore. The ligaments are overstretched. You cannot shorten them with the age, but muscles become weaker. And then you have vata disorder in the joints and problem with the the movement, the walking, and then all kinds of difficulties come. So this practice, which is more related to the practice of your torso, we can say it's a yoga of the torso, and it's very simple positions. You can practice this even in the sitting on the chair or just any kind of comfortable sitting position, and you are working with the internal movement in the relation to the life of your torso. So this movement, internal movement of the function of life energy is called prana and apana vayu. We know that the vayu means movement, the wind. And in the medical terminology, it can be related with the neuromuscular activity. The activity of the neurotransmitters, activators, inhibitors, which are working on our muscles and creating the contraction of the muscle and relaxation of the muscle. In that sense, affecting the skeletal and the movement is happening. This is Vyana Vayu as a locomotor system movement. And then Samana Vayu, balancing, and the Udana Vayu, anti-gravity movement, yielding upwards, and then internal movements are pulsating movements. The prana vayu is internal movement of expansion, apana vayu of retraction. It is related to the life on the internal space of our torso, which is guided through the autonomous nervous system. So it is not under our will control. The Vyana Vayu is more on our will control because it is related with the motor cortex activity. When you decide you will do this movement, that movement, and it's a linear movement. You can move your body, outer movement, only in one direction in one time, linear. So it is like walking, swimming, running, or any kind of this. And this creates internal movements of the circulation. This is very important. Practices or more dynamic practices of yoga, we can call them, because the Vyana Vayu is mainly active, then it's Vyayam. Vyayam, it's a Sukshma Vyayam, as it was taught by the yoga master Dhirendra Brahmachari. And it has good benefits to give more strength to the body, flexibility, coordination, mind and body, and improve circulation and everything. So they are important practices. But a part of that, we have this part of the practice of yoga, which is internal yoga and related to the asana. It is, asana means that you stay in the position at least 5 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes. If you stay shorter, then it will not be in the category of the asana. Even the shape of the position can look like some classical asanas, but it requires minimum 3 to 5 minutes. And it is from the medical point also that when you stretch the muscle, and so that in that stretched condition, it must remain at least 3 minutes, so that the reaction of release of the tension can happen in that stretched condition. So that's why the asana is static practice. And then in that practice, you work with the prana and apana vayu, internal movement. So you don't do any outer movement, but from inside, you're working with that expanding, retracting movement related to the breathing, which is basically non-linear activity. It is expansion to all directions, retraction from all directions. It's pulsation. Each internal organ is pulsating. The breathing system pulsating, heart, cardiovascular system pulsating, digestion pulsating, the intestines pulsating. So the kidneys, expansion, retraction. So this is the basic movement of the life of your body. And then we want to normalize that internal movement and create a normal function of all internal organs to purify Vayu Sukhi. And then basically we use in that yoga of the torso, simple positions, movements to bend forward your body, to work with the breathing movement more on your back side of the body, the Vayu Marga, Paschima Vayu Marga. Because when you bend forward, then the front is compressed, and then that internal power of the Vayu function or the Shakti Kendra will be expressing its power more in your back. And then you will feel more expanding, retracting in your back and opening that Vayu movement in the back region of your body. And through that, affecting all the, even the surface of your body and the muscles to release the tension. Because that internal pulsation, you are shifting now to the surface of the body also and the internal structure of the body. And then the muscles which were tense and frozen starts to pulsate, start to expand, retract, and release the tension through that pulsation. So like this, some simple bending forward, simple bending to the lateral one and the other, working with the Dakshina and Vamana Marga, the side of the body, or bending backwards, the Purva Marga, working with that. So some simple positions, simple asanas, and staying in these positions where you move your torso in different directions and experience that while you are staying, experience that breathing movement happening there. And then from all the sides, and then to purify the internal function of the Vayu, the Madhya Marga, the central, you use the Kriyas, the Kapalabhati Kriya and Uddiyana Kriya. With Kapalabhati Kriya, you normalize the function of the central channel, digestive channel, from the mouth or nostrils to the anus, and the function of the nerve vagus. And you are enlivening the function of the nerve vagus, and this improves the function of all internal organs. And this you do with Kapalabhati Kriya. And then the other internal channel is the neural channel. This is digestive channel. And then the neural channel is along the spine, in the spinal cord. So this you work with Uddiyana Kriya. So what we will do, this is just little introduction. Now we start with the practice. And now sit comfortably. Even if you are sitting on the chair, try to feel that you sit on the sitting bones. That the sitting area. And try and close your eyes. You can slowly start moving your body forward or backward, a little rocking, so moving over the sitting bones to feel the maximum pressure of the sitting bones on the ground. You reduce that movement, and then when you find that there is a maximum pressure to the ground, feel reactive force from the ground pushing you up. Because with the force of gravity and weight of your body, you are pressing the ground, and there is, according to the physics, the ground reacts on that, pushing you in upward direction. Use that force to elongate your spine and open your torso. And then, like this, you are entering into the internal space of your torso. Now, with eyes closed, just feel that internal activity in relation to the breathing. What you will become aware is the expanding, retracting activity of your torso in relation to the breathing activity. And try to observe the nature of that movement from the front of the body, back side of the body, left and right side of your torso. And also in the three main spaces of the torso, the pelvic space from the bottom of the pelvis to the navel, from the navel to the heart, the space, and from the heart to the neck. Try to observe the quality of the breathing movement in the whole internal space of the torso. Now, to awaken more and expand more that breathing movement, we use the practice of first putting your attention to the pelvic space. So bring your awareness in the pelvic space so that pelvic space becomes conscious of its existence. And then just observe what happens with your breathing movement. When you become fully conscious inside the pelvic space, then the breathing movement gets more power to expand and retract. Just on its own. This is the principle from Sankhya, the relation of existence and intelligence. When the existence becomes conscious, intelligence becomes intelligent. It means the Purusha and Prakriti. When that aspect of the space becomes conscious of its existence, then the power, life energy which guides the life of that area becomes more enlivened. Now shift your attention from the navel to the heart, the stomach space, and become more conscious of that space. This is only what you do. And then you will experience spontaneous, automatic increase of the breathing movement activity in that region. And then bring your attention from the heart to the neck, just being conscious of that area. And then you will see that the breathing movement becomes stronger than in other areas, naturally. This is how you work with your attention. Wherever your attention goes, and then this becomes enlivenment. Now feel the whole torso at once. Again. To be fully conscious of the internal space. And feel the breathing movement. Now raise your arms, Parvatanasana we make, to the shoulder level. On inhale, exhale, turn the palms up. And then with exhale, bring the hands on the top of the head. And then on inhale, stretch the hands up. Elongate your spine. Feel the space between sitting bones and your palms. And observe the breathing movement of expansion, retraction, which is happening along your spine. The expansion, internal expansion, is creating elongation of your spine. Retraction, relaxing. So you are elongating the spine more and more. Samastiti, practice. And feel the breathing movement, expanding, retracting. Inhale and then exhaling, lower the arms down. Now, with eyes closed, observe now the breathing movement inside the body in relation to the movement of your spine, vertical movement of your spine. Now, put the hands in front and slide forward, tilting the pelvis and bending forward, slowly down how much you can reach. Now, because of the back of the body, of the front is compressed, then the power of breathing is more strong in your back. Now feel that expanding, retracting movement increase in the back of your body. Now slowly come up. Again, come to the sitting position. Now compare the front of the body and the back of the body. The breathing movement quality. You will feel that that movement is more open now in your back than the front. Because usually people feel the front movement is more open than the back, because in the back there is a lot of tension. But now, when you stretch the back and then apply breathing movement on your back, the back starts pulsating, releasing tension from those muscles. They come to the tonic condition. And then when the muscles are in the tonic condition, then the Vayu is functioned properly. This is Vayu Shuddhi, means bringing muscles to the tonic condition. And this is the main purpose of the practice of asana. Now we do lateral stretch. Go on the right elbow and stretch the left side of the torso. Feel the right side is compressed, the left is stretched. Now feel that breathing movement, expanding, retracting movement, affecting the stretched area and also compressed. The compressed is not contracted. It's a difference between the contraction and compression. You are relaxed and feel that expanding, retracting. Movement through your left side. Then slowly come up to the middle. Now with eyes closed, compare the left and the right side of your torso. In relation to the breathing movement and see what you did. And the breathing movement is more open on the left side. This is Vayu Shuddhi of the Vamana Marga. Now go on the left elbow and stretch the right side. So this is, you do the stretch only how much is comfortable. You do the movement and stop the movement when you reach the maximum comfort in the stretching area. When you feel maximum joy in the stretching, don't go beyond that. And then stay, and then apply internal movement. Only when you are sukha, then the breathing movement can be open. If you go to the uncomfortable or pain condition, then breathing becomes blocked. There is no function of prana panavayu. Now the prana panavayu can open its function in the stretched area of expanding, retracting. And then you come up again, you check what you did to yourself. And then you can feel that the side of the torso is open, left and right. The back and the front. Now for the front, we put the hands at the back and slowly arch your spine backwards, starting from the neck. First vertebra, the second, and after neck, opening the thorax, and especially the middle of the thorax, the central part of the thorax, feeling stretching, bending backwards. And feel breathing movement increase in the front of the body. And then slowly come to the middle. Now observe your whole body, the whole torso and the quality. And you can compare from the beginning what you were checking. Then you can feel that there is no tension in the torso, that breathing movement is open. And then the internal function is more open. Now twisting, inhale and twist to the right side. The twisting position is especially working on the middle of the thorax, anahata region. and bringing awareness more to the breath movement, moving to the spine, in the spine region, not on the front of the body. Inhale, and then twist to the other side, because after breathing movement, you work with the breath movement. And for that, you need to push awareness of the breath movement in the spine region. And this you do with the twisting asana. And then come to the middle. And observe now the breath movement, the touch of the air moving your awareness in and out to the internal space and out, and see through which region it is passing, whether front or more back of the body. So then you bring the feet together, heels close to the body in Bhadrasana, elongate your spine and feel the groins. The area which you stretch naturally attracts your attention. And then in the field of attention, so this is Tanam. Tanam means stretching. Dhyanam means your awareness is related to the stretching area. Your awareness is there. You are awake there. And then Pranam Samacharet means feeling the breathing movement, Prana and Apana Vayu in the stretched area, in that, and working with it. And Pranam Samabhyas, opening that breathing movement. Okay. So you see, it's very simple. How you can change the condition of your torso and the internal structure. And this kind of practice can do anybody. The person with a 90-year-old, there is no age limit for that kind of yoga. For the yoga of the limbs, there is an age limit. But of that practice, you can do all your life and keep the function of all internal organs in a good condition. And now, after this, to change little position, maybe lie down and do few spine twisting exercise, which is from the Maharishi Swami Demurti, that practice to enliven the Ida Pingala Sushumna Nadi through that practice. And twisting of the spine is very important because all our muscles from the feet up to the head are in a double helix. They are along the skeleton in a spiral way, like DNA. They are structured. So when you are doing twisting and stretching, you are stretching along their natural position. So it's more effective to release the tension from the muscles than forward bending, backward bending, or in that direction. And also the twisting of the spine increase the velocity of the cerebrospinal liquid along the spine many times. So then it is giving better nourishment to the nerves and more stronger power to conduct the electric impulses through that liquid from one nerve to the other nerve. So it's very useful for improvement of the neurological condition of the person, and also to correct the different dysfunction of the spine, like scoliosis, kyphosis, lordosis, and strengthen the inner core of the muscles along the spine, the deepest muscles between the vertebrae, and increase their power. So the spine from inside is very strong, very powerful. And it can recover the function of the discs and many, many benefits. So very simple practice I will show you. We can do together. You lie down on your back. And first elongate your spine, stretch, and then you can pull the hands to the side. Just feel simple. One is like you cross your feet, cross the right foot over the left, and slowly twisting. Middle inhale and twist exhale. The head goes opposite. To coordinate movement of your spine with the breath movement and with your consciousness. These three together. Slowly, 10 times one side, then you check cross, and then 10 times the other foot cross. Middle inhale and twist exhale. Middle inhale and twist exhale. And then bring one foot on the knee on the other leg and twist. So this can do everybody. You don't need to be especially trained. Any person can do that. Like this, twisting, and then bend both knees, distance between the feet, and twist one side and the other. This is for the lumbar region more affecting. And when you have feet together, knees together, then the thorax area. So like this, and then bring the knees to the chest 3 times, Apanasana. And then relax and just be the witness. Like just let go. So after that, you can take and do next practice, which is related to the practice of the yoga of the torso. And it's very good preparation for the pranayama practice. And this is consisting of the movement, circular movement in different areas of your body. So we start from the sitting area and moving up. And in that way, opening the Vayu function, Prana Pana Vayu function internally. And that circular movement, when you do with your body, around certain level, it is like when you go backwards, it's like bending backward. When you go to the side, like side bending, and front bending, and the other side. So when you do circular movement in a slow motion, it is like you are doing the bending to different areas. You see, in one movement, you do like asana bending left, right, front, back, or empty, or backwards. So now close your eyes and feel first the sitting area. And this is the area between the sitting bones and between the anus and the perineum, that sitting area. Try to be aware of that area and try to feel whether you can feel any kind of the movement of that pelvic diaphragm. This is the pelvic diaphragm. Whether you can feel some expanding, retracting movement in relation to the breathing in the bottom of your pelvis. Now we work to increase that movement. You start moving clockwise with your torso around the sitting area. It means you feel one sitting bone, back anus, press the other sitting bone, and then front perineum. So like this, you are creating that circular movement, and by that you are creating stretching to all directions in the sitting area. And by that stretching, you are releasing the tension in the sitting area. And anti-clockwise every time. Now, after that, stop the movement. And now feel again the sitting area and the breathing movement there. whether you can feel more opening of that. And when you feel more opening of the movement, search for the center of that movement. And this is the Shakti Kendra, the center of the power, which is related with the lotus of that area of Muladhara. This is opening the lotus, opening the Muladhara region, that breathing movement, prana panavayu there. Now, put your thumbs from each side of the sacroiliacal joint and move your torso around that area. So just try to see that you are making the circular movement around the points where you are keeping your thumbs, stretching the sacroiliacal joint. And this is the Svadhisthana region. And then stretching. It is to release the tension from that region. Very simple. Through that movement. Circular movement, we said, is consisting within itself the movement to all sides of the body, front, back, left, right. Now stop the movement. Keep awareness in the region of the sacroiliacal joint, the region below the navel, and feel that movement of expanding, retracting. Okay, now put the thumbs in the sacro-lumbar region where there is S1, L5 from each side of the spine, and make a circular movement around that point, stretching that area and releasing the tension from the muscles in that region. Because through the stretching, you are creating change in the condition of the muscles there. And then stop the movement. Now feel the breathing movement in the lumbar region. Now put the thumbs from each side of the thorax area of the spine, the 12th thorax area, something around 6th and 7th. Press with the thumbs from each side, the middle of the thorax, and make a circular movement around that point. Now the upper part of the torso, around that area. And the other direction. And feel the opening movement there. Now, again, feel the breathing movement on that level, anahata. Now move your head with the neck, one direction, and feel the base of the neck, the Vishuddhi. We work now on that level. Stretching and relaxing. Stop the movement and feel the breathing movement in the region of the neck. Of expansion, retraction. And now the last one, working with the Ajna region. Just now move the skull around your atlas. Don't move the neck, just move the skull. And with eyes closed, observe the visual field that it gets more light through that movement, one and the other direction. And then stop the movement. Now, through that light, inner light, observe the whole internal space of the body. So you can feel that there is only one space. The whole body is the space of your consciousness, and that consciousness is in the light. And this is then, you can feel that movement, breathing movement in the whole torso in that light. And this is beginning for pranayama. Now what we will do, just to conclude the practice, just be the witness to that internal light and surrender to it, in the internal space of your body. Okay, rub your palms. You can cover your eyes with the palms, still keeping the eyes closed and observing the internal, whatever comes in your awareness, in the internal space, vision. Then slowly open the eyes and so this was the little practice. I hope enjoyable for everybody, because as I said, for that practice, everybody can do. The people who never practice yoga, who are completely stiff, who never did any kind of physical exercise, everybody can move their torso, little stretching upward along the axis, stretching the spine, then bending forward from the chair, even bending forward, and then some lateral bending, one other side, bending little backwards and little twisting, different movements of the spine, and then lying on the back and then do some twisting of the spine. And in that sense, and then becoming more aware of the internal movement related to the breathing vayu function and work to improve that internal function. So you are working to improve the function of the vayu in the external aspect of your body and also to the internal aspect of your body. So this is that very, very simple practice, but this is the basis of practice of asana, and it should be applied to any asana, even if there's more demanding yoga postures. Then you need to see that while you are staying in the posture, your breathing movement must be open. You should not force the position so that then it is blocking the breathing movement. You know, when there is an unpleasant sensation in the body, then the breathing is blocked. If you go to the dentist, you sit on the chair, then already you stop breathing. And then if there is any pain, you stop breathing, you block the breathing. So only the comfort, only when there is a happiness, when there is a comfort, then there is a relaxation. And through that, the breathing movement is open. When there is a pain, discomfort, this creates tension, and the breathing movement is blocked. Vayu function is blocked. That's why the whole teaching is sukha. Sthira sukha asana. Never dukkha asana. So we need to, and that sukha you create to yourself. The asana is the way that you learn how you should relate to your own self. What is good for you, what yourself is enjoying then. Okay. So if you have any question, please, I will be happy to answer. And this practice is also very good for, as I said, for applying to the yoga therapy approach to the people. So,
Yes. Only the lecturers are here, no? And the public is in YouTube, so for that they can not do you some asking Le sto dicendo che il pubblico si trova su YouTube e quindi non possono fare domande. Ok?
Ah, okay.
It's not possible for people to ask you something because we are on YouTube and they can't communicate with you.
Ah, yes, okay.
There are many people following us, but in YouTube.
Ci sono molte persone che ci seguono, ma sono su YouTube.
Yadranko Ji, if you want, you have some minutes more to speak about, for example, you know that you do many initiatives with the ambassador. You can speak about your activity in Croatia.
Yancho, io so che tu, noi abbiamo ancora un pochino di tempo da poterti, perché tu possa usarlo, e se puoi parlarci delle tue tante iniziative, delle iniziative che fai con l'ambasciatore della Croazia, ad esempio.
Please.
Yes, in Croatia we have a very good support from the Embassy of India in Croatia, and they are helping the yoga community in Croatia to reach different institutions, which for them is not so easy, but from a diplomatic level and from that level, it's a big support. And this is opening more new doors for the application of yoga in the society. And also, I am doing some webinars regular with different yoga masters in that relation, in correlation with the Embassy of India and Ambassador of India, Raj Kumar Srivastava, His Excellency, is really helping very much and taking care for spreading the yoga, Ayurveda, and ancient knowledge from India. And he is really very active and excellent in that field.
Anche tu sei tanto attivo, fai tante cose e volevo anche pregarti di dire due parole su questa iniziativa che tu a Bavannan, che tu con la Turchia avete preso questa iniziativa di organizzare qualcosa per la Federazione Europea. Ci vuoi parlare anche di questo?
And so you are so active, but please, can you tell us something about your Turkish initiative you take with Bhagavan? And from Turkey, and if you want to share with us what you are going to do.
Yes, Yogi Baba Adnanji is and Madame Lourdes, his companion, they are very active in Turkey and in a very deep spiritual way, they are guiding their community and they have a beautiful place of their ashram near the sea. And so it is great opportunity for everybody from Europe and other countries, those who would like to enjoy that beautiful atmosphere of that ashram and their full heart of and they work in a really surrender way to make everybody happy and feel that that welcoming heart from the people there, and to guide and organize some groups of their students and come there to have some seminar, maybe for 1 week in such a beautiful place with the beautiful natural food items and everything, and the sun and the sea, and also after that to have opportunity to visit some very ancient places in Turkey, which they organized some tours for people to experience the ancient atmosphere of Mesopotamia, of the ancient civilizations. And this is also one unique thing to see. So I welcome everybody to join them and to enjoy yoga in that beautiful region of Europe.
Yadranko G, Io so che tu sei molto attivo anche nell'organizzazione della Maharishi e so che tu tantissime volte conduci.
I know I know you are very active in the organization of Maharishi, and I know you lead
spesso e volentieri delle meditazioni.
some meditations.
E so che avevi insieme ad altri organizzato una meditazione molto importante.
I know you have organized with some other people a very, very important meditation.
E lo hai fatto sul confine, mi pare, della Polonia o dell'Ucraina. Mi ricordo che avete organizzato che eravate migliaia di persone in meditazione come per voler cambiare le onde che portavano verso la guerra.
And I know you did it in the line between Ukraine and so just to change the ways that are leading to the war.
Ci vuoi parlare anche di questo?
Can you tell us something about it?
E parlarci un
please?
po' anche della meditazione trascendentale che tu spesso e volentieri insegni e spesso e volentieri organizzi queste
And
manifestazioni.
can you tell us something about transcendental meditation that you organize and you do often in many organizations?
Yes, I was happy to be related with Maharishi Mahesh Yogi for 40 years. And also I was his representative for Croatia and very close to him and working with him. And learned many aspects of Vedic science from Maharishi. And one very important thing of his teaching and his whole idea was to help humanity to create world peace in the world. And then he took reference to the teaching of Maharishi Patanjali, where he says that Tat Sanidhau Vairagyagaha, that in the vicinity of yoga means samadhi, or in that state, which is that all the violent tendencies are subsiding, all enmity, and all. So it is his idea that that many people learn how to transcend their mental activity and to reach the state of samadhi. And collectively, when they are in one group, then they can create powerful influence and enliven that value of Purusha in the collective consciousness, or that value of Samadhi, that coherence in the collective consciousness, and neutralize all that tension and the stress in the collective consciousness, which is the cause of the conflicts on the physical level of life between the nations, between the people and everything, and which is the causing all this suffering and the war. So this was all his life was focused on that, to increase the value of the coherence and the sattva in the individual life and in the life of the whole world, the collective consciousness. So in that sense, he used to organize these world peace assemblies with the people who practice transcendental meditation. It means transcendental meditation means transcendere, means to go beyond, and meditation is meditire, medium, and ire, means the moving back to your source. And in that process of moving back to yourself, you are transcending all levels of activity of your mind. So in that process, then the goal is to reach that state of transcendental consciousness, or we can say samadhi, or any level of, there are some, Patanjali speaks about 10 kinds of samadhi. But any kind of samadhi is better than no samadhi. And it is already some coherence, and then it creates some positive influence. So then he found with many scientific research, if 1% of some population practice this, then it has influence on the collective population. This is that 1% effect, which is also known in the science. And in that sense, we tried to organize near the areas where there is a conflict, some groups of people coming, like it was in Romania, near the Ukraine border, and then in the north of the Turkey also there was some group Also in Russia, there is some group. And then also there was a group, few groups like this to try to create that kind of influence. So because what we always look to, you know, look outer enemies, but the real enemies are inner enemies. So the inner enemies are those, the shatripus, the six, the egoism, the hatred, all negativities. And all this we are creating, and we create those enemies in collective consciousness. And then they are embodied in some disruption, some enmity from, like we in our life, we have these inner enemies, we project them to the other people from outside, and we find outer enemies. But what we need to do is to remove those inner enemies. Then we will have more friendly response from the outside. And this is the yogic way. So in that sense, Maharishi was never looking this nation, that nation, or accusing anybody for problems and for the war. But the yogic approach is to look inside of everybody, look in his own life and try to do the best out of your own life to recognize those enemies and not follow them anymore in your life. Follow the principles of Yama and Niyama. If all people in the world can make decision, now from today, I follow the principles of Yama under any circumstances, then the world peace will be finished in 1 second. All wars will stop in 1 second. So there is not many things needed. Nothing is needed. It's just needed the goodwill of the people. Goodwill of the people to become good, to be good, and support the goodness, eternal goodness, which is expressed in those principles of Yama Niyama in the yoga and everything. So this is very important, you know. Once there was one interesting thing. I saw one documentary movie, just 1 minute to tell you. It was about one criminal person who was living in Zagreb, here in Croatia, and he was in many jails. You know, he was doing torturing people, bringing them suffering and everything. It was very terrible. Nobody wanted to contact him. And then one lady came, wanted to visit him in the jail, and he was thinking, okay. Just he was interested to see what is that, who wants to see him. And that lady approached to him, and she told him that required him, if please you can allow me to hug you. And then that lady, you know, he said okay, and lady hugged him. And then he was feeling the tears come in. And after, in 2 minutes of that hug, his life transformed. He changed completely. You see, he became now the best person in the world, helping others, and they put him out of the jail because he proved to be the fantastic person now. In 2 minutes, that one hug created that transformation, which sometimes people practicing yoga many years cannot reach that point. That's surrender. That's surrender to goodness. It is the highest yoga. At one moment you decide for yourself in your life, I surrender to goodness. Then you are transformed. You become a yogi. In a minute, you see?
It's fantastic, fantastic. Thank you for sharing this experience with us.
Grazie Yancho, è fantastico. Grazie per aver condiviso con noi questa esperienza.
Tu sai quanto io personalmente ti apprezzo e ti voglio tanto bene.
You know how much I appreciate you and how much I love you.
Sono tanti e tanti anni che ci conosciamo e abbiamo fatto anche tante cose assieme.
It's a so long time we know and we did so many things together.
Grazie dunque, grazie dal mio cuore.
And thank you so much from the deep of my heart.
Thank you very much.
È arrivato il momento, un bel momento. Saranno tutti bei momenti perché sono oratori tutti selezionati.
And now it's come a very beautiful moment, but all the moments are beautiful moments because are very selected orators.
È il momento adesso di Emy Biasi.
It's the moment of Emy Biasi now from Italy.
E il titolo della sua conferenza è
The past and future are in the present. The irrefutable law of karma, il passato e il futuro sono nel presente. L'irrefutabile legge del karma.
Gabriella, cara, leggi qualcosa, qualche notizia circa la nostra cara Emy Biasi?
So,
Molto
Gabriella,
volentieri.
please listen for us something about Emy Biasi.
Okay, of course, with pleasure. Emy Biasi, Maha Mandaleshwar Pandit Yogacharini, Swami Jayatri Devi is the Yoga Paripurna Schoolmaster and UPF Ambassador for Peace, recognized by the United Nations. Her experience in the yoga discipline and Indian culture dates since 1965. In 2010, she received the F. Gandhi Simplicity Award at the Mahatma Gandhi Memorial in New Delhi. Emy Biasi G is patron of the Women International Network Award for Peace and Non-Violence and member forever of the World Peace Development and Research Foundation, Noida, India. She's the co-founder and ambassador of the World Movement of Yoga and Ayurveda. Following a personal and introspective trip into Sanatana Dharma, Emy Biasi G codifies a yoga referred to the millenary tradition of this discipline, which in 2009, the Indian gurus in Gondaramu said the native village of Maharishi Patanjali defined yoga paripurna as yoga complete, total, full, which she adapted to define her way to propose yoga. In 1998, after the creation of the big event, Artists for Peace Gandhi, 50 years later, Emy Biasi G started a series of big events to spread Indian culture, philosophy, and Indian art as the Il Festival dell'India, Oriente Incontra Occidente, scheduled every year from 2002 until 2016 in Italy, and then continues in Spain in 2017 and 2018. In Surya Nagara Ashram School in Milan, Emy Biasi proceeds with the training of yoga paripurna teachers, focusing on her mission to bring to the light the traditional teachings and this precious discipline into its own original essence, the one taught by the great sages and yogis of the millennial tradition. During the past 20 years, she has published her experience in 12 books.
Grazie, grazie mille, grazie Gabriella.
Thank you so much, Gabriella.
Emy Biasi, Gayatri Devi G, per favore, procedi pure ai 30 minuti.
Please, Emy Biasi, you have 30 minutes. Go on.
Welcome. And my today topic is you tell me, and also just now, I try to go into the deep of this point of view, which has interested many researchers. And each one gave their own interpretation. That's I give you now. It's my interpretation, my point of view. The past and future are in the present. This is the irrefutable law of karma. Over centuries, customs, ways of thinking, attitudes, and life can change, but the law of karma always remain the same. it goes behind the space. It goes behind the time. It goes behind everything. The irrefutable law of karma is masked by time, which that makes the return of the effort unrecognizable. Many people think the law of karma as a punishment that comes from outside, as somebody tell it is in Buddhism and Christianism. Karma is not a punishment, never. But it is just a reaction to an effect produced as response to an action. So there is no blame to be attributed to us, but only the suggestion that we have to pay more attention in our action. The karmic effect can come immediately or over the years. It depends on what created the effect. And it often happens that this effect is not recognized as the return to an action. But everything comes back, always. Because in the action, there is already the result, as in future, there is the present. Everything needs its time. Well, I often explain to my students of this procrastination of the result by various examples. First, I show them a round container full of water, and I explain how action, reaction, effect, and the result happens. I will drop a little stone into a round container, the action. Concentric circles are created, the reaction, which slowly expand, effect, until they reach the container borders. Result. And when you have the return effect of the circles, you are able to see that they are the same of the stone falling into the water. The effect done, it is perfectly clear because the process is fast. So in this case, the karma effect is absolutely recognizable. But if, for example, you throw the stone into a lake, you can see the circle only near the point where you throw the stone, as the little previous container. But I spoke before. But the difference is when the circles encounter an obstacle, such a boat, a swimmer, the regular banks of the lake, or something else, could transform the return into a different connotation, unrecognizable, or at least not immediately recognizable. Then we could forget that we were the cause of that return reaction. And more precisely, there is the risk of not being able to recognize that nature, the cause of the return reaction, because it appears modified, different from the emission. And when the effect return, mostly if the effect is good, we don't even ask ourselves question about it. But if instead it produces bad effect, and we cannot recognize in it the stone we thrown into the lake. It is to have an awareness of saying that what happens to us, it's a bad luck. But the bad luck doesn't exist, because what happens, good or bad, is always due to the consequence or result of the effect, movement, action. Let me give another example. The ball of snow. It snowed. There are boys outside, and they play throwing snowballs at each other. Boy 1 threw a snowball, and it's boy 2. The boy 2 immediately respond by throwing a snowball at a boy 1. Boy 1 recognize that boy 2 reaction as one response of his personal action. But if his snowball rolled down the valley, incorporated brushwood, stones, branches, trunk, and so on, became bigger and bigger until it formed an avalanche that destroyed the boy 1 house. The boy 1 wouldn't realize that he was who caused the disaster, and wouldn't feel responsible because the snowball he threw was different kind of the snowball that became an avalanche. It changes shape and size, and the boy 1 certainly can recognize his snowball in that disaster, and his responsibility too. So certainly he considered it a great bad luck that his house collapsed due an avalanche. Therefore, I suggest to those who complain about bad luck to always look beyond this, what appears, to evaluate from time to time the meaning of the event. And if we are honest with ourselves, we will discover that behind everything that happens, there is a meaning, a sense, a reason, often caused by us. If we will be attentive and aware, we will also discover who and what caused the so-called bad luck, or rather that return of 1 hour descent of past action. And if the action that caused the effect happening to us is not clear, it is better abandon us to the effect of the action, instead of rebelling and produce more bad karma. We will be better try to be grateful for having overcoming one test of life. If we accept this test of life without anger and rebellion, we have exhausted the karmatic return. Therefore, we must keep in mind that everything comes back, that nothing disappears miraculously, and once an action is done, we cannot go back. If we are aware by reading the effect of action, we could even predict our future by analyzing both the present and the past. And I want to repeat that the past and future are in the present. Let me explain better. Present is the result of experiences made in the past, and the future is already written in the present. We are the creator of our future. That's it. I mean, our future is already in the present. So, the past is our history, our experience, but we yet have been there in the past. And we have acquired useful experience from the mistakes made in the past, and a bit also from our actually mistakes. We can learn a lot from our mistakes. And precisely that the past is the past, and I cannot be modified. However, we can use that experience, which is still a value for our present and our future too. A future that not yet been experienced, it doesn't exist. Our attention, therefore, will be directed to the present, which has the precious luggage of the experience gained in the past, and will have to place a conscious substratum on the future. Now we know that the basis of a good future are always created in the present. So is it. How do you can clean your negative karma? Very simple. Just don't produce it again. And how to do it? From this moment on, we should begin to have ethical, pure, conscious behavior. It's the best way to avoid producing again negative karma. But what about past karma? Well, we keep that. As I said before, the past is the past. And we cannot change it. But when we start an action, in the light of a new acquired awareness, we will be careful and we will check what is hidden under our every gesture. And we will know how is the acting to avoid to produce new bad karma. Because by recognizing it, we know how to avoid it. And above all, it is very important never to feel like victims of an adverse destiny, which among other things is created by ourselves. You never want to say, I am so unlucky. But you will work to remedy a mistake made. This is the only way to accept and understand the law of karma. And also the most fascinating way, because in the analysis, we will discover the sense of life, the true real meaning of life. Hari Om Tat Sat. Om. Asatoma Sagamaya Tamasuma Jyotirgamaya Mrihityotma Amritangamaya Loka Samaste Sukhino Bhavantu Sarve Jnana Sukhino Bhavantu Om.
Grazie, cara.
Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Grazie, cara Emy, grazie.
Thank you so much, dear Emy.
E anche è stato bello averti qua con noi.
It was so beautiful to have you with us.
E tra l'altro mi ricordi un sacco, tanta attività che abbiamo fatto assieme nella nostra vita.
And you remember me with so much activities we do together
Attività
in our
nazionali,
life.
nazionali e internazionali.
Domestic and international activities.
Quindi grazie ancora, grazie anche per la tua bellissima conferenza.
And so thank you so much, even for your beautiful conference.
Thank you all.
Bene, adesso noi dovremmo avere un musicista, controllo soltanto se si è collegato o se si deve ancora collegare.
And now we are going to have a musician. I see if he's connected or if he has still to be connected.
In ogni caso vi voglio parlare di un evento nell'evento.
Anyhow, I want to talk to you about an event inside an event.
Qui, come vi dicevo, io mi trovo in Sardegna.
As I say to you, I'm here in Sardinia.
E la Sardegna, come sapete tutti, ha una cultura che è antichissima.
And as you know, the culture of Sardinia is very, very ancient.
E qui abbiamo avuto l'idea, o meglio, questi musicisti hanno avuto un'idea.
And these musicians had an idea
di mettere insieme due strumenti dell'antica Sardegna
to put together two instruments of the ancient Sardinia
con tabla indiane.
with Indian tablas.
Vi facciamo ascoltare che cosa ha prodotto questa meravigliosa idea.
And so we want to make you listen to what produced this wonderful idea.
Ascoltate questo pezzo.
Listen to this.
Fantastico, bellissima questa fusione India e Sardegna.
Fantastic, so beautiful this fusion between India and Sardinia.
Abbiamo presente qui con noi, abbiamo il tablista,
Present with us is the tablist.
il nostro caro Massimiliano Toro.
Our dear Massimiliano Toro.
Massimiliano, ci vuoi parlare? Tranquillo, tanto siamo in anticipo con il nostro programma, ci vuoi parlare un po'? Innanzitutto io vorrei pregarti adesso in un secondo momento di presentare tutti i musicisti che sono passati e dirci chi sono, hai un po' di tempo, bello, tranquillo.
So please, I would like to please you if you like to present all the musicians that are with you. We have some time, so please, if you can tell us something about them.
E ti volevo dire anche una cosa, innanzitutto parlaci un po' della tua avventura e soprattutto parlaci di te e anche chi sei.
And so first, please tell us something about your adventure. Who are you?
Come sei entrato in contatto con la cultura indiana e come è nato questo amore?
How did you come in contact with the Indian culture and how this love began?
Intanto ringrazio Amadio per avermi invitato.
So first, I say thank you to Amadio to have invited me here.
Sono onorato di questo invito. Io e i miei amici.
I'm honored about his invitation.
La mia passione per la musica indiana, devo guardare molto lontano e devo ringraziare i miei fratelli che sono molto più grandi di me, che mi hanno introdotto.
I had to come back so far if I want to come back to my Indian passions, because I had to say thank you to my brothers. They are older than me.
Casa mia c'era un bellissimo vinile di Ravi Shankar con Alla Racca.
In my house there was a so beautiful LP of mi puoi dire il nome del musicista?
Ravi Shankar e Alla Racca.
Of Ravi Shankar.
E Alla Racca, che è un grandissimo tablista indiano, di cui la prima volta che
Racca, who is a very great tablist, Indian tablist.
E dopo aver sentito questo LP, io avevo forse 12 anni, 11 anni.
Maybe I was 12 years older, more or less, and after I've heard it.
Il mio modo di sentire la musica, diciamo che da quel giorno è cambiato.
My way to listen to music since that day changed.
Ho avuto la fortuna poi, nell'84, avevo 15 anni.
I was so lucky. In 1984, I was 15 years old.
Ad assistere a un concerto di Ravi Shankar a Cagliari e con il Pandit Kumar Bose.
I could assist to a concert of Ravi Shankar in Cagliari with another musician who was
Pandit Kumar Bose.
Kumar Bose.
Grandissimo tablista, grandissimo maestro. E lì
a master of tablas.
Ho cercato di capire qualcosa, ma ero molto piccolo e non avevo strumenti.
I tried to understand something, but I was so young, I had not the instruments to understand.
Ho aspettato molti anni e ho incontrato un grande maestro italiano.
I waited for so many years and then I met an Italian master.
Che mi ha aperto proprio con lui, questo cuore e questo viaggio che sto facendo tuttora con lui, con Maurizio.
Who opened to me his heart and the travel I'm doing with him.
E mi sta facendo conoscere e mi ha fatto conoscere quella che è invece la struttura culturale e ritmica della musica indiana.
And he made me know the structure of Indian music and cultural structure of Indian music.
E poi ringrazio un altro maestro che da circa 3 anni sto frequentando, che è un suonatore di bansuri, è un allievo
And
del
I
guru
have to say thank you even to another master. The name is, il nome?
Jacopo Pacifico,
Jacopo, the name is Jacopo Pacifico.
che è un allievo del Guruji Panditi Hariprasad Chaurausia. Stiamo parlando di una
And
leggenda
he
vivente.
is a student of Guruji Parashvya.
Chaurasia.
Chaurasia, sorry.
Is a famous.
È molto molto famoso.
E per cui questa bellezza continuo a frequentarla. È una bellezza, possiamo dire, scusate, yogica, perché unisce la bellezza del cuore e la bellezza di tante altre cose.
And so I'm sorry, but we have to say this is a very yogic beauty because it connects all art.
Io provengo da altre realtà esperienziali musicali, ho suonato altre
I
percussioni
come from many other realities of music.
che poi mi hanno fatto fare altre esperienze, ma io voglio parlare anche di
I
musicisti che
did
mi hanno
some other experiences with music, but I want to talk about some other musicians.
accompagnato in questo video e dove con un progetto con Riccardo Pitò alla tromba e Michele De
And
Iana
they accompany me in this project with Riccardo Pitola
Pitau alla tromba
and,
e Michele De Iana a Islaunedas.
and Diana to Launedas.
Voglio aprire una piccola parentesi di questo strumento, cioè delle Launedas, che è uno strumento molto antico.
I want to say something about Launedas. Launedas are a very, very ancient instruments.
È uno strumento molto antico che proviene da una terra molto antica, che è la Sardegna.
It's a very ancient instrument that comes from a very ancient land, the land of Sardinia.
Michele De Iana è molto giovane ed è un allievo, ma l'erede di un grandissimo maestro di Launedas che si chiama Luigi Lai.
Michele Diana is very, very young, hence is the student of a master of Launedas, who is
Luigi Lai.
Luigi Ein.
Lai.
Luigi Lai. Who is Luigi Lai?
Possiamo dire che in un termine induista è un pandit, è un grande maestro.
In a Hindu way to say, we can say he is a pandit. He's a really master.
Tra l'altro Michele insegna al Conservatorio di Cagliari lo strumento appunto Launedas.
Michele teaches Launedas in the musician school of Cagliari, in the Conservatorio Cagliari.
È un musicista affermato che suona in tutta Europa, viene chiamato
He's a
da...
very famous musician and he plays all over Europe.
Così, se parliamo di Riccardo Pitao, che è un grandissimo jazzista, molto importante in campo
So
nazionale.
if you want to talk about Riccardo Pitao, who is a very important jazzman section.
È un musicista eclettico, ma non solamente, è anche un grandissimo compositore.
He's a really great composer.
Tra l'altro Riccardo ha a che vedere anche direttamente con quella che è la musica sarda, perché è un poeta.
He is a poet too, and he has something to do with the Sardinian music.
Il tipo di poesia che manifesta Riccardo viene chiamata poesia estemporanea, attraverso un modo di fare poesia estemporanea molto antica.
He has a kind of doing poems that we can call extemporanea, and it's a very ancient way to do poems.
Un'improvvisazione fatta attraverso quella che noi chiamiamo esmutetusu o a repentina, cioè è una poesia improvvisata, cantata con delle tematiche che vengono decise al momento.
And the themes of his music are decided at the moment.
Quindi in questo brano che avete ascoltato l'abbiamo chiamato Raga Fiuda. Sa viuda è la vedova.
We have called this piece Raga Siuda, and the Siuda is the widow.
È un brano tipico del sud della Sardegna,
It's a typical piece of south of Sardinia.
dove questa musica accompagna quello che viene chiamato il ballo sardo, quindi attraverso
This
le feste.
music accompanies the Sardinian dance.
La bellezza di questa, diciamo, questa composizione che ha dei parametri ben precisi,
The
però
beauty of this composition is that
praticamente è la musica del sud Sardegna che incontra la musica del nord India attraverso i tabla.
is the southern Sardinia music that meet the north of India music through tablas.
Mediata dal jazz, dalla tromba di Riccardo, che tra l'altro anche lui conosce le Leonedas perché le sa suonare, ecco. Quindi tutto viene
With
fatto,
launedas that Riccardo can play.
tutto viene espresso e fatto con criteri che ognuno di noi ce li ha presenti.
And everything is expressed in ways that everyone can know properly.
E questo è un progetto che si apre quindi al confronto di diverse tradizioni che si sposano e hanno, diciamo, un matrimonio ben riuscito.
And this is a project that can marry very well with people that can do a very perfect marriage. It's a very well done marriage.
E continuiamo a portarlo laddove a volte i musicisti sono liberi e dove c'è
And
la
we try to take it wherever the musicians are free.
noi siamo presenti da far ascoltare questo progetto, lo portiamo avanti.
We are always present to make in a way that this project will go on.
Grazie caro, grazie Massimiliano, grazie anche di questa iniziativa, di questo gruppo.
Thank you so much, Massimiliano, for this group, for
Questa iniziativa
for this initiative
che tenta di diffondere due culture davvero molto, molto
that
antiche.
tries to share, to link, to connect these two ancient cultures.
Bene. E quindi niente, continuate a fare questa esperienza e teneteci informato. Grazie di aver partecipato a questo nostro evento annuale. Siamo alla 4ª edizione. Ti aspettiamo nel prossimo con qualcosa di nuovo.
And thank you for participating to this event. It's our fourth event of these fourth editions of the event, and we are waiting to you to our next experience with something new.
Bene,
Grazie.
carissimi.
Grazie mille.
A questo punto, grazie a te. A questo punto credo che il nostro fratello Pedro Pastor della Spagna abbia qualche difficoltà.
And maybe Pedro Pastor from Spain, I think at this point he has some difficulties.
Gli avevamo assegnato una mezz'ora e avrebbe dovuto parlarci di questo argomento.
We had assigned him an half an hour, and he had to talk to us about the guiding principle that should permeate yogis, satya.
E essendo che ci sono delle difficoltà, ho pensato di riempire questa mezz'ora.
But so we have some difficulties, and so I thought to fill this half an hour
Di farlo personalmente,
and do it personally,
parlando di uno degli aspetti forse più importanti dello yoga,
speaking about one of the most important aspects of yoga,
che è la meditazione.
to speak about meditation.
Innanzitutto,
First of all,
ci tengo a dirvi che questa parola è molto poco adatta
I want to tell you that this word is not, is very few adapted to.
Per esprimere ciò che la nostra tradizione orientale vuole fare in questi momenti.
To express what our Eastern tradition want to do in these moments.
La meditazione è qualcosa che ha a che fare anche con l'attività della mente,
Meditation has something to do with the activity of the mind,
ma non è il suo obiettivo.
but it's not its aim.
Perché vi dico questo? Perché questa parola,
And why I tell you this? Because this word,
meditazione,
meditation,
deriva dalla parola manas,
comes from the word manas,
che è l'attività più ordinaria della
that
mente.
is the much more ordinary activity of the mind.
In latino diventa mens.
In Latin is mens.
In italiano mente.
In Italian, mente.
E la parola meditazione viene appunto da questa parola.
And the word meditation comes from this word.
Che fa riferimento all'attività più ordinaria e comune della mente.
Referred to the most ordinary activity of the mind.
Quella dei nostri bisogni quotidiani.
The one of our daily needs.
La ritroviamo invece, la meditazione, parlo di quella vera per la nostra disciplina.
And I speak about the real meditation for our discipline.
Con il nome di dhyana.
With the name of dhyana.
E invece deriva da una parola che indica forse l'attività intellettuale più alta.
That comes from the word that comes from the higher activity.
Buddhi.
Buddhi.
Per gli antichi la mente aveva almeno 3 tipi di attività.
For the ancients, mind at least 3 kinds of activities.
La prima, ve l'ho già descritta, è quella che descrive l'attività ordinaria della mente.
The first one is the one that describes the ordinary work of mind.
La seconda è quella che io definisco mente emozionale.
The second one is the one I describe as emotional mind.
Che costruisce, io oso dire, dei falsi, nel senso che costruisce delle impressioni.
That build, I dare to say, create some impressions.
Per esempio, se io guardo una persona,
For example, if I look at a person,
non sto guardando veramente quella persona, ma la sto guardando attraverso la mia esperienza soggettiva.
I'm not looking straight to that person, but I look into that person. I look at that person with my subjective experience.
È come se io mettessi, in base all'esperienza che ha fatto, alla cultura a cui appartengo,
As if with my experience, with the culture I belong,
un vestito a quello che sto osservando.
I dress what I'm watching.
Quindi non è che sto guardando la realtà.
It's not that I'm watching reality.
Potrei dire sto guardando un tipo di realtà.
I'm looking at a kind of reality.
Ma sicuramente che non è la realtà oggettiva.
But it's not the objective reality.
E da farmi comprendere questo gioco,
And to make you understand this game,
è proprio la mia parte più elevata della mente.
Is really my more elevated side of my mind.
La mia mente discriminativa.
My discriminative mind.
La mente che conosce.
The mind who knows.
La mente che distingue.
The mind who distinguish.
E proprio questa mente molto elevata che noi chiamiamo buddhi,
is really this very elevated mind that we call buddhi,
che mi consente di capire questi giochi della vita,
that allows me to understand these games of life,
giochi di interpretazione,
games of interpretation.
ecco, e ecco perché la meditazione orientale chiamata dhyana
And this is the reason because the Eastern meditation called dhyana
fa soprattutto riferimento a questo tipo di mente così elevata, così capace di discriminare.
is referred to this kind of mind, so elevated, so able to discriminate.
È logico che non mi sarà mai consentito conoscere la verità più pura, la verità, quella con la V maiuscola.
It's logic. It will be not allowed to me to understand the pure, true.
Ma una mente appunto educata, una mente così elevata può portarmi vicino alla realtà.
But a mind so educated can drive me to the next to the truth.
E questa mente mi porta appunto verso la conoscenza.
And this mind takes me to knowledge.
E questo è uno degli scopi del dhyana, della meditazione, chiamiamola, mettiamoci pure d'accordo, chiamiamola così perché siamo abituati a chiamarla così.
And this is one of the aims, one of the goals of dhyana. So let's agree ourselves. We call it so because we used to call it so.
La meditazione è dunque qualcosa che ci porta verso la conoscenza.
Meditation is something that drives us to knowledge.
Quella più vicino al reale, quella più vicino al divino, quella vicina all'oggettivo.
The one that takes us so close to the objective, to the real.
Quella che ci porta in contatto con il nostro sé profondo.
The one who takes us in contact with our deep self.
Quella goccia,
The drop.
quella goccia di realtà, unica realtà.
The drop of reality, the only drop of reality.
Quella goccia di divino.
The drop of divine.
Che sta dentro di noi.
That stays inside of ourselves.
Quella goccia dell'oceano.
The drop of the ocean.
Che ha la stessa natura dell'oceano.
That has the same nature of ocean.
Se voglio conoscere l'oceano, se voglio conoscere l'infinito, se voglio conoscere il divino.
If I want to call the ocean, if I want to call the divine, if you want to call to know the infinite.
Io lo posso fare passando attraverso quella conoscenza di quella goccia di divino che sta dentro di me.
I can do it going through that drop of divine that lies inside of myself.
Dunque è importante lavorare, lasciare un po' il mondo dei sensi e della realtà esteriore.
And so it's important to let go the world of senses and of the external world.
Lasciare quel mondo così soggettivizzato, se si può dire.
And leave that world so subjective.
Per tentare attraverso il sé
To try through the self
di portarsi verso l'oggettivo.
to go towards the objective.
Si tratta di svegliare il sakshin, cioè lo spettatore che sta dentro di noi per comprendere le
It
cose.
means we have to wake up the one who is looking at
A me a questo punto sembra così semplice comprendere
For me, at moments, it seems so easy to understand
l'importanza di questo spettatore.
the importance of the person who is looking at.
Se una persona non ha mai provato a far da spettatore al suo respiro,
If a person never tried to look at his breath,
non sa come respira.
doesn't know how to breathe.
Nella vita, siccome mi occupo sia di yoga sia di
In
Ayurveda,
my life, because I'm occupied in yoga and in Ayurveda too,
specialmente a riguardo a questo secondo aspetto, l'Ayurveda,
especially regarding this second aspect, Ayurveda,
le persone vengono da me a volte
sometimes people come to me
e mi accorgo che respirano male
and I understand they are breathing badly.
e mi rendo conto che non hanno mai fatto da spettatori alla loro respirazione
And I realize they never look at their breathing.
e non si sono mai accorti
And they never understand and they never realize
dei loro difetti respiratori perché non hanno questo spettatore risvegliato.
they never realize about their problems in breathing because they never look at breath. They never have the spectator to breath.
Il primo passo che si deve fare verso la meditazione di conoscenza
First step we had to do towards meditation of knowledge
è proprio il risveglio di questo spettatore.
is the wake up of this spectator.
Si medita essendo spettatori.
We meditate being a spectator.
E prima di farvi fare un'esperienza pratica,
And before to make you do a practical experience,
voglio spendere 2 parole per tutto quanto vedo quando viaggio nelle scuole,
I would like to spend few words to tell you about few words about what I see when I go to schools.
Quando per esempio entro in una scuola e le persone le vedo con gli occhietti con gli occhi chiusi,
When I go to the schools and I see pupils with eyes closed,
e viene diffusa nell'ambiente una musica
and you can find in the ambient music.
e io chiedo alle persone che sono lì cosa stanno facendo
And I ask people that are there, what are you doing?
e loro mi rispondono stiamo meditando.
And they answer to me, we are meditating.
Ma io dico loro la meditazione è un'esperienza interiore, non esteriore.
But I tell them that meditation is something interior, not exterior.
La musica, che è una stupenda espressione del divino,
Music, that is a wonderful expression of divine,
e comunque giunge a me attraverso i sensi,
comes inside of me because of senses,
attraverso le finestre dell'udito che sono aperte.
through the windows of ears that are opened.
Ciò significa che quando io ascolto della musica sono esteriorizzato attraverso queste finestre aperte.
So it means that when I listen to music, I'm going outside with these open windows.
Non sono interiorizzato.
I'm not inside.
Così potrei dire degli incensi.
So I could say the same about incenses.
Sono meravigliosi perché rappresentano elementi leggeri come l'aria.
They are wonderful because they represent elements so light like air.
Anche l'etere, che è ancora più sottile.
Even the ether that is even subtle, much more subtle.
Ma quando siamo lì non siamo in un'esperienza spirituale vera.
But when we are there, we are not inside a real spiritual experience.
Stiamo sempre in un mondo esteriore.
We are always in exterior world.
Quindi personalmente ho imparato
And so personally, I understood
a distinguere la meditazione in generale
to distinguish meditation as generally is.
come meditazione di suggestione
So, first, meditations of suggestions
e meditazione di conoscenza.
and meditation of knowledge.
La meditazione di suggestione
Meditation of suggestions
è necessaria anche lei, è propedeutica,
is necessary because it's propedeutic.
perché è logico per aver vissuto 27 anni a Milano,
Because it's logic. I have been living since 27 years in Milan. I lived 27 years in Milan.
in una città così grande il silenzio non esiste,
In a so large town, silence doesn't exist.
né giorno né notte.
Not the night, not the day.
Quando io chiudo gli occhi,
When I close my eyes,
se non ho familiarità con il mio sé interiore,
if I'm not familiar with my inner self,
facilmente il mondo esteriore, il rumore mi può distrarre e allontanare da un'esperienza vera.
easily the external world can make me go farther from a real experience.
E quindi accetto che le persone per abituarsi
So I accept people to use to
possono utilizzare la musica come possibilità di staccarsi dal suono della città.
can adopt music like in a way to detach from the sound of the town.
Accetto che degli incensi possono aiutarmi, che sono purificanti anche a purificarmi, a portarmi.
I accept that incenses purify me and want to take me to purify me.
A portarmi in quella condizione, più vicino a quella condizione.
To take me closer to that condition.
Chiamo questa meditazione di suggestione e ritengo che anch'essa sia utile.
I call it meditation of suggestions, and I want to say that can be useful.
Ma la meditazione vera,
But the real meditation,
quella assoluta,
the absolute meditation,
può essere eseguita nel silenzio,
the only meditation can be done in silence,
dove nemmeno più una voce mi guiderà,
where no even a voice will lead me,
perché il timbro di questa voce è già una suggestione.
because the tone of that voice is just a suggestion.
Non ci sarà più neanche il maestro.
There will be no more neither the master.
Sarà una resa totale all'infinito.
It will be a total surrender to the infinite.
Questo tipo di meditazione io a volte lo definisco il tentativo del finito per andare a conoscere l'infinito.
Sometimes I say these meditations is the trying of the finite to go to know the infinite.
Comunque anch'io oggi ho scelto
But anyhow, even me today, I chosen
una forma propedeutica di meditazione
a kind of propedeutic meditation
che facciamo insieme,
that we are going to do together.
ma lo facciamo, non la chiameremo meditazione, ma propedeutica la meditazione.
And we call it not a meditation, but propedeutic to meditation.
E lo facciamo proprio per svegliare questo spettatore.
And we are going to do it really to wake up the spectator.
Quindi per cortesia ora Anche se siete su una sedia,
And so please now, even if you're seated on a chair,
chiudete gli occhi
close your eyes
e seguite la mia voce.
and follow my voice.
Come sempre accade quando ci mettiamo in meditazione,
As always, when we sit in meditation,
il primo aspetto di noi che richiama la nostra attenzione
the first aspect that calls us our attention
è il nostro corpo,
is our body.
a cui ora prestiamo attenzione.
And now we are going to make attention to our body.
Perché piano piano, attraverso il suo aggiustamento,
Because very slowly, with this adjustment,
possa accompagnarci verso un'esperienza più profonda
it can take us towards a very deeper experience.
e, come vi dicevo, il risveglio di questo testimone.
And as I told you before, the wake up of his testimonies.
Per prima cosa facciamo un piccolo viaggio nel nostro corpo.
So first, we are going to do a travel inside of our body.
Vi siete seduti comodamente,
Are you seated comfortable?
più comodamente possibile.
More comfortable that can.
E partendo dal basso facciamo questo viaggio nel corpo.
And leaving from the lower side, we are going to do this travel through our body.
Io vi nominerò delle parti del corpo e voi, da dentro di voi, cercate un aggiustamento migliore, una condizione migliore per questa parte.
I call some parts of your body, and from these parts, you try to make a better adjustment of your body.
Concentratevi sui vostri piedi e rilassatevi.
Concentrate on your feet and relax.
Concentratevi sulle vostre caviglie.
Concentrate on your ankles.
O sarebbe meglio dire fate da spettatori adesso alle vostre gambe,
Or maybe be the spectators of your legs,
alle vostre ginocchia,
of your knees,
alle vostre cosce,
of your thighs,
alla parte bassa del vostro addome.
to the lower side of your abdomen.
Potreste anche rendervi conto degli organi che sono contenuti nell'addome.
You could even realize about the organs inside of your abdomen.
Parte superiore dell'addome.
The superior side of your abdomen.
Il torace.
The thorax.
Arriviamo fino alle spalle.
And right towards the shoulders.
Scendiamo lungo le braccia e diamo una condizione.
Down to your arms.
Diamo una condizione più confortevole alle nostre mani.
And give to our hands a much more comfortable condition.
Alle nostre braccia.
To our arms.
Ai gomiti.
To the elbows.
Alle braccia.
To the arms.
Ritorniamo alle spalle.
And come back to our shoulders.
Saliamo ancora, collo.
And go up toward the neck.
Il viso, distendete il viso.
Relax your face.
Il cuoio capelluto.
Your hair.
Ora provate a essere spettatori del corpo come un insieme.
Now try to be the spectator of your body like something that is all together.
Fate da spettatori al vostro corpo.
Be spectator of your body.
Riconoscete questo sakshin, questo spettatore che è dentro di voi.
Recognize the person, the spectator inside of yourself.
Questa capacità di esserlo.
This knowledge to be. The ability to be.
Prendo in considerazione il mio corpo, non identificandomi nel mio corpo.
I want to take in consideration my body without any identification in my body.
Ma come spettatore del mio corpo.
But like a spectator of my body.
E provate a ripetere a voi stessi, io non sono il corpo.
And try to repeat to yourself, I'm not my body.
Io sono anche il mio corpo,
I'm even my body.
ma io spettatore non sono il corpo.
But me as a spectator, I'm not my body.
Sono un altro aspetto delle mie possibilità che mi è stato dato dalla natura.
I'm another aspect inside of the possibilities that nature gave to me.
Ora provate a fare da spettatori al vostro respiro.
And now please be the spectator of your breath.
E allo stesso modo
And at the same time,
osservate l'andamento del vostro respiro come spettatori.
observe the way your breath is moving like a spectator.
Finalmente mi rendo conto di come sto respirando.
And at the end, I realize about the way I'm breathing.
Come spettatore anche in questo caso io posso riconoscermi
And as a spectator, in this case, I can recognize myself.
e posso dire io non sono il respiro.
And I can tell I'm not my breath.
Io sono lo spettatore del respiro.
I am the spectator of the breath.
Io sono anche il respiro.
I am even my breath.
Connesso con il respiro ci sono le emozioni.
Connected with the breath, there are emotions.
Le emozioni sono molto connesse al respiro.
Emotions are deeply connected to breath.
Tant'è vero che quando vi emozionate il respiro cambia il suo ritmo.
True is that when you're emotioned, your breath can change the rhythm.
Fate da spettatori a questo fenomeno.
Be spectator to this.
Fate da spettatori alle vostre emozioni.
Be spectator of your emotions.
Non identificatevi nelle emozioni.
Do not identify in your emotions.
Fate questa esperienza.
Do this experience.
E ora
And now,
fate lo stesso con la vostra mente e i vostri pensieri.
do the same with your mind and with your thoughts.
Conoscete i pensieri che sono nella vostra mente.
Know the thoughts that are inside of your mind.
Non identificatevi con la mente.
Do not identify with your mind.
Non identificatevi con i vostri pensieri,
Do not identify with your thoughts,
ma imparate ad essere spettatori della vostra mente.
but learn to be spectators of your mind.
Finalmente conoscerete cosa pensate, la natura dei vostri pensieri.
And so at the end, you understand what you are really thinking about and the nature of your thoughts.
E avete risvegliato questo spettatore.
And you will have woken up the spectator.
Il quale sarà il mezzo che più facilmente vi potrà condurre al vostro sé.
And it will be the medium that in a much more easier way will guide you to yourself.
Verso ciò che è eterno.
Towards what is eternal.
La vostra natura eterna.
Your eternal nature.
Quella goccia dell'eterno che chiamiamo il nostro sé.
That eternal drop that we are calling our self, eternal self.
Vi ringrazio tanto di avermi seguito fino qui. Piano piano potete sciogliere la vostra posizione.
And so I want to thank you so much. You have followed me since here, and slowly, slowly you can release your posture.
Questa meditazione l'ho fatta e vi ho guidato in questo momento. Non era il mio momento, ma era il momento di Pedro Pastor della Spagna.
I tried you through this meditation. It was not my moment. It was the moment of Pedro Pastor from Spain.
Il quale deve aver avuto qualche problema
But
sul
maybe
collegamento.
he had some problems about the connection.
Ma ora, con grandissima gioia,
But now, with a lot of joy,
vi presento uno dei personaggi fondamentali e più importanti della Federazione Europea. Siamo tutti importanti, ma lui è una persona che fin dall'inizio ha appoggiato questo progetto.
I want to present you a person who is one of the most important persons of the Federation. Everybody's important in the Federation, but this person was one for first.
Vi sto parlando di una persona che stimo molto e amo molto.
Is a person I love a lot.
Lui è tedesco.
He is a German.
Si chiama Sukadev Brez.
The name is Sukadev Brez.
Ha un passato veramente meraviglioso.
He had a really wonderful past.
È il direttore di un ashram che io ritengo sia il più bello e il più importante d'Europa.
I think he's the mind chair of an ashram, who is, I think, I can say, is the most beautiful ashram in Europe.
Voglio pregare Gabriella di leggerci per favore qualche notizia
Please,
su
Gabriella,
Sukadev Brez.
if you can read something about Sukadev Brez.
Yes, pleasure. So Sukadev Brez G was born in 1963, and he's a renowned yoga teacher and the founder of Yoga Vidya, one of Europe's largest yoga teaching institutes. Inspired by the teachings of Swami Shivananda, he immersed himself in the study and practice of yoga from the early 1980s. Through Yoga Vidya, he has significantly contributed to the popularization of yoga in Germany and beyond, offering extensive programs in Hatha Yoga, meditation, and spiritual practices. Sukadev Brez G is known for his holistic approach to yoga, emphasizing its benefits for physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. And he is author of several books on yoga and spirituality. Sukadev G will guide us in a meditation, title of which is Meditation for Inner Awakening.
E quindi siamo rimasti entrambi sullo stesso argomento, così sottolineiamo l'importanza della meditazione.
So we have stayed both to the same argument, so we can underline the importance of meditation.
Please, Sukadev Brez, floor is yours.
So, Sukadev Brez, please, il tempo è tuo, il momento è per te.
Sì.
Om Namah Shivaya, Hari Om, and I'm very happy to be part of this wonderful online congress, BeYoga Beyond. It's a very wonderful title, Be Yoga, not just practice yoga, be yoga. Yoga means oneness, yoga means connecting, yoga means love towards all beings. And that's what yoga is about. That's what the higher aspects of yoga is about. So in this conference says, be yoga beyond. We want to incorporate yoga. That's what is important. And beyond means beyond the obvious. We are not this body. Just Amadio guided us through wonderful meditation, a Vedanta meditation. You watch the body, you experience, you become the silent witness. And then you feel, yes, I'm consciousness. Consciousness, not touched by whatever happens in body and mind. And so we want to go beyond the obvious. And so be yoga, be oneness, and go beyond the limits. There are different types of meditation. Here we have the Vedanta meditation with not identifying. We have different forms of Raja Yoga meditation, which helps to improve the mind, to develop concentration and go beyond thoughts. You have the Bhakti meditation. Bhakti means love towards God, means devotion to God. We devote our mind to God and open our heart, feel divine presence. And then we have different kinds of meditation in Kundalini Yoga. And Kundalini Yoga and Hatha Yoga, you meditate in order to awaken inner energies. There are many different ways to meditate. We can meditate in a way that the prana, the life force, will be awakened and goes through different channels. We can meditate in a way that the different chakras, the energy centers, will be stimulated. We can have meditations to activate the different nadis, the energy channels. We can have meditations to activate the bindus in our head, to activate different brain capacities. You can have meditations to awaken the Kundalini once you've done the preparatory techniques. So many different ways to awaken yourself. But one thing is important when you practice yoga. You could say there are three main purposes for yoga. One is you practice to have more harmony. The second is you practice to get more energy and awakening. The third is you practice in order to go beyond limitations, to transcend everything and experience yourself as the true consciousness. And so usually the holistic meditation techniques will work on all the different levels. Like what Amadio just taught us. On one hand side, this mindfulness meditation, Sakshi Bhav meditation, helps to relax, is good for harmony. So on another hand side, once you learn not to identify, inner processes come into being, because identifications will lead to getting stuck. If we want to come to an awakening, then we have to give up attachments. And finally, we come to a state of pure transcendence. The technique that I want to guide now is one form of energy meditation. And for this, you can sit nice and straight on a chair or cross-legged or wherever you can sit comfortably. So sit up nice and straight. Relax your shoulders, relax your facial muscles. And to get into a meditative state, we'll do one round of Kapalabhati first. It's a fast breathing exercise. First, exhale completely. Now inhale deeply. Exhale completely. Inhale and begin. Exhale, 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 exhale. Now exhale completely. Inhale deeply, new energy, new strength, new light. Exhale completely, let go, relax. Inhale comfortably, fill your lungs to about 3/4. Retain your breath. Now imagine energy flowing from the sky into yourself. Visualize energy entering through the top of your head to the base of your body. Feel pulsating energy radiating. Now breathe a few times normally. Breathe deeply. And now first concentrate on your abdomen. Abdomen is also called the solar plex, the sun center. You can visualize a sun in your abdomen or a fire. Feel radiant energy in your abdomen. You can also repeat the mantra Om Namah Shivaya. Mentally, you can repeat Om Namah Shivaya. And feel this energy in your abdomen. With each breath, your abdomen becomes warmer. With each breath, you feel this pulsating stronger in your abdomen. The light in your abdomen becomes stronger, giving you courage, self-confidence. Now inhale towards your abdomen and exhale consciousness towards the base of your spine. Inhale, feel your abdomen and visualize light in the abdomen. Exhale, send a ray of light towards the base of the spine. Inhale, feel the abdomen strongly, radiant light. Exhale, a ray of light towards the base of the spine, in which a fire is starting. Inhale, sun in the abdomen. Exhale, a ray to the base of the spine, fire in the base of the spine. When you inhale, you can also repeat, I awaken. Exhale, my energies. I awaken my energies. Or Om Namah Shivaya. A few times breathe like that. Feel abdomen and base of the spine. Now inhale from the navel center to the base of the spine, and exhale, send a ray of light or ball of light through the spine towards the top of your head. Inhale, light from the abdomen towards the base of the spine. Exhale, send a ray of light or a ball of light towards your head through the spine. Inhale from the abdomen towards the base of the spine. Exhale through the spine towards the top of your head. Om Namah Shivaya. Strong concentration, strong feeling, light and energy. Now extend this light and this energy to a full circle. Inhale towards the base of the spine and exhale through the spine towards the top of your head. Inhale through forehead, throat, chest, abdomen, genital organs, base of the spine. Exhale through the spine towards the head, up towards the sky. Inhale from the sky through the front part of the body to the base of the spine into the earth. And exhale through the spine towards the top of your head and the space above your head. If you want, you can also breathe in the different way. Exhale towards the earth and inhale towards the sky. Both is possible. But breathe towards the earth and breathe towards the sky. Now you have activated the flow of energies. Now we want to go into the different chakras and awaken the energies for feeling connected. BeYoga beyond also means let's be connected to all beings. One meaning of yoga is oneness, connectedness. Concentrate on the base of the spine, Muladhara chakra, the root chakra. Imagine roots from Mother Earth. Expand your awareness into Mother Earth. Now you can say the affirmation. I'm deeply connected with Mother Earth. Om Namah Shivaya. I'm deeply connected with Mother Earth. Om Namah Shivaya. Feel Mother Earth, feel connectedness. Om Namah Shivaya. Now go to the second chakra, Svadhisthana chakra, symbolizing water element, symbolizing the plants. Feel the sacrum and the pelvic area. Repeat mentally, I feel deeply connected with all rivers and oceans. Om Namah Shivaya. I feel connected with all the plants. Om Namah Shivaya. I feel connected with my creative energy. Om Namah Shivaya. Now go to the third chakra, Manipura chakra, symbolizing fire element, all animals, courage, self-confidence. Feel the lumbar spine and the abdominal area. Repeat repeat mentally. I feel connected with my inner fire. Om Namah Shivaya. I feel connected with courage and strength. Om Namah Shivaya. I feel connected with the sun and all the light. Om Namah Shivaya. I feel connected with all beings. Om Namah Shivaya. Keep your awareness in this Muladhara chakra. Feel that light and that fire. Now go to the fourth chakra, Anahata chakra, symbolizing the air element, love, happiness. Feel the thoracic spine and the heart. And repeat mentally, I feel connected to my heart. Om Namah Shivaya. I feel connected with the depth of my soul. Om Namah Shivaya. I feel connected with love and joy. Om Namah Shivaya. I feel connected with the air, the wind, and the whole atmosphere. Om Namah Shivaya. I am lovingly connected with all human beings. Om Namah Shivaya. For a few moments, feel the Anahata chakra in silence. Now come to the fifth chakra, Vishuddha chakra, symbolizing space element and the subtle worlds. Feel the cervical spine, feel the throat area. I feel connected with the infinite space. Om Namah Shivaya. I feel connected with the stars and the galaxies. Om Namah Shivaya. I feel connected with all beings. Om Namah Shivaya. Now come to the sixth chakra, Ajna chakra, symbolizing higher knowledge, pure intelligence, and intuition. Feel the point between the eyebrows and the middle of your forehead. I feel connected with the universal mind. Om Namah Shivaya. I open myself to higher knowledge. Om Namah Shivaya. I feel connected with universal intuition. Om Namah Shivaya. For a few moments in silence, feel your Ajna chakra, opening yourself, third eye opening for a higher reality. Now come to the seventh chakra, Sahasrara chakra, symbolizing pure consciousness, transcendental bliss. Feel the top of your head and the space above your head. You can also visualize a light above your head, a light radiating towards the sky, or a light radiating from the sky into your whole system. Repeat mentally, I am pure consciousness. Om Namah Shivaya. I am one with the infinite. Om Namah Shivaya. I am pure consciousness, one with the infinite. Om Namah Shivaya. For a few moments, feel the space above the head. Expand your consciousness. Om. 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 Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. May all beings attain peace and harmony. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Bolo Satguru Shivananda Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you for participating in this meditation. Thank you all for participating in this event, BeYoga Beyond. Special thanks to Amadios, Swami Suryananda, and the whole team of the European Yoga Federation for making these efforts and organizing this event. May we all get into this feeling of be yoga, be connected, beyond, go beyond the obvious, feeling connected to a higher source, awakening our energies for a common good, for peace and harmony. Om Shanti.
Grazie, grazie, Sukadev.
Thank you so much, Sukadev.
Grazie della tua bellissima conferenza.
Thank you for your so beautiful conference.
Sono felice di essere insieme a te, camminando in questa strada.
I'm so happy to stay next to you, following the path with you.
A presto.
See you soon.
Thank you,
Bene.
Swamiji, and thank you to bring us all together and inspiring us all. Thank you very much.
Adesso passiamo dalla Germania
And now we are going from Germany
alla Russia,
to Russia,
dove un altro caro amico e fratello
where another dear friend and brother
sta aspettando per iniziare la sua
is
conferenza,
waiting to begin his conference.
che la conferenza ha questo titolo:
And the title is The Keys to Yoga, Basic of Inner Work in Yoga Practices.
Sono curioso di sentire cosa ci dirà Andrei.
I'm really curious to listen to what Andrei will tell us.
E volevo pregare Gabriella, come al solito, prima di tutto, di raccontarci qualcosa su di lui.
And so first I would like to pray Gabriella to tell something about him first.
Yes, of course, with pleasure. Andrei Lobanov G is a representative from Russia and the founder of Yoga Lam System. He's a physician, a yoga master, and a teacher with more than 40 years of practice since 1978. He's a yoga therapy and traditional health systems specialist, the founder of Science School for Human Research, and the author of Yoga Lam System, Yoga of the Modern World. Andrei Lobanov G is one of the founders and leaders of yoga community in Russia, yoga master with a unique path and experience who started his yoga practice and research in Soviet time when yoga and other Oriental practices were forbidden. Andrei G School became the first official yoga school in Russia in 1983. He found a way to legalize yoga in Nizhny Novgorod region and played an important part in making yoga legal all over the country. In 1989, he founded the first yoga teachers training school in Russia, which is the 2002, and became the Academy of Traditional Systems of Healthcare and Human Development, and got the license of Ministry of Education for yoga teachers training. He also was the first in Russia to work out yoga therapy educational courses, which were included in curriculum in foremost medical higher education institutions. He has a vast experience in yoga, ancient and modern medicine, studying different philosophical and scientific systems, enabled Andrei Lobanov G to create a unique multi-level system named Yoga Lam. It is based on principles of classical yoga Patanjali, research of scientists, innovators, and original technologies and practices worked out by Andrei Lobanov G, mental self-regulation, homeopathic, yoga lam, etc. Andrei Lobanov G will have a lecture. The title is The Keys to Yoga, Basic of Inner Work in Yoga Practice.
Voglio solo aggiungere una cosa.
I want just to add one thing.
Pochi giorni fa,
A few days ago,
Andrei ha festeggiato il 40° anno della sua scuola in Russia.
Andrei is 30 for his 32 years of this school in Russia.
40 years. Questo significa che lui ha cominciato la sua scuola quando i momenti erano anche difficili, quando lo yoga non era riconosciuto ed era difficile praticare yoga in Russia.
And you understand, he started school in very difficult moments. His school began when it was not possible to have yoga schools in Russian, and yoga was not recognized.
Grazie Andrei di essere con noi. Ora puoi cominciare.
Now, thank you so much, Andrei, to stay with us. Now you can begin.
Намасте.
Namaste.
Рад в очередной раз участвовать в конференции.
I'm glad to participate again in this conference.
И хочу выразить благодарность Европейской Федерации йоги за то, что она делает такое важное дело для развития йоги.
And I'd like to convey my gratitude to the European Yoga Federation for doing this important work, important for yoga development.
Йога вне границ и йога вне политики.
Developing yoga beyond borders and beyond policy.
Тема моей лекции – ключи к йоге, основы внутренней психической работы в практиках йоги.
My topic is keys to yoga, basics of inner psychic work in yoga practices.
Глобальная цель йоги – это формирование адекватного мироустройства сознания человека.
The global purpose of yoga is to form consciousness of human beings, which resonates with the universe.
Какие шаги нужно сделать, чтобы достичь этой цели?
What steps should we take to achieve this goal?
Прежде всего, человеку необходимо научиться управлять своей природной способностью соединяться с информационной средой.
First of all, a human being has to learn how to control his natural ability to connect with information.
Здесь мы рассматриваем информацию в широком смысле. Она включает в себя все информационные процессы в мире и во Вселенной.
Here we speak about information in a broad sense. It includes all information flows, information processes taking place in the universe.
В ней рождается и живет человек.
We all born and live in information environment.
Информационная среда окружает человека и в нем присутствует.
There's information inside human being and it surrounds human beings.
Соединение – это функция души, психики человека, которая как природная способность используется в системе саморазвития, йоги.
Human soul or human psyche has the function to connect with information. And yoga as a system of human development applies this natural ability of human soul.
Соединение есть суть процесса йоги.
And creating connection is the essence of process of yoga.
И мы можем соединяться как со своим внутренним энергоинформационным содержимым, так и с информационными потоками и средами окружающего мира, чтобы адекватно с ними взаимодействовать и ими управлять.
And we can connect with our inner information, and also we can connect with information flows and information environment which is outside. And we can do this to manage and to interact harmonically with this information.
Человек рассматривается как система, состоящая из нескольких структур.
Human is a system which consists of several structures.
В индийской традиции эти структуры называются оболочками или кошами.
In Indian tradition, these structures are called shells or koshas.
В йога-лам мы используем термин носитель информации или энергоинформационного содержимого.
And in Yoga-lam, we use the word information carrier or energy and informational content carrier.
Причем по йогической классификации выделяется несколько носителей, 5. Физический, энергетический, ментальный, каузальный и носитель блаженства.
And according to yogic classification, there are 5 carriers: physical carrier, energy carrier, mental, causal, and bliss carrier.
И энергоинформационное содержимое каждого носителя определяется его функцией.
And energy and information content of each carrier is determined by its function.
Для того, чтобы управлять собой как системой, нужно научиться соединяться с каждым носителем и управлять его состоянием, восстанавливать, корректировать и развивать в соответствии с жизненными задачами.
In order to be able to manage yourself as a system, you have to learn how to connect with each carrier and manage its condition, to be able to restore it, to correct it, and to develop it according to your life purposes.
Владение йогой как природной способностью позволяет человеку самому формировать свое сознание и управлять его содержимым.
Mastering yoga as a natural ability empowers us to form our consciousness independently and manage its content.
Сознание человека имеет множество уровней, развернутых в расслоенном вселенском пространстве и единых с ним.
Human consciousness has a lot of levels which are expanded in multi-layered universal space, and they are connected, they are interconnected.
Грубый уровень сознания, доминирующий в человеческой системе, это личность.
Gross level of consciousness which dominates in human system is personality.
Она формируется под влиянием информационной среды, в которую помещен человек, культурной, социальной, религиозной и других.
Personality is formed under the influence of informational environment which a human being is placed in, cultural, social, religious, and so on.
Потому личность не всегда отвечает вселенскому предназначению и законам существования Вселенной, так как не отражает действительность адекватно из-за спонтанно сложившегося содержимого сознания.
And therefore, personality doesn't always meet universal laws and universal the way how the universe is organized, and that's why human consciousness is formed spontaneously.
И важная задача – это привести личность, ее информационное содержимое в состояние адекватной действительности, то есть истины.
And an important task is to bring the personality and its information content into a state which is adequate to actuality or truth.
И это важно сделать, так как личность является платформой для развития тонких уровней сознания, необходимых для полноценной жизни человека.
And it's important to do this because personality is a platform for developing subtle levels of consciousness, which make our life full and complete.
И когда он занимает именно свое место в миропорядке и выполняет свое предназначение, тем самым участвуя в эволюционном развитии Вселенной, материнской системы для человека.
And a full, complete life means that a person finds his or her particular place in the world and fulfills his mission and participates in the evolution of the universe, which is the mother system for human system.
Управление энергоинформационной средой системы человека начинается с физического носителя, наиболее доступного для воздействия.
The easiest way to start managing energy and information content of human system is to start with physical body, which is more accessible.
И на нем можно освоить йогический способ взаимодействия и йогические технологии, которые через тело воздействует на другие носители системы человека, поскольку они все взаимосвязаны между собой.
And special techniques impacting physical body empower us to master yogic way of interaction and yogic technology, which affects other carriers through physical body because all the carriers are interconnected.
Чем йогический способ воздействия отличается от других способов и почему он более эффективен?
What is the difference between yogic way of interaction with and other ways, and why yogic interaction is more effective?
В нем соединение с объектом происходит напрямую, без посредника, в виде функционального ума и порождаемых им врити.
When we interact with the world by means of yoga, we connect with objects directly without an intermediary, which is our mind and its vritti.
Искажений на уровне органов восприятия, памяти, воображения и сна.
Vrittis are distortions at the level of the sense organs, also imagination, memory, and sleep.
В основе которых лежат образы, понятия, идеи, концепции и модели, основанные прежде всего на языке как способе коммуникации с собой и другими людьми.
All these vrittis are based on images, ideas, concepts, which in turn are based on language as a way of communication, which we use for communicating with other people and ourselves.
И здесь для соединения используется основная функция души, психики, создавать связь и соединение.
In yogic interaction, we use the function of our psyche or our soul to connect with information.
А соединение осуществляется психическими инструментами, вниманием, волей и верой, которые действуют на чувственно-интуитивном уровне.
And we perform the connection by means of psychic instruments, attention, will, and faith. And these instruments act on the level of intuitive interaction.
Чувственно-интуитивное взаимодействие, основанное на непосредственном соединении с объектом и его информационной средой, более эффективно, так как позволяет воспринимать его таким, каков он есть, без искажений, которые привносят функциональный ум и его врити, создавая неблагоприятную судьбу, карму.
Intuitive interaction is based on the direct connection with an object and its information content, and it's more effective because it enables us to obtain true knowledge about this object and to perceive it without distortions which brings our mind with its vrittis, and basing on this true knowledge we can act in the right way.
Чувственно-интуитивное взаимодействие дает истинное знание об объектах, и исходя из этого знания человек может совершать правильные действия.
Intuitive interaction gives us true knowledge, and basing on this knowledge, we act correctly and harmoniously.
И для того, чтобы управлять процессом соединения и овладения технологиями йоги, необходимо развить несколько важных навыков.
In order to control the process of connection and to master yoga technology, we need to develop several important skills.
В системе йога-лам выделяются три основных навыка.
In yoga lam we start with three basic skills.
Это управление вниманием,
First one is managing attention.
Развитие телесной и тонкой чувствительности.
Second is developing bodily and subtle sensitivity.
И управление состоянием расслабления и напряжения мышечных структур физического тела.
And the third is we try to control the state of tension and relaxation of physical body, of muscles in physical body.
Итак, первый навык – это управление вниманием волей в физическом теле.
So the first skill is managing attention and will in the physical body.
Он характеризуется тем, что это внимание настроено на чувственные проявления в физическом теле и способно считывать его состояние и им управлять, уравновешивать, восстанавливать нарушенные процессы, создавать целостность психофизического организма, а также его развивать.
We adjust our attention to register sensorial manifestations in physical body, and our attention becomes able to read and control the condition of physical body, and to balance it, to restore disturbed processes, and to create integrity of the psychophysical organism, which is the integrity of psychophysical organism, and also to develop physical body.
И для управления вниманием используется особое дыхание, психическое дыхание.
In order to manage attention, we use special type of breathing. We call it psychic breathing.
Оно позволяет перемещать чувственное внимание в волю по пространству тела, создавая в нем рабочий объем внимания для управления его состоянием. То есть можно восстановление, коррекция энергоинформационного содержания.
Psychic breathing allows us to move attention and will around physical body and to create working space of attention and to manage the condition of this space, to restore it, to correct it, and to change its energy and information content.
Техника освоения психического дыхания основана на физиологическом дыхании.
The technique of psychic breathing is based on physiological breathing.
Во время дыхательного акта мы развертываем чувственное внимание в теле и наблюдая за ощущениями при вдохе и при выдохе.
We expand attention in physical body during the breathing process, observing sensations which appear in our body.
При этом осознаем акт дыхания как психический процесс. Вдох – это расширение, творение, а выдох – это сжатие и растворение.
At the same time, we realize that breathing is a psychic process. Inhalation is expanding and it's creation, and exhalation is the process of dissolving.
Затем соединяем дыхание с вниманием и используем дыхание как повозку для перемещения внимания по пространству тела.
Then we unite physiological breathing and psychic breathing with attention, and we use breathing as a carriage for our attention to move it around our body.
И с помощью внимания мы совершаем необходимые действия в выбранном рабочем объеме нашего тела.
By means of attention, we take necessary actions in the selected volume in our body.
Внимание привносит в рабочий объем информационное содержимое, то есть намерение восстановить, нормализовать, гармонизовать все процессы в этом объеме.
Attention brings new information content in this working volume. It brings intention to restore, normalize, harmonize all the processes in this working space.
С помощью внимания можно воспроизводить в этом объеме звук, цвет, которые также могут изменять его состояние.
Using attention, we can reproduce sound or color in this working volume, and the state of this color or sound can change the condition of this part of our body.
Таким образом, мы управляем состоянием физического тела.
So this is how we manage the state, the condition of physical body.
Для работы с физическим телом мы используем два вида внимания – объемное и локальное.
There are two types of attention which we use working with physical body. First one is volumetric attention, and the second one is local attention.
Объемное внимание – это внимание, которое может разворачиваться на все пространство тела или на отдельные его части, отдельные его области.
Volumetric attention can expand over all our body or some areas of our body.
И с его помощью мы создаем рабочий объем внимания.
And we can create working space of attention in our body by means of this volumetric attention.
Удержание объемного внимания обеспечивает целостность психофизического пространства, что создает условия для активации естественных механизмов саморегуляции.
Holding volumetric attention in the body provides wholeness and integrity of our psychophysical organism. And this provides the state of integrity, provides condition for activating of self-regulation mechanisms.
Локальное внимание – это внимание, с помощью которого в рабочем объеме выделяются отдельные точки или зоны, которые требуют коррекции или восстановления.
And local attention is we use it when we want to highlight particular points or areas in our body and correct them or restore them.
Работая локальным вниманием, необходимо одновременно удерживать объемное внимание.
When we use local attention, we also need to keep volumetric attention.
И этот навык требует освоения.
And this is a skill to develop.
Рабочий объем внимания формируется с помощью внимания, которое разворачивается в чувственных границах выбранного участка тела или всего тела. И эти границы определяются ощущениями, которые связаны с рецепторами кожными, мышечными.
Working volume of attention is created by means of attention which expands within sensorial borders of selected area of the body or to the whole body, and these borders are defined by sensation which we get from receptors in our muscles or skin.
Внимание воли пробуждает активность в рецепторах тела, с которыми оно соединяется, и что позволяет создавать чувственные границы выделяемого объема внимания.
Our attention and will activates awakes activity in these receptors of the body, and this creates sensorial borders of selected volume of attention.
А для этого требуется второй навык – развитие телесной чувствительности. Он же необходим для проведения диагностики по телу.
And for this, we need the second skill, developed sensitivity in our body. And we also need this skill to diagnose the condition of our body.
Исследуя тело с помощью локального и объемного внимания и развитой чувствительности, мы формируем чувственную карту тела и проводим диагностику, обнаруживаем проблемные зоны, которые требуют коррекции.
When we explore our body by means of local and volumetric attention and by means of developed sensitivity, we create a kind of sensorial map of our body, and we can diagnose it and find disorders and areas which need restoration.
Развить чувственный контакт со структурами физического тела и скорректировать его состояние позволяют изометрические воздействия.
Isometric techniques help us to develop sensitive connection with physical body and to restore its condition.
Особенности изометрического воздействия – это сокращение мышц без движений.
The feature of isometric techniques is contracting muscles without movement.
При одновременном волевом сокращении мышц антагонистов в какой-то части тела или во всем теле происходит стимуляция мышечных рецепторов.
When we simultaneously contract antagonistic muscles in any part of our body or in the whole body, muscle receptors are stimulated.
Эти сигналы центральная нервная система воспринимает и создает чувственный образ, отражающий состояние тела или отдельные его зоны.
And the central nervous system perceives the signals and creates sensorial image reflecting the condition of the body or any part of our body which we explore.
Этот навык позволяет выявлять зоны нарушенной чувствительности, в которых затем производится соответствующая коррекция.
This skill enables us to reveal regions of reduced sensitivity, or maybe there is no sensitivity at all in some areas. and then we can restore it using special techniques.
Третий навык, необходимый для освоения йогического способа взаимодействия, это умение контролировать состояние мышечной системы и управлять состоянием напряжения и расслабления, опираясь на чувственную связь с мышцами.
The third skill which we need for yogic interaction is control muscle system, and we need an ability to control the state of relaxation and tension.
Учиться этому проще всего в шавасане.
And the best way to master this skill is to start doing it in Shavasana.
Для управления состоянием расслабления в шавасане используется психическое дыхание и изометрические коррекционные воздействия.
In Shavasana, we use psychic breathing and isometric techniques to manage the state of relaxation.
Практика шавасаны включает несколько стадий.
Shavasana practice includes several stages.
Первое – это принятие положения тела лежа на спине.
The first stage is entering the pose, so we lie down on the back.
Вторая стадия – это включает внутреннюю психическую работу, в которой применяются изометрические воздействия на мышцы по схеме.
The second stage includes inner psychic work, where we use isometric techniques by special scheme.
При этом используем психическое дыхание для перемещения внимания по зонам тела и чувственный контроль их состояния.
We also use psychic breathing to move attention and will around our body, and we control their state.
В рабочем объеме внимания может применяться прием пусто-полно для смены обнаруженного напряжения на расслабление.
In the working volume of attention, we can also apply a technique which is called empty and full. And by means of this technique, we can change the state of tension into relaxation.
Третья стадия – это возвращение в обычное состояние через технологию выхода из шавасаны.
And the final stage is returning back to normal state, and we use special technique of coming out of shavasana.
Навык контроля над состоянием физического тела важен в практике асаны.
And this skill to control the state of physical body is important in asana practice.
Овладение асаной, в свою очередь, создает платформу для овладения пранаямой и медитацией.
And mastering asana in turn creates a basis for mastering pranayama and meditation.
Все три навыка, которые мы сейчас разобрали, управление вниманием, волей, чувствительность и контроль напряжения и расслабления, являются ключами к йогическому способу взаимодействия с телом и другими структурами человека, кошами.
All three skills which we just talked about, so first one is managing attention, the second one is developing sensitivity, and the third one is control of the state of relaxation and tension. So all these three skills enable us to master pranayama, pratyahara, and help us to proceed to meditation and to learn how to manage our mental processes by means of meditation.
Это причем универсальные ключи, которые могут применяться в любых направлениях йоги и любых системах саморазвития.
And these skills are universal keys which can be used in any yoga styles and any systems for self-development.
В йога-лам эти навыки являются базой для практики.
And in Yoga-Lam, these three skills are the very basis of our practice.
И они дают возможность эффективно практиковать асану, пранаяму, пратьяхару, перейти к медитативным практикам, научиться с их помощью управлять ментальными процессами.
And these skills enables us to practice asana effectively and master pranayama, pratyahara, and proceed to meditative practices, and to manage our psyche and mind.
Ну, на этом я заканчиваю свою вводную теоретическую часть о ключах и практике йоги и передаю слово Андрею Мищенко, с которым, который проведет для вас практику с теми технологиями, о которых я вам рассказывал. Благодарю вас за внимание. Всем удачи дальнейшего проведения конференции.
So here my introductory lecture about the keys to yoga is over, and I'm ready to hand the floor over to Andrei Mishenko, who will give you practice and will show you these techniques which we just talked about. And thank you for your attention. I wish you a fruitful conference and good luck to other speakers and masters. Thank you.
Grazie Andrei e grazie tante anche a Giulia.
Thank you so much, Andrei, but many thanks to Giulia too.
A vedervi così insieme ci fa tanto piacere ogni volta che vi vediamo.
To see you together, it's a so great pleasure. Every time we see you together, it's so a great pleasure.
Eravamo insieme in India, eravamo a Ujjain.
We were together in India, in Ujjain.
Dove abbiamo fatto una esperienza stupenda.
Where we had so incredible experience, wonderful experience together.
Ora andremo a introdurre il tuo collega dell'Ucraina.
And now we are going to introduce your colleague of Ukraine.
Siate uno dopo l'altro.
To be one after another.
E siete un esempio di yoga in ogni senso, perché siete l'esempio anche della unità, dell'unione, del rispetto.
You are the example of yoga in every way, because you are the example of yoga like a unit.
E personalmente sapete che mi date un piacere grande.
Personally, you have to know you are giving me a really great pleasure.
Bene, Unity in Diversity, questo è il nostro motto. Intanto è comparso il nostro caro Andrei Mishenko.
And now it's now with us Andrei Mishenko.
E volevo pregare la nostra cara e paziente Gabriella.
I want to please our patient Gabriella.
Di leggere qualche notizia anche su Mishenko.
To read some news about Mishenko.
Yes, with great pleasure. Andrei Mishenko G is from Ukraine. He started practicing yoga in 2008 for various health issues, against which classical allopathic medicine couldn't provide anything. Subsequently, a deep study of the systems of natural self-regulation and the application in practice became the main occupation in his life. In 2010, he began teaching in his hometown in Vinnytsia, Ukraine. Then he was teaching for several years in Moscow. Then in Poland. All this time, he felt that the practice was incomplete. So in 2016, in order to not to mislead people, he stopped teaching and began to deeply study Eastern practices such as Qigong, Taoism, and he realized that there is a huge difference between studying theory and putting it all into practice. Last year, he considered himself lucky to meet Andrei Nikolaevich Lobanov, who showed how it all works in practice, which allowed him to understand what yoga is from personal experience. Now he practices Yoga Lam, Raja Yoga, integrating the experience gained in practice into everyday life. Andrei claims, my understanding, my view on an interaction with the world have changed a lot. I've come to understand what a person is, what structures he consists of, and how to interact with these structures, with their subsequent management. Andrei Mishenko G will present a Yogasana session. The title is The Keys to Yoga, Managing Attention in the Physical Body. Thank you.
Grazie Andri di essere qui con noi.
Thank you so much, Andrea, to stay here with us.
E come sai, anche qui nella regia c'è una tua sorella,
As you know, in the directions, there is a sisters of you,
ucraina anche lei, che è qui che ci aiuta, si chiama
Ukraine,
Irina.
as you are. She is Irina.
Mi piacerebbe che aprisse la sua immagine perché tutti devono conoscere e sapere che qui nella regia abbiamo anche un'altra ucraina.
I would like she could open the images so you can see that here in the direction we have another Ukraine person.
Benissimo, grazie. E Andri, per favore, adesso fai pure la tua conferenza.
And so please, Andrei, now you can start your conference now.
Прежде всего, я приветствую всех мастеров и организаторов Yoga Beyond. Мне очень приятно, я очень рад быть частью этого большого события.
First of all, I'd like to greet all the organizers of this event and all the masters, and I'm happy to be a part of this event.
Итак, начнем практику.
So let's start the practice.
Давайте с вами реализуем на практике ту теорию, которой с нами поделился Андрей Lobanov.
So let's put the theory that Andrei Lobanov has just shared with us into practice.
Это начальный и очень важный этап практики в системе Йога-лам.
This is an important basic stage of Yoga-Lam practice.
Благодаря которому вы освоите основы медитации, пратьяхары, которая является главным инструментом йоги.
And these basics provide you a platform for mastering pratyahara and meditation, which is the main instrument of yoga.
Попробуйте управлять локальным и объемным вниманием.
We are going to try to manage local and volumetric attention.
Переключением из мыслительной деятельности на чувственную связь.
And to switch from thinking to feeling.
Почувствуйте, как в вашем физическом теле протекает энергия, и попробуйте ею управлять.
And you'll feel how energy flows in your body, and you'll try to control it.
Так как время у нас ограничено, давайте с вами начнем.
Our time is limited, so let's start.
Примите удобное для вас положение.
Find a comfortable position.
Легче это сделать лежа на полу.
It's easier to do this practice lying on the floor.
Со временем вы сможете это делать в любой асане. Также выполнение асан примет для вас совершенно другой смысл.
Later, you'll be able to do this work in any asana, and you'll discover totally new meaning of asana practice.
Ложитесь на спину.
Lie down on your back.
Расслабьте ваше тело.
Relax your body.
Мягко направьте ваше внимание на ощущение того, как ваше тело давит на пол.
And softly direct your attention to sensations and how your body is pressing the floor.
Почувствуйте контактные точки соприкосновения вашего тела с полом.
Feel the contact points where your body touches the floor.
Для того, чтобы усилить ваше присутствие в теле,
In order to increase your presence in your body,
давайте направим свое внимание на левую ногу.
direct your attention in your left leg.
Почувствуйте, как пятка левой ноги соприкасается с полом.
Feel how your left heel touches the floor.
Почувствуйте, как икра левой ноги давит на пол.
Feel how your left calf muscle is pressing the floor.
Почувствуйте, как левая ягодица давит на пол.
Feel your left buttock pressing the floor.
Почувствуйте вес левой ноги.
Feel the weight of your left leg.
Как расслабленные мышцы левой ноги вдавливаются в пол.
Feel relaxed muscles of your left leg pressing the floor.
Не думайте, чувствуете левую ногу и ее взаимодействие с полом.
Don't think, just feel your left leg and its interaction with the floor.
Давайте направим свое внимание на правую ногу.
And now let's direct our attention in the right leg.
Почувствуйте, как пятка правой ноги соприкасается с полом.
Feel the right heel touching the floor.
Почувствуйте, как икра правой ноги давит на пол.
Feel the right calf is pressing the floor.
Почувствуйте, как правая ягодица давит на пол.
Feel your right buttock pressing the floor.
Почувствуйте вес правой ноги,
Feel the weight of your right leg.
как расслабленные мышцы правой ноги вдавливаются в пол.
How its relaxed muscles are pressing in the floor.
Не думайте, просто чувствуйте правую ногу и ее взаимодействие с полом.
Don't think, just feel your right leg and its interaction with the floor.
Почувствуйте левую руку, как она давит на пол.
Then feel your left arm, how it's pressing the floor.
Почувствуйте правую руку, как она давит на пол.
Then your right arm and its pressure on the ground.
Теперь давайте почувствуем правую руку и левую ногу.
Now feel your right arm and left leg.
Создайте напряжение в левой ноге и правой руке.
And then create some tension in your left leg and right arm.
Напрягите все мышцы в руке и ноге. Удерживайте напряжение.
Tighten all muscles in your arm and leg and hold this tension for a while.
Сосредоточьтесь на ощущениях, что происходит в руке и ноге.
Focus on the sensations of what's going on in your arm and leg.
Сейчас вы туда направили энергию движения.
You have just directed the energy of movement there.
Сосредоточьте ваше внимание на ощущениях.
Concentrate your attention in sensations.
Как энергия движения заполняет вашу руку и ногу.
Feel how the energy of movement fills your arm and leg.
Везде ли она проходит, в руке и ноге?
Can you feel it in every part of your arm and leg?
Теперь расслабьте руку и ногу.
Now loosen the muscles of your arm and leg.
Сосредоточьтесь на остаточных ощущениях.
And focus on residual sensations.
Что осталось после движения?
What have remained after muscle contraction?
Просто чувствуйте, что происходит в руке и ноге.
Just feel what's going on in your arm and leg.
Почувствуйте левую руку и правую ногу.
Now feel your left arm and right leg.
Создайте напряжение в правой ноге и левой руке.
Create tension in the right leg and left arm.
Напрягите все мышцы в руке и ноге и удерживайте напряжение.
Tighten all the muscles in your arm and leg and hold this tension for a while.
Сосредоточьтесь на ощущении.
Focus on the sensations.
Что происходит в руке и ноге?
What's going on now in your arm and leg?
Почувствуйте, как создается энергия движения, как она наполняет руку и ногу.
Feel how the energy of movement is created and how it fills your arm and leg.
Сосредоточьтесь на ощущении. Не размышляйте, чувствуйте.
Concentrate on the sensations. Don't think, just feel.
Теперь расслабьте руку и ногу.
Now relax your arm and leg.
Сосредоточьтесь на остаточных ощущениях.
And focus on sensations.
Что осталось после движения?
What remains after muscle contraction?
Почувствуйте, как ваши пятки давят на пол.
Feel how your heels are pressing on the floor.
Постарайтесь не размышлять, а реально почувствовать давление от пола, которое приходит в пятки.
Try not to think, but really feel the pressure coming from the floor.
Постарайтесь развернуть область вашего восприятия до ощущения объема стопы.
Try to expand the area of perception and feel the volume of your foot.
Почувствуйте, как ваши икроножные мышцы соприкасаются с полом.
Feel your calf muscles touching the floor.
Происходит давление на мышцы. Почувствуйте его.
There's some pressure caused by this touch. Feel this pressure.
Постарайтесь развернуть область вашего восприятия до ощущения объема голени.
Try to expand your perception area and to feel the volume of your shins.
Переведите ваше внимание на ягодичные мышцы.
Transfer your attention to the gluteal muscles.
Почувствуйте, как ягодичные мышцы давят на пол.
And feel them pressing on the floor.
Разверните область вашего восприятия до ощущения объема таза.
Expand your perception area and feel all the volume of your pelvis.
Не пытайтесь размышлять или оценивать.
Don't try to think about it or analyze it.
Старайтесь держать область вашего восприятия в пространстве ощущений.
Try to keep your perception in the space of sensations.
Теперь плавно переведем наше внимание на грудной отдел спины и область лопаток.
Now move your attention softly to thoracic spine and shoulder blades area.
Почувствуйте, как область лопаток давит на пол.
Feel your shoulder blades pressing the floor.
Постепенно разверните ваше внимание до ощущения объема грудной клетки.
Gradually expand your attention and feel all the volume of the thoracic cage.
Постепенно переведите ваше внимание на затылок.
Then gradually transfer your attention to the back of your head
на ощущение того, как он давит на пол.
and focus on sensation of pressure from the floor.
Разверните ваше внимание до объема головы.
Expand your attention and feel the volume of your head.
Теперь давайте объединим все сигналы, ощущения, идущие от вашего тела, лежащего на полу, в один целостный объем.
Now unite all signals and sensations which you feel in your body in one integrated volume.
Воспринимаем одновременно ощущения, идущие от пяток, икр, ягодиц, грудного отдела спины, тылка в одно целое.
Feel all sensations coming from your heels, calf muscles, buttocks, thoracic spine, and the back of your head.
Расширим объем вашего восприятия до размера физического тела.
Expand the volume of your perception and include the whole body in this volume.
Старайтесь воспринимать тело как один чувственный объем.
Try to feel the whole your body as one sensorial volume.
Не размышляйте над ощущениями.
Don't think about these sensations.
Просто чувствуйте и принимайте то, как ваше тело лежит на полу.
Just feel and accept the way your body is lying on the floor.
Как объем вашего тела лежит на полу.
As the volume of your body is lying on the floor.
Будьте самим чувствованием.
Be the feeling itself.
Есть только ощущения. Будьте ими.
There are only sensations. Be those sensations.
Удерживая чувственную связь с вашим телом,
Keeping sensorial connection with the whole body.
выделяем в нем процесс дыхания.
Pay more attention to the breathing process.
Стараемся ощутить, как поток воздуха входит в ваши ноздри и как выходит из них.
Try to feel the flow of air coming in and out of your nostrils.
Почувствуйте, как воздух проходит через дыхательные пути.
Feel the air moving through the respiratory tract.
Расширяется грудная клетка.
And your thoracic space, your thoracic cage is expanding.
Как работает диафрагма.
Feel how your diaphragm is working.
Чувствуйте, как происходит процесс дыхания.
Feel the process of breathing.
Не старайтесь контролировать процесс дыхания.
Don't try to control this process.
Дыхание происходит естественно.
Breathe naturally.
Почувствуйте, как происходит процесс вдоха.
Now feel the inhalation process.
Как происходит процесс выдоха.
Feel the process of exhalation.
Уделите больше внимания процессу вдоха.
Now pay more attention to the inhalation process.
Почувствуйте, что происходит во время вдоха.
Feel what's going on as you inhale.
Как на вдохе происходит раскрытие, расширение, пробуждается активность.
Feel the process of opening and expansions and how activity awakens.
Чувствуйте, удерживайте внимание на ощущении.
Feel it. Keep your attention on sensation.
Теперь уделите больше внимания процессу выдоха.
Now pay more attention to the exhalation process.
Как во время выдоха происходит расслабление, опустошение.
Feel relaxation and emptying as you exhale.
Объедините процесс вдоха и выдоха.
Unite the process of inhalation and exhalation.
Вдох наполнение,
Inhalation is filling
выдох опустошение.
and exhalation is emptying.
Вдох творение,
Inhalation is creation
выдох растворение.
and exhalation is dissolution.
Почувствуйте объем вашего тела.
Feel the volume of your body.
Почувствуйте, как ваше тело давит на пол.
Feel your body pressing on the floor.
Удерживая в поле чувственного восприятия целостный объем вашего тела,
Keeping the whole volume of your body in your perception area.
выделите в нем область таза.
Highlight your pelvis. Pay more attention to this area.
Почувствуйте область соприкосновения вашего таза с полом.
Feel the area where your pelvis touches the floor.
Почувствуйте объем таза
Feel the volume of the pelvis.
и направьте ваше дыхание в область таза.
And direct your attention in the pelvic region.
При вдохе почувствуйте, как ваш таз наполняется активностью.
As you inhale, feel your pelvis filling with activity.
При выдохе опустошается.
And as you exhale, it's emptying out.
Удерживайте внимание на ощущениях, которые происходят в тазу и низу живота.
Keep your attention on the sensations in your pelvis and in the lower part of your abdomen.
Не думайте, не оценивайте, чувствуйте.
Don't think, don't evaluate, just feel.
Что происходит на вдохе?
What's going on inhalation?
Что происходит на выдохе?
What's going on when you exhale?
На вдохе раскрываем объем таза.
As you inhale, open the volume of pelvis.
Воспринимаем, как проявляется все его содержимое.
And perceive all its content.
На выдохе растворяем, опустошаем до состояния пустоты.
On exhalation, we dissolve this content until this area is empty.
На вдохе наполняем таз своим вниманием и энергией.
On inhalation, we fill the pelvis with attention and energy.
На выдохе опустошаем.
And on exhalation, we empty it.
Постепенно переводим внимание на область живота.
Slowly transfer your attention to the abdomen area.
От таза до области солнечного сплетения.
From pelvis to solar plexus.
Почувствуйте область поясницы, почек, низ грудного отдела спины.
Feel the area of loin, kidneys, lower part of thoracic spine.
Направьте ваше дыхание в это пространство.
Direct your attention in this area.
На вдохе наполняем область живота, поясницы своим вниманием, энергией.
As you inhale, fill the abdomen and loin region with your attention and energy.
Проявляем все содержимое, все ощущения.
Perceive all its content, all sensations.
На выдохе опустошаем.
And empty it on exhalation.
Теперь плавно переведите дыхание на область груди.
Slowly move your attention in the thoracic cage.
От солнечного сплетения до ключиц.
From solar plexus to shoulder girdles.
Почувствуйте ее объем.
Feel this volume.
Чувствуйте ее расширение на вдохе, как проявляется все ее содержимое.
Feel its expansion on inhalation and observe how all its content manifests.
На выдохе это все опустошаем до состояния пустоты.
As we inhale, we empty this volume.
На вдохе наполняем грудную клетку энергией, вниманием.
On inhalation, we fill thoracic cage with energy and attention,
С выдохом опустошаем.
and release it with exhalation.
Давайте с вами объединим ощущения из области таза, спины, груди в один объем.
Now let's unite sensations in pelvis and chest area in one volume.
На вдохе мы его расширяем, проявляем все его содержимое.
On inhalation, we expand it and manifest all its content.
На выдохе опустошаем, растворяем все то, что проявилось.
On exhalation, we empty it and dissolve everything that has appeared in this volume.
На вдохе наполняем весь воспринимаемый нами объем энергии и вниманием.
On inhalation, we fill the whole working volume with energy and attention,
С выдохом опустошаем.
and empty it with exhalation.
Теперь обратите внимание на область таза, как таз лежит на полу.
Now direct your attention to pelvic area, how your pelvis is placed on the floor,
Как ягодичные мышцы давят на пол.
how your buttocks are pressing on the floor.
Направьте свое дыхание в область таза.
Direct your breathing in pelvic area.
Выделите своим вниманием нижний отдел позвоночника.
Highlight with your attention the lower segment spine.
Почувствуйте его.
Feel it.
Направьте туда свое внимание.
Direct your attention there.
На вдохе постарайтесь почувствовать и раскрыть эту область.
On inhalation, try to feel and open this area.
На выдохе расслабить и опустошить.
On exhalation, relax and empty.
Почувствуйте область затылка, как она давит на пол.
Feel the back of your head, how it's pressing the floor.
Разверните ваше внимание до объема головы.
Expand your attention and feel the volume of your head.
Направьте туда свое дыхание и внимание.
Direct your breathing and attention in this area.
На вдохе проявите все содержимое объема головы.
On inhalation, manifest all the content of this area.
На выдохе опустошите, растворите.
On exhalation, empty and dissolve it.
Теперь выделяем две опорные точки – таз и затылок.
Now let's emphasize 2 points, pelvis and the back of the head.
Сосредоточьте на них свое внимание.
Focus on these points.
Их объединяет позвоночный столб. Постарайтесь почувствовать его.
The spine connects with bones. Try to feel it.
Направьте на него свое внимание, объединенное с дыханием.
Direct your attention, united with breathing, into the spine.
Создайте рабочий, чувственный объем внимания.
Create sensitive working volume of attention.
Почувствуйте, как на вдохе позвоночник удлиняется.
Feel how your spine extends on exhalation
На выдохе расслабляется.
and relaxes on exhalation.
Сосредоточьтесь на этом процессе.
Concentrate on this process.
Теперь почувствуйте, как во время вдоха позвоночник расширяется.
Now feel your spine expanding during inhalation.
С выдохом расслабляется, возвращается в естественное состояние.
And relaxes and turns into its natural state with exhalation.
Сохраняя чувственное соединение с позвоночником,
Keeping sensitive contact with the spine.
на вдохе наполняем позвоночник своим вниманием, энергией.
Fill it with attention and energy on inhalation.
На выдохе опустошаем.
And empty on exhalation.
Находитесь в пространстве чувств, не думайте.
Be present in your sensations. Don't think.
С очередным вдохом наполняем позвоночник вниманием, энергией.
On another inhalation, fill your spine with attention and energy.
Наблюдаем, как энергия с вашим вниманием из позвоночника начинает заполнять все ваше тело.
Watch this energy connected with your attention expands and starts to fill the whole body.
Как энергия заполняет позвоночник, грудную клетку, живот, таз.
It fills spine, thoracic cage, abdomen, pelvis.
Наполняются руки от плечей до ладоней.
Arms and hands are filled with it.
Наполняются ноги от таза до стоп.
It fills your legs from hips to feet.
С каждым вдохом наполняем все наше тело вниманием, энергией.
Fill all your body with energy and attention on every inhalation.
От позвоночника до пальцев рук и пальцев ног.
From the spine to the tips of your fingers and toes.
Создайте чувственный рабочий объем внимания, которым является все ваше тело со всем его содержимым.
Feel the working volume of attention, which is your whole body, with all its content.
На вдохе наполняем его чувственным вниманием, энергией.
Fill it with energy and attention on inhalation.
На выдохе опустошаем.
And empty on exhalation.
Почувствуйте ваше тело.
Feel your body.
Почувствуйте ваши стопы.
Feel your feet.
Почувствуйте ваши ладони.
Feel your palms.
Держите глаза закрытыми.
Keep your eyes closed.
Пошевелите пальцами ног.
Move your toes.
Пошевелите пальцами рук.
Move your fingers.
Почувствуйте поясницу.
Feel your loin.
Пошевелите тазом влево, вправо.
Move your pelvis, turn it to the right and to the left.
Со вдохом потяните руки за голову и растянитесь всем телом.
On inhalation, extend your arms over your head and stretch the whole body.
Ложимся на правый или левый бок.
Lie on the left or right side of your body.
Не открывая глаза.
Don't open your eyes.
Помогая себе руками, аккуратно садимся в вертикальное положение.
Close your eyes with help of your hands and sit.
Постепенно открываем глаза.
And slowly open your eyes.
Мы с вами бегло попробовали реализовать крошечный потенциал того, что может вам дать пратихара.
We just try to realize a small part of the potential which Pratyahara can give us.
Каждый аспект выполненной нами практики требует отдельного и углубленного рассмотрения и освоения.
And each aspect of the practice we just performed requires more detailed study and mastering.
В системе йога-лам каждому из этих аспектов уделено большое количество теории, подкрепленной и реализованной на практике.
And in Yoga Lam system, there's a lot of theoretical information about these aspects, and this theory is proved by practice and is implemented in practice.
Если у вас появится желание углубленно изучить пратихару,
And if you'd like to study Pratyahara deeply,
научиться управлять своим здоровьем, управлять своей энергией,
and learn how to manage your health and your energy,
мы с Андреем Лобановым организуем для вас отдельный углубленный семинар.
Andrei Lobanov and I are ready to organize an advanced seminar for you.
Благодарю вас за внимание.
Thank you for your attention.
Oh, thank you, grazie Andrei, grazie, bellissimo, bello l'intervento di Andrei, bello il tuo, e così chiudiamo la mattinata con bellezza.
So thank you very much for your interview, and thank you for your coming and for the before of Andrew. And so we close the morning in beauty.
Benissimo, volevo ringraziare Giulia per il suo supporto anche che ha offerto anche a Andrei.
I want to say thank you twice to Giulia, even for the support she gave to Andrei too.
Quindi grazie Giulia, grazie dal cuore.
Thank you from my heart, Giulia.
Chiudiamo la mattinata, ora facciamo una pausa per poterci rifocillare e per mangiare.
Now we are closing the morning, we are doing a break to have a lunch.
Noi riprendiamo alle ore 14, cioè alle 2 p.m.
And we'll start again at 2 p.m.
con Javier Ortiz
with Javier Ortiz
Cabrejos dal Perù.
From Peru.
Buon pranzo, grazie di aver assistito fino ad ora con pazienza a tutte queste meravigliose conferenze.
Have a nice lunchtime now, and thank you for your patience to have assisted to our wonderful conferences.
Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimai Dhyo Yo Naha Prachodayat. Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimai Dhyo Yo Naha Prachodayat. Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimai Dhyo Yo Naha Prachodayat. Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimai Dhyo Yo Naha Prachodayat. Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimai Dhyo Yo Naha Prachodayat. Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimai Dhyo Yo Naha Prachodayat. Devi Sarvabhutesu Matradupanna Sansita Namastasya 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 Namo Namah Devi Sarvabhutesu Matrarupana Samsita Namastasye 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 Namo Devi Sarvabhutesu Matrarupana Samsita Namastasye Devi Sarvabhutesu Matrarupana Samsita Namastasye 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 Namo Namah Devi Sarvabhutesu Matrarupana Samsita Namastasye, 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 Namo Namah. 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 Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimai Dhyo Yo Naha Prachodayat. Swaha Tatsavituvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimai Dhyo Yo Naha Prachodayat. Saviturvarenyam 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 Bhargo Devasya Dhimai Dhyo Yo Naha Prachodayat. Sarvabhutesu Matrarupana Sansita Namastasya 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 Namo Namah Ya Devi Sarvabhutesu Matrarupana Sansita Namastasye 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 Namo Sarvabhutesu Makarupana Sansita Namastasye 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 Namo Namah Yadevi Sarvabhutesu Makarupana Sansita Namastasye, 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 Namo Namah. 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 Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimam Dhyo Yo Naha Prachodaya Om Bhurбhuvah Swaha Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimai Dhyo Yo Naha Prachodaya Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimai Yo Yo Naha Prachodayat.
The European Yoga Federation was founded 15 years ago. Since then, our motto is unity in diversity. Please listen to the main key points.
Connect, bringing together European yoga teachers and establishing delegates and representatives for each country, considering the social differences in various countries and support the needs, equality regardless of gender, origin, sexual orientation, social class and religion, overcoming dogmatism, fundamentalism to promote universal understanding.
Promote, encouraging a yogic lifestyle and a holistic approach to life as a tool for physical and mental wellness, a more spiritually elevated, peaceful, happy and physically fit society.
Integrate and unify, integrating science and the art of yogic living, modern knowledges with ancient wisdoms for betterment of the world and global development. Recognizing, accepting and integrating the many different paths that lead to the same final goal, making sure that yoga will maintain its original purpose. Namaste.
Provide study of secular knowledge, philosophy and ancient text, Bhagavad Gita, Yoga Sutra and Veda. Study of techniques, modern developments in teaching techniques, incorporating scientific findings in medicine, psychology, etc. To guarantee a certain standard, an established graduation system to provide a minimum standard for yoga teachers training.
The European Yoga Federation wants to gather everyone who wants to be operative toward the good direction of love and diffusion of a discipline like yoga that's taught to all of us the way to peace.
Ben ritrovati nell'amore e nella gioia di vivere.
Welcome back in joy and life and love. Enjoy your living.
Io e Amrit Dev, la interprete che è vicino a me oggi,
Me and Amrit Dev, a translator who is next to me today,
vi diamo il benvenuto
welcome you.
E iniziamo immediatamente con un pomeriggio che sarà ricco di tante meravigliose conferenze come la mattinata.
And we start immediately with the so rich afternoon that will be as much more richer than the morning.
Do il benvenuto a un ospite che addirittura arriva o comunque è presente, ma è peruviano.
I welcome a guest who is present, but he comes from Peru.
Javier Ortiz Cabrejos.
Javier Ortiz Cabrejos.
E prego Gabriella, come al solito, di darci qualche notizia su di lui.
And please, Gabriella, give some news about him.
Yes. Javier G started practicing yogasanas at a very early stage. Today, he is a teacher of transcendental meditation and president of the Maharishi Institute of Vedic Science and Technology of Peru. He holds a postgrad degree in Vedic architecture from the Maharishi European Research University in the Netherlands and India, and has a postgraduate degree in architecture and sustainable urbanism from the University of Salamanca in Spain. As a speaker on human development issues, he has lectured at universities and institutions in more than 30 countries. He has developed educational projects introducing meditation and yoga in universities and schools in Brazil, in Colombia, and Peru. He led a project started in 1998 teaching transcendental meditation, TM City, and yogasanas in more than 85 schools in Peru, where this technique have been taught to more than 65,000 students. Javier G is also a poet and has always been related to the experience of the self since his young age. In 1998, he received the World Medal of Merit from the Maharishi University of Management in the Netherlands from Maharishi Mahesh Yogi himself for his work creating meditation coherence groups in Peruvian school. And in that same year, the Ricardo Palma University of Peru awarded him with the 30th anniversary medal for being an outstanding alumnus and a reference person for the university community. As a researcher, he has inspired and authored papers published at the Journal of Indian Psychology, Journal of Latinos and Education, Journal Education from Catholic University from Peru, and others. Javier G will have a lecture on the yoga on the house. The yoga on the house.
Please, Javier, will be a pleasure to hear you. Please.
Per favore, Javier, sarà un piacere ascoltarti.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I am very glad to be again in the BeYoga Beyond Symposium organized by the European Yoga Federation. And I am very happy and grateful for you for this invitation. Now, if it's possible, I would like to share my screen, please.
Yes. Co-organizzatore.
Great. We are doing this presentation about the yoga of the house at the name of the Institute of Vedic Architecture and City Planning from Latin America. We are going to speak about the yoga of the house. Usually we don't link very much these terms, but first we need to let to know everyone what's yoga and what's a house. When we refer to yoga, we refer to the meaning of the word of yoga, that means union, refers to unity consciousness, to harmony, to enlightenment, the feeling of happiness and bliss, and to be established in the self, in your own self. When we speak about the house, we speak about the home, the warmth to be together, the family together, feeling safe, happiness that comes from living together with all of our family, growth and prosperity, and the feeling to be established in our own life from where we can spread all our intelligence and creativity all around. When we refer to the word yoga, we should start by the definition of yoga that is given by Maharishi Vyasa in the in his Yoga Sutra Bhashya from the first commentary that he's giving from the Yoga Sutra, no? And he said there, yoga samadhi. Yoga is samadhi. Yoga is the samadhi state. And he continues saying, yoga is the stage in which we are aware that consciousness permeates all that there is. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, in the 11th chapter, says, Parohi yogo manasaha samadhi. That means the supreme transcendental yoga is when the mind is in samadhi. And Veda Vyasa in the Mahabharata says, without living in the yoga state, happiness is not possible. Maharishi Patanjali, in his second Yoga Sutra, in the first chapter, says, Yoga chitta vritti nirodha, that we can translate as yoga is the state, it's when consciousness is silent, without movement, when all their fluctuations are in calm. And what is samadhi? Maharishi Patanjali, in the third chapter, in the third sutra, says, when only the essence of or pure consciousness shines forth in the mind, as if devoided even of its own form, devoid of thought, that state of deep absorption is called samadhi. So this state of samadhi is a state of consciousness when consciousness is knowing itself. And a great architect from Finland that was living in USA was referring also about consciousness. He said, everything is consciousness. In this resides the secret of how we are made. Know it. You can reach the ability to build the universe from knowing a simple leaf of grass. And Max Planck, the father of the modern physics, says, I consider consciousness as fundamental. Matter is a derivation of consciousness. So what is consciousness? Consciousness is the basic element of creation, is the only element of creation. Consciousness is living, vibrant, pure intelligence. Consciousness is perception, perceiving itself. Consciousness is all there is, says Dr. Tony Nader Maharaj Adiraj Rajaram. And Maharishi Mahesh Yogi says, consciousness is primary, says everything that is physical in the universe is consciousness. And he continues, consciousness is that one element in nature on the ground of which the infinite variety of creation is continuously emerging, growing, and dissolving. So everything is consciousness. The Rig-Veda in the sixth mandala says, all forms in the universe are an image of the self. And the Vastu Sutra Upanishad in the second chapter says, Yatha Brahmavidya Tata Rupa Prakya. That means the real knowledge of the form brings Brahmavidya, the complete knowledge of Brahman, the totality. So knowing all this, of course, we can conclude that if we want to create a form, that form should be established in the self, established in consciousness, the architecture of consciousness or consciousness-based architecture. When we see this chart, for example, we see in the bottom of the chart this blue area that is the unified field, or pure consciousness. From this unified field, or from this pure consciousness, the main elements of creation starts to come up when this supersymmetry is breaking out, and comes out the fields of form, the fields of energy, and the fields of matter. And these fields, when they combine between themselves, creates all what is in the universe. As it is happening, described by physics, we can say that this is happening also in architecture. We have the three main areas of architecture that are the function, form, and structure that comes out from this unified field. And from that comes the house, and comes all the cities, all what is created by the human mind. So, as a lake brings water to the river and water to the ocean through the river, no? And the lake is water. So the same creations from the unified field or from pure consciousness are pure consciousness. So architecture and our cities are also pure consciousness. All aspects of architecture or Vastu emerge from the unified field, from pure consciousness, the unity of time and space. Sthapatya Ved is Vedic architecture in harmony with natural law. The Sanskrit word sthapan means to establish, and Veda means knowledge of natural law. Sthapatya Ved then is the Vedic knowledge to establish consciousness first in yourself. That means the state of yoga, as was described by Maharishi Vedavyasa. Is the Vedic knowledge to establish the consciousness of the perception that all that there is consciousness. Is the Vedic knowledge that gives the procedures and techniques to establish all kinds of human creations, architectural and urban spaces based in consciousness according with natural law. Sthapatya Ved then is the architecture of consciousness. The purpose of the house then is to give happiness, growth, prosperity, protection, love. The purpose of house is to establish the state of yoga and samadhi in the people that's living in that house. The purpose of the house is to establish higher state of consciousness, enlightenment in every person that's living in the house. So enlightenment, higher states of consciousness just mean the natural state of happiness, of prosperity, of growth, of love that everybody should be living. So our houses have the power to give us these qualities of life, of enlightenment, happiness, and growth, if they are built according with natural law, according with consciousness. But when our houses are not built according with these laws of nature, then our houses becomes our own stone to don't arrive to our goals, to don't feel happiness, to don't give that final step to enlightenment, to samadhi. So our houses can help us to reach the state of yoga, or could be a difficulty to reach that state. From cosmic structures to individual structures, all are natural law based. Cosmic structure, global structure, and individual structures are structured according with natural law, the laws that comes from the knowledge of Vastu or Sthapatya Ved. All the knowledge of Sthapatya Ved is in The main Vedic texts as Manasara, Vastu Shastra, Mayamata, Vastu Shastra, Brihad Samhita, Samarangam Sutradhar, Vishvakarma Vastu Shastra, Shilparatna, Manushalaya Chandrika, and the Vastu Sutra Upanishad. Maharishi Mahesh Yogi was the revival of this knowledge, who introduced transcendental meditation 50 years ago and opened the gates of enlightenment to millions of people. The main principles of this Vedic architecture, Sthapatya Ved, is proper orientation, proper placement of the activities and rooms according with solar and cosmic influences, right proportions, and the center of life, the Brahma Sthan. Health, happiness, and fortune are all influenced by the orientation of buildings. One of the main principles of Vedic architecture is the orientation, with the reference to the sun, that means towards east, and with reference to the earth, to north and south poles, east and west, so in a cardinal proportions. The strongest influence of natural law comes from the sun. The brain cells are firing according with recent research in neuroscience, according with the orientation. When we are facing east, the firing patterns of neurons in thalamus of the brain are altered by the direction one is facing, thus influencing the entire brain functioning and the whole physiology. Our brain functions as a magnet, as a compass, and billions of magnets in the brain make it sensitive to orientation. So when we are facing east, the main orientation from where the sun is coming out, that is more healthy for the function of our brain and for the function of our own thoughts. Different directions according with Sthapatya Ved are given different influences. For example, it's very auspicious when we have the entrance from the east, when our building is facing east. This gives influence of enlightenment, affluence, and fulfillment. When our building, our house, is facing north, this gives influence of prosperity and happiness. All other directions are not recommended by the Shastras, and the south entrance could have even destructive influences of problems and suffering. Doctors practicing Maharishi Vedic health are guiding by one saying from the Astanga Sangraha Sutra Sthanam that says that what should not live even one day in a building that is not according with Vastu. The house should be so designed that the different energies of the sun correspond to the specific functions and activities for each room, when natural law always supports every aspect of our daily activity. So the placement of the rooms are according with the different energies of the sun from when it's coming around the sky, the heaven, no? So if we have an east entrance getting the good energy from the sun, from the sunrise, the northeast area should be used for meditation or for worship, the north area for study, the northwest area for a guest room, the west area for a living room, the southwest area for a master bedroom, the south area for a dining, and the southeast for a kitchen. In the center, we have the Brahmastan, that should be an open area, a whole and empty space that can organize the whole of the space of all the house. People should know that misfortune and disease arise from lack of proper orientation of the house in which they live and work. Also, the proportions of the house are very important. They are very specifically calculated by the people that's going to live there, according with specific formulas that allow the architect to calculate how are going to be the proportions of the house according with that person. Design principles based in orientation and symmetry establish that when the building is auspiciously established in its garden, vast to perfect orientation plot, it becomes a real fortune-creating home, always blessing its inhabitants with perfect health, wealth, and wisdom. The outer proportions of the Vastu buildings in terms of length, height, and width, and its auspicious dimension and symmetry are designed and calculated according with cosmic formulas stated in the ancient Vedic text, creating symmetry and order not just in the building but in the life of the people that's living there. Continued violation of natural law day after day, year after year, through incorrect orientation and placement brings results of widespread hazards of architecture. Between these hazards of architecture, we have that this comes from inauspicious quality of the site, inauspicious slope or shape, inauspicious position of water bodies, as well and other environmental factors. Wrongly placed entrance may contribute to inauspicious and negative influence, anger, aggression, constant fear, poverty, lack of vitality and success, and chronic diseases. When we have an auspicious Vastu that promotes positive evolutionary influence, buildings without auspicious Vastu could produce negative effects. So Stapatya is the knowledge to establish our consciousness first in ourselves, the state of yoga. In the Vedic knowledge is the Vedic knowledge to establish the consciousness of perception, that all that there is consciousness. Is the Vedic knowledge that gives the procedures and techniques to establish all kinds of human creations, architectural and urban spaces based in consciousness according with natural law. Some studies have shown that when people live and works in these kind of buildings, they report improvements in general well-being, quality of sleep, energy, relaxation level, dietary habits, happiness, mental clarity, and efficiency. Some of these studies we are going to see now. For example, this study shows when one wants to organize a jigsaw puzzle, it's shown that when you are facing the east, you can solve faster, quicker, and better puzzle and also in the north and in the south and west directions. If you are facing that, when you are solving the puzzle, then you're taking more time. So the brain is functioning better when we are facing east and north. This is another research study that shows that when the people is living in Vastu homes, they feel 88% more happier. They are 68% healthier, and the students are 45% better in the school performance. At the level of success, we can see that 92% of the people living in Vastu houses are feeling overall success. They feel that 75% of the relationship are improving. They feel also almost a 70% improvement in their profession and almost 70% improvement in their wealth. This is another study that shows that family relations improve almost in 80%, fulfillment of the goals improving more than 80%. The feeling of comfort and happiness in their home are of more than 90%, and the quality of life improves in more than 90% too. The mental health also improves in more than 80%, the physical health in around 70%, the better sleep in 60%, and less stress in 85%. Also, creativity improves, as we see in this study that shows that verbal originality and figural originality improves when the people is living in Vastu homes. And you can ask yourself that if this orientation and position of the house and placement of the rooms can vary from the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. And we have made a study that was published in a very important architectural journal about the sunlight orientation in Vedic architecture and the hemispheric effects. And that shows that you are having the same kind of effect if you are having a proper oriented house, if you are living in the northern hemisphere or in the southern hemisphere. In the northern hemisphere, for example, 88% feel more successful, and in the southern hemisphere, 85%, so almost same. More wealth, 56% in the northern hemisphere and 48% in the southern hemisphere. More professional development, 55% in both hemispheres. Better decisions, 22% better in the northern hemisphere, 27% better in the southern hemisphere, as well in the improvement of creativity. In quality of life, also we see in different areas how in northern hemisphere and in southern hemisphere were almost the same good effects. So everyone should live in a building with an ideal Vastu design. Now we will see some examples of Vastu houses. This is in Maharishi's Vedic city in Iowa, in USA, several examples of houses. This is in Garden Village in Redlesham, in UK, no? Different designs there in England. This is Maharishi European Research University in Vlodrop in Holland. Is the Vastu plan for the whole development of the area. This is a meditation center in Kentucky, USA. Another meditation center in Germany. This is a house, a Vastu house in Germany, looking from up, no? And here some fortune-creating homes, as are called, no? And buildings, some ones from the portfolio of the European houses. This is another example of a European house. These are another Vastu home. And we have seen some big houses. Now we will see some smaller houses, as this one in Finland. this one in Ukraine, this one in Greece is just 80 square meters. And this one in Sweden, that is just a pavilion of 15 square meters, a meditation and yoga area in the house built with the proportions of Maharishi Stapatyavet. Now we will see some of the houses and designs in Latin America made by our office. This is a Vastu plan outside Lima, the Peruvian capital. Here is a community, Vastu community for 500 houses. This is one of the houses. As you may see, all the area is very arid. Lima is the second largest city in the world in a desert. So we have a very arid landscape. This is another condominium for 1,000 plots of 1,000 square meters. Is the first ecological condominium. All the green areas that we are seeing here are cultivated, no?
Javier.
Yes?
Yeah, sorry, because it's so interesting. But you know...
Just 2 minutes more, please, or 1 minute?
2 minutes, 1 minute. Okay.
Okay. Then this is the plan for all this city, ecological city. We can see the plan from the sky. This is some years ago. You can see all the areas from this development for 1,000 homes. And this some few more designs. This is a meditation center. This is the process of building of the meditation center in this area of the city. This is another home outside Lima. This is in Bogota. This one is in Chile. This one is in Mexico. This one is in Brazil. This one is in Argentina. So we can see that the purpose of the house is to give happiness, growth, prosperity, protection, and love. To establish the state of yoga and samadhi, to establish higher state of consciousness, enlightenment. And through our institute, we give different services as site evaluation, building, house pre-design, master city planning. And here we have the contacts for in Latin America and in Europe, our website maharshivastu.org for more information. Thank you very much, Swami G, and thank you very much to the European Federation of Yoga.
Grazie mille, guarda, era veramente una presentazione veramente bella.
Thank you. It was really an interesting presentation.
Molto professionale.
Very professional.
Grazie mille.
Thank you so much.
See you next time.
Arrivederci la prossima volta.
Benissimo.
Thank you very much. Namaste.
Sorry per limitarti un attimo, ma...
Sorry for limiting you.
Sorry.
We feel perfect. Thank you.
Allora passiamo adesso al prossimo. Il prossimo viene dalla Francia.
Yeah, going to the next one, coming from France.
Un nostro caro amico da tanto tempo.
An old-time friend.
Ed è André Riel.
André Riel.
Diciamo subito a Gabriella di dirci qualche cosa, qualche notizia su André.
And now immediately, Gabriella, tell us something about André.
Yes, of course. So Yogi André G practices yoga since the age of 11. By the age of 24, he first stayed in a monastery in the Himalayas before wandering along the roads of India, meeting many traditional masters studying very specific teachings from classical as well as tantric yoga practices. He met with Kashmiri Babu, a wandering ascetic from the Shaiva tradition, when he underwent a deep study retreat into the spiritual test. Also very touched by his meetings with J. Krishnamurti and Sri Ananda Mahima, he studied two other important aspects of the inner path related to these two great instructors, that is, discrimination and relationship. It is the final encounter with the Chandra Swami, an ascetic from the Brahmanic lineage of the Udasin, which will give a full sense to all the teaching studied before. Back to France, he studied several years the art of teaching yoga through the points of view of 4 different schools: Swami Shivananda, Lucien Ferrer, Yoga of Energy, Neil Hautov, and Sri T.K.V. Desikachar, before becoming himself a teacher. He is currently in charge of Tomapa, a yogi study center in South France, Prana Bindu, a yoga retreat center for long-time study sessions in Ujjain, Madhya Pradesh, Central India, and 7 Nidra yoga training schools in Luxembourg, Germany, Holland, Finland, Morocco, Switzerland, Romania, and France. André Rielgi will give a lecture on mantra yoga.
Please, André, please. We can see you perfectly.
Possiamo vederti benissimo.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. As you just heard, the final guru I've been in contact with is called Chandra Swami from the Udasin lineage, which there are not so many Brahmanic lineages in India. I know him for the past 46 years. He's been a guide, not only into the sadhana, the practice, but also within my whole life. I received a message this morning that he is dying. Which is a big, it's a big thing into, oh, sorry, there is something I ask you. Well, it doesn't matter. It's a big thing when the guru passes away after 46 years of relationship. I know the topic I'm here for is about mantra. And there is a link in between this relationship with this man and mantra. The link is a little strange, as since long ago, this man, his name is Chandra Swami. So there was another Chandra Swami who went into troubles with politics and police. It is not the same one. So this Chandra Swami has been all his life attracted by silence. And he was living, he lived all his life, when I met him, 2 months in summer in silence and 4 months in winter in silence, until he decided to take a silent vow that he maintained for 33 years. So we didn't hear his voice for 33 years. And the relation with mantra is that we could say, and that would be very clear, that the main goal of mantra is silence. Generally, we understand mantra as a formula or something which is repeated most of the time very mechanically. And something that was very much insisted upon is mantra is not something to mainly repeat. It is something to listen. So using a mantra means listening. Not, of course, being active. There is a part of the mind, we could say the concentration is repeating, which can become, once again, very automatic. That is just like a machine. But there is another side, we could call it contemplation side, which is listening. One etymology of this word, mantra, man comes from a root word that you find in many people who have gone through yoga. They've heard about this, manas, mind, to make it short. And tra, as it is, when it is a suffix in a word, at the end of the word, means to protect. So mantra can be understood as etymologically protecting the mind. And what we have to understand from this definition is that protecting the mind means to put it in a quality of quietness or silence. That's what it is about. When we repeat a formula, there is something that has not very much been spread when it is done, let's say, traditionally. First of all, before receiving a formula, mantra, there is a big responsibility from let's say, the teacher. And most of the time, it requires a long time of relationship in between the student and the teacher before receiving a mantra. Just before, you have heard Javier, who is a very old friend of mine. I taught in many, many countries, including Peru, and he came to my classes. And Javier comes from this movement that was stated by this Maharishi Mahesh yogi, transcendental meditation, where in the 70s, 80s, you could buy a mantra, just paying. And it was quite expensive. And I remember visiting the headquarters of this Maharishi Mahesh yogi in Rishikesh and talking with one of the instructors. We had a quite deep discussion, and at the end he said, please come into our movement and you will teach mantra. I was so surprised. I said, what are you talking about? I am not part of your movement. I haven't practiced your exercises. and you want me to be an instructor? And so that was a new way invented by Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. But there are some other ways where before receiving the mantra, it requires a long relation, a longer, most of the time, several years of relationship with the guru. And the mantra is whispered in your ear, right here, most of the time. And through this whispering, there is, of course, something very practical. Some words. But what is received is something very difficult to define and explain. In English, we are very poor with words. We have this word, energy. I like to call it energy. Energy that comes from inside and that goes inside. So there is something that is transmitted, which is not about the words. And for receiving it, you really must be listening deeply. And the reason why you cannot buy or you cannot ask for a mantra is because it requires a deep, deep, deep state of listening. And until the teacher perceives that there is enough listening quality into the shishya, into the disciple, there will not be any transmission. Never. Now, once you receive the mantra, which is once again, there is a formal side, words, and there is a non-formal side, which is very difficult to explain. And the repetition is a way for bringing together form and formless sides. Or we could say that for the materialistic side of life, to listen, to perceive the subtle side of life. And I remember, even if my guru is today dying, I remember whenever somebody asked, when he asked, for somebody to come for receiving a mantra, he would give a pre-mantra. And after meeting him, he started doing this, giving pre-mantra. Pre-mantra was, at the beginning, it was to write one mantra on a notebook 10,000 times. And then 3 years, he came to 100,000 times. And then to 1 million. And 2 years ago, it was 10 millions. So you had to write on a notebook 10 million times. And after this, when it was finished, you had to bring him the notebook And then maybe it was not guaranteed. You would receive the final mantra. What I can say with this is it is as if the very perception of unity embodied into some person, this unity slides down within the body cells when you receive the mantra. And then you have to be kind of pregnant. You have to live a pregnancy. That is, this perception of unity will grow. It will work only if the seed that has been translated at the same time with the words, if the seed can grow, that is, if your body matter is fertile enough. It's like a land when you plant whatever seed, and a plant might grow or a tree might grow, but the land has to be cultivated. And the cultivation is with two parts. One part has to do with practice, and the other part has to do with love. What we receive with the mantra is an extraordinary dimension of love, which is too big when we receive it. And the practice will make this love grow. The relationship is very important, very, very important. In the West, we are very, very poor with spiritual relationship, and we are very afraid of it. In some countries, like the one I am here, they call it France. Gurus are considered to be like rascals. That's what the word is used for, saying somebody who is a rascal. Into the traditional lineages, something which is forgotten is that it's only a love story. It's only that. The instructor hears or perceives deeper than what the shishya, the student, perceives. But the instructor never, 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 never pushes, never says, you should do this or that. Never. Only when the student is asking for more clarity, then the instructor would say, will point different directions. And the student is always free, absolutely free. This is what is very strange into the relationship It's a relationship of deep love where both of lovers are completely free. And mantra is like something in between these two persons, and it carries, it enhances, it develops this love only. Sometimes the love is so big that we feel completely overwhelmed because it cannot be contained into the body or into the psychological aspect. That's too big. And then there is this very unusual perception that we don't have to love. We are not able to love. What comes is that we are love. And it is completely non-personal. When this is considered to be touched by the teacher, by the instructor, by the guru, then the guru will tell the disciple, now it's time for you to teach. It's very different from what we understand generally in the West, because we understand this thing that we call yoga as exercises and practices. It's a very, very, very new point of view. It's always been about a state where there is no fragmentation. That state itself brings an extraordinary silence in the mind, and not the opposite. Very often people think that they have to become silent in the mind so that unity will be perceived. It doesn't work this way at all. And an extraordinary, wide sense of love. When the teacher, the master, the guru, the instructor considers that the student, the disciple, has perceived several times that quality of complete silence and extraordinary love, then from that moment, he will tell him, says, now it's time for you to teach, not before. Transmission is very important because we all have noticed that ordinary human life is a drama. There's nothing new happening today on the world. It has always been like that. And the question has been put since centuries, maybe millennia. Is it possible to end that completely stupid way of life? Is it possible to stop being stupid? That is, developing conflicts, which ends in, some of them, they end in war. But this is just the big hand. But in ordinary, very ordinary daily life, is it possible to stop being stupid? And when the answer is yes, everyone say, how? How can I be less stupid? How can I bring less suffering? Most of the time it is, how could I myself less suffer? Which is again something stupid. It is about how could we end fragmentation? How could we end tensions? How could we end suffering? And there is something very uneasy for us to accept. It is that the opening door to that ending is surrendering. That is, to stop being identified with social position, the clothes that we wear, the name, family, just to surrender to this, to stop to identify with this. So this is what all the teaching I've said is, what you are, what we are, is not an image, is not a name. What we are is clarity and deep affection, and nothing else. Mantra is receiving clarity and extraordinary love. And once again, it is like a seed. The growing of that seed is discovering a very clear state of the mind where there is no more confusion. A whole personal wishes and desires, there are no more. And also on the second part, but they go together. We could call the first part intelligence, clarity of the mind. And the second, which has to do once again with love. Today, as my master is dying, I just received a message this few hours ago. We are just perceiving this extraordinary quality of being that is no more limited by a body, by a form. So it's only about formless. So mantra is about this. It's about receiving and developing clarity and big love. That's all. That's what it is about.
Andrei?
I wish you a very nice day and that this seminar can give you openings. Thank you.
È sempre così interessante e piacevole ascoltarti,
It's
Andrea.
always too interesting to listen to you and pleasant
Grazie di questa bella presentazione
Thank you for your beautiful presentation.
e grazie per averla presentata con tanta presenza della sua anima.
And to have proposed us with a soul, full presence of your soul.
Ora vi offriamo una piccolissima pausa, un momento bello.
And now we are offering you a small break, really beautiful break.
3 minuti di musica.
3 minutes of music.
Ascoltiamo.
Listen to.
stupendo, è letteralmente stupendo.
Literally, it's wonderful.
Immagini bellissime, un video che
Beautiful images.
vi ho voluto riproporre delle immagini che abbiamo fatto passare l'anno scorso.
I wanted to propose to you another time the image that I make you see last year
Per rendere la nostra anima più leggera,
to make our soul lighter
passare al prossimo relatore che viene dalla Romania,
and go to the next relator that comes from Romania.
che si chiama Cosmin,
The name is Cosmin.
rappresenta la Romania nella Federazione Europea.
He is in the European Federation representant and
Scusami Cosmin che ho ritardato 3 o 4 minuti.
sorry for the delay, Cosmin.
3 o 4 minuti erano.
Oh, these three
No
or
problem.
Ok.
There is no time, there is no space in yoga world, no?
Gabriella,
Yes.
parlaci di Cosmin.
Yes,
Gabriella,
pleasure.
tell us something about Cosmin.
Cosmin Konstantin Kobut G. Since childhood, he was in contact with deep and intense spiritual experiences, and he was naturally attracted by exploring the sacred, religious, and deep aspects of life. After more than 20 years dedicated to performance sports, he came in contact with yoga and meditation in 2010. He began studying and practicing yoga, Ayurveda, and Tantra in India, Brazil, France, along with different masters like Dr. Rudre Ribeiro Jr., Swami Narayanananda, Ayurveda Saraswati, Dr. Munilai Maurya, Yogi Kamal, Yogi Sunil Sharma, Usha Devi. In 2017, he met Andrew Rail, and along with Andrew G, he begins the exploration of different aspects of life, psycho and consciousness through Nidra Yoga, Mantra Yoga, Prana Kriya, Tantra, and other practices of the ascetic world and of the Udasin, Nath, and Kashmir Shaivism lineages. Since 2022, he is representing Romania in the European Yoga Federation and other yoga, Ayurveda, and spiritual organizations around the world. In 2023, he was initiated into Shakti Path tradition by Swami Nardananand in Siddha Ashram, Ujjain. In his daily life, his father, husband, and leader of a small business in Europe linked with well-being therapy and education. Cosmin Konstantin Kobut G will give a lecture on Nidra Yoga is not about sleep.
Please.
Thank you very much. I'm good hearable. Everybody can hear me. It's okay, the volume or?
It's okay. Everything is okay.
Va tutto bene.
Perfect. Thank you. So thank you for the introduction, and I'm really glad that my lecture is coming after the Andre, my teacher's lecture, because I was listening to him, and it's a special day. Also, it's Mahashivaratri today, and I'm really glad that we gathered together here and we have the chance to share our ideas. I want to go directly to my lecture title and subject about Nidra Yoga. Since I met Andre Riel, I discovered something which is very deep and which has moved a lot of things into my life, because this is one important aspect of yoga, to be practiced and to be part of our life, and to be shared after is experienced through the experience, because you can see many aspects of yoga today, like Andre said, this asana, very famous asana yoga and so on, short courses like 2 weeks or 1 weekend, and it's not very healthy to go to a weekend course and after Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday to share it with your students. You have to practice it for a long, very, very long time. Like Andre said about mantra, you have to written to receive it and to written and to practice that mantra. So to continue a little bit, because my lecture is without talking with Andre, is very connected with what he has talked. First of all, we can see this marketing with asana yoga and so on, and this famous movement of asana yoga around the world, which is not very, very healthy for our spiritual, let's say, environment. And I want to go a little bit deeper into the Nidra subject. We can find different kind of, let's say, meditations, like recordings on social media, YouTube, and so on. And this practice is called Yoga Nidra. And the first mention which I want to make it is that, like is Raj Yoga, like Ashtanga Yoga, like many other yogas, like Karma Yoga and so on, it's better to spell it correctly. First is Nidra and then is Yoga. So it's very important to understand that the mantra, the vibration of what you practice is very important. And if you're not the pronunciation and the vibration of the word of what you practice is not spelled correctly in the correct order, and I will explain you why this is the correct order, it's a little bit missing something very important into your practice. So this Nidra, what is Nidra? What is the path? Hello, Andre. Why is it important to not call it Yoga Nidra and to call it Nidra Yoga? Because the state of this exploration is after the exploration. So the exploration is the Nidra. The path of the exploration is the Nidra itself. And the state, the experience of the exploration is the state of yoga. So we can find on the internet that is everywhere is Yoga Nidra, or this kind of combination of words, but we have to have in our minds, and we have to find an opening to share it in correct spelling. It's Nidra Yoga. First is Nidra and then is Yoga. So what is another thing which I want to mention about Nidra, like the title of my lecture? Nidra Yoga is not about sleep. We can find also this misinformation, and it's everywhere on Wikipedia. It's shared like Nidra Yoga is the yogic sleep. The experience, the practice of Nidra Yoga, it is linked with something which is creating more awareness, more opening into the path of the exploration. It's not only about sleeping. It's about finding a position where you become more aware about the state in which you are. So the transition between this kind of state, I will give you a very short example, a very clear example, to not go too much into the technical aspect of the practice. The importance of being aware between the transition of different states in which we are dealing in our daily life. For example, I think everybody can watch through the window during the day, or while traveling, or while doing while just sitting and observing the nature, and we can say it in the modern terms like is daydreaming. What is daydreaming? What is the state in which you are daydreaming? you can say that you are aware or not about that state, but it's something which is happening spontaneous, and you are between being aware and not being aware. What is the transition between that state, and which is the point, which is the state in which you are experiencing that daydreaming? So you can say that maybe you sleep or not. Maybe you can fall into sleep, or maybe you can become more aware about that state. But the experience of Nidra is sharing a path where is sharing an experience of being into a state which is not linked with the sleep, of being sleepy. So this is one important, this is very, very important aspect of Nidra yoga, because like I said, is very, very promoted everywhere, like being the yogic sleep, and everybody it's saying that is increasing the quality of the sleep, and you are becoming more connected with the sleeping practice, which can be helpful, but is not the depth of the practice. Now let's go back a little bit to the Nidra, to the word. What is the meaning of the Nidra word? Nidra, na means to na is means the darkness, means the night, means the state in which you are you don't have the capacity of perceiving clearly. And Idra, that it's walking through. So like I was mentioning before, this state of walking through different states of our mind, it's one state, mother state, through which we are experiencing this path, this walking through the darkness. So the walking through the darkness, what should let's say that the yoga nidra is proposing to be more connected with the sleep, but the sleep also, it's a state where we can say we are not very aware, or we can say that it's a sort of darkness. And by bringing a little bit of awareness, of being awake, being into a state of awareness, of being awake, into that state of sleeping, you are just making a transition into the sleeping with awareness. So basically, we are finding a way of creating awareness also into the sleeping process. Not being awake all the night, or not being staying, that doesn't mean that you're not getting you're staying awake, or this kind of thing. No, you are just being more aware by the acting of sleep, which is the opposite what is Yoga Nidra proposing, and what we can see about Yoga Nidra on the internet. Now, if we want to go a little bit more deeper into the aspect of walking through this path, what is the state in which we are creating, we are perceiving, not creating, we are perceiving this state of awareness when we are making this transition through different kind of states during a day or during a night. What is the root? What is the source? What is creating this? What is giving to us for perceiving the state in which we are making this transition? So if we are looking more and more into the depth of the practice and the connection with other practices and what yoga is all about and what is trying to bring into the experience, this mother state, it's a state of pure silence. So the state of silence is creating unity, because when you are into silence, what is creating silence? It's the state of unity. And the state of unity is not creating any interruption into this process of experiencing different states, like waking, like dreaming, like daydreaming, like sleeping, and so on. So this process of continuing experiencing, the continuous experiencing of life, let's say life, because it's life which is repeating day by day and second by second, in the core of our experience, it's the state of silence, which is the state of unity. The state of unity the state of unity sometimes is creating conflict, because the mind which is perceiving unity is not open to perceive the unity. So this fragmentation into now I am sleeping, now I am dreaming, now I am eating, now I am is making some interruption into the perception. So the state in which we are experiencing life has to be continuous, and the state of Nidra is proposing a continuous state of exploration, which is not giving any interruption into the perception. Now, if we look into the nature, because nature can be all the time very good example and it's a very good connection for each and every practice. If we look into the nature, let's give a very simple example. The seasons. We can look into a year and we can find different seasons. Some countries they have 6, they have 2 or 4, and so on. If we deeply look into the perception of a year, we can apply this state of walking through of Nidra, or walking through a year, we can put this into a practice. For example, when the winter or the spring is coming, that transition between the seasons, if we remember very, very deep this transition between the, let's say, winter and spring, there is a moment in this transition which is creating a very, very deep sensation into us, where we can really feel that this transition has giving us the sense of creation, the connection with this flow of creation, this continuous force of creation. But to perceive that, you have to be very, very, very aware and very connected, deeply connected into the nature and this process of the nature. And this transition, which is very, very slow. It's not something which is happening fast and so on. It's a very, very slow transition. That moment between the seasons, it's very, very important to be aware of, because that moment is creating a shift into our perception of the creation itself. It's creating a space where we can link the creation again. Because if we are very aware about the winter, for example, the winter is creating a sort of sleepness, and if we go deeper into the Ayurvedic explanations of the winter, what is kapha and the elements which are representing and so on, but I don't want to go there. If we look at the sensation of the winter, how the winter does it feel? How the winter does it feel for you? And when this moment of transition between the winter and the spring is coming, or the spring and the summer also, and so on, you are aware about that movement, that small sensations which are moving the nature and also yourself, because you're the part of the nature. That small details of the transition, that space which is also connected with the eternity, because this movement is it's an infinite movement, it's the eternity. And also this movement is very connected with life and death, because every season is giving us an opportunity to perceive. We can perceive this also in every day, but it's a little bit more, let's say, we get used with this sensation. But if we go into a season, the season is giving us the sensation of life when it's beginning, and death is in the beginning is giving you the sensation of something new, of something which is born again. And if we go there with the state of no remembrance, of no memory of the last season, of the last winter, of the last spring, we can experience in every season, in these transitions between the seasons, between the states, we can experience something which is every time new. Every time we can experience something which is giving us the state of birth in the beginning and that in the end. So into this sensation, our position is to experience it. But when you are experiencing, to not create any memory, what you should, in which state you should be, because this is the problem with our life. This is why we don't get, get used with the, let's call it happiness, or because we have the memory of the happiness, we have the memory of the winter, we have the memory of the spring, we have the memory of the practice. We have to practice and we have to forget about the practice and to get into the sensations of life through the experience of the practice. And this is very difficult because what is learning through the school? You have to memorize. We have to memorize that now is the winter. You have to memorize now is the spring. You have to memorize this is the Ashtanga Yoga. And you have to memorize this is Nidra Yoga. You have to memorize this is that pranayama, this state. That pranayama is giving you that state, that sensation you're receiving in the spring. And this kind of memories is creating us, is putting us a stop between the creation and the memory which we are attaching to the creation. And this is something which is preventing us of experiencing the beauty of the life and the depth of the nature and the depth of the practice and the depth of the of each and every state and sensation which is creating this this life itself. So to end this lecture, because the time is very short, it is very important to look to these yoga practices at something which is creating spontaneous perception about life and nature, and is not putting us in a automatic mode of let's stick to the lecture title. Nidra Yoga is about increasing the quality of the sleep, increasing the quality of your relaxation state, increasing the... No, yoga and Nidra Yoga and yoga itself, it's all about bringing connection with the nature of life, of birth, death, and experiencing very deep the essence of our each and every second. Doesn't matter if we are in the waking state, between waking and dreaming, or between dreaming and deep sleep, and we have to create this awareness, which is the mother state of all the states. And like I've experiencing through the practice, this is a state in which usually, if we are very connected with our daily lives, we don't feel very, very comfortable. Because when you are in this continuous state of awareness and you're not interrupting this effortless concentration, you are interrupting the connection with the material world. For example, if you have to concentrate while driving, if you're not aware while driving, you have to, you cannot. It's very important to be aware of this shift between the continuous state in which we can experience deeply the life, and this shift when we are transitioning through our daily lives. And gently we can bring this, but with awareness, this state with awareness into our daily lives. And I think this is the most important thing to be aware of, because this is the seed of the peace. We talk about peace, and when we talk about peace, after we finish to talk about peace, the war is there, and we go back into the war. So how to connect the peace which we are talking, the peace which we are practicing through yoga, with our daily life, with our reality in which we live? Because we can see around the peace, it's very weak nowadays, and what is the practice of the peace? How we transmit the peace into practice, into this is a very good question to ask. How we transmit peace into reality, because peace is not a reality in this moment. Peace of mind, peace of armies, countries, and so on. This is the aim of yoga. And this continuous state of awareness in which we are silent and peaceful has to be a practice of the reality in which we live. And yes, Nidra yoga and not yoga Nidra, it is not about sleep. Thank you very much.
Cosmin.
Grazie.
Grazie,
Cosmin.
grazie. Siamo contenti, hai tenuto una bella conferenza.
We are glad about your beautiful conference.
La tua bella energia di persona giovane.
Your beautiful energy of young people.
Che è arrivata fino a noi.
That came to us.
Ok, ti mando un abbraccio grande.
I hug you.
E in te abbraccio tutta la Romania.
And with you, I hug the whole Romania.
Passiamo adesso a un'altra persona speciale.
We are going now towards another special person.
È speciale per se stessa, ma è speciale dentro l'European Yoga Federation.
He is special for himself, but he is very special for the European Federation.
Per tutto quello che ha fatto Swami Tureya per questo congresso, per questo convegno, per questo momento speciale.
For everything that Swami Tureya did for this summit, for this special moment.
Io lo ringrazio proprio sinceramente e gli dico che prenderò esempio da lui per la sua generosità, la sua disponibilità.
I thank him sincerely for his generosity, for his kindness, his loveliness.
Ok, per favore, Gabriella, come al solito, prima dai qualche notizia di Swami Tureya.
So please, Gabriella, now give some news about Swami Tureya.
Dopodiché terrà la sua conferenza.
And then he will go on with the conference.
Swami Tureya Ji is the founder of the European Yoga Therapists Federation, a private charitable organization to promote and research yoga therapy. He has trained more than 7,000 students in yoga therapy. After teaching yoga therapy for more than 15 years in academic institutions, he founded the Tureya Ashram in Western Ghats of South India and trained international university students from all over the world in yoga therapy and yoga psychology. Under his guidance, Yoga Psychology magazine was published, and some of his students are working as yoga psychologists in US and in Europe. Swami G is a firm believer of Guru Parambara tradition and science behind yoga practices. The yoga knowledge of Swami G was influenced and trained by important teachers like Maharishi Aruna, Yoga Ratna Padma, Swami Niranjan, and Swami Shiva Yogam. Swami G, in collaboration with mental health institutions of South India, has designed yoga-based intervention techniques to be administered to differently abled children's schools and schizophrenic management centers. Swami Tureya Ji is the academic and yoga consultant for a number of mental health institutions in Tamil Nadu, India. Swami Tureya Ji will give a lecture on the role of yoga therapy in European healthcare.
Please, Swami Tureya, please, we are hearing you.
Prego, Swami Tureya, noi siamo con te.
Namaste. Thank you, Swamiji, for the wonderful opportunity that you gave to me. And I'm very happy to share some of the things that we are doing in integrating yoga therapy in European healthcare. Yes, I would like to thank you, Swami Amadio for this opportunity, and the European Yoga Federation for doing such a wonderful work to spread the knowledge and wisdom of yoga to the humanity. Today, my topic is yoga therapy in European healthcare. Why it is? It's a very important topic after the COVID in Europe, especially in the COVID has taken many lives in Europe, and then people begin to realize that okay, the healthcare must be very integrative one, not something we should always focus on one type of approach to the health. And now European Union is planning with a mission of 2030 that planning to integrate more alternative forms of medicine. They call that as complementary and alternative medicine. So I'd like to add some points or some kind of insight about how yoga therapy can play a very big role in the health of the Europeans, especially in European healthcare, because it's European healthcare is always priced as very number one system in Europe, like a very good healthcare that they offer. So I would like to show or share some of my ideas and what we are doing. We will proceed further. My name is Swami Turiya, and I am a yoga therapist and a yoga psychologist. Currently, I'm representing European Yoga Therapy Therapist Association, which is based in Ghent in Belgium, and we work closely with a lot of organizations to promote yoga therapy as a form of holistic healthcare to the European public. And so what we do actually in European Yoga Therapy Association is that like we try to promote yoga therapy, and we try to do more academic research, scientific research, and then to give a voice for the yoga therapy, because yoga therapy in Europe is in its baby stage. Still, it hasn't grown like in other countries. Like for example, in US, yoga therapy is widely accepted and widely practiced in hospital settings also, and in Australia also they are promoting yoga therapy in kind of hospital setting, so where you can go as a patient and take yoga therapy for 1 or 2 sessions like that, but in Europe, still in Europe, yoga therapy is basically unknown, and it's a baby stage. Very few people are practicing here and there and offering their lessons because of the legal regulations. So we, as a yoga therapy association, European Yoga Therapy Association, we would like to promote yoga therapy on a massive level so that people can choose, okay, if I have the right to choose, okay, if my health is in a bad situation, okay, I believe in Western medicine. At the same time, I think I also need to have a holistic lifestyle. So in that way of I should have the freedom to live a holistic lifestyle and choose a lifestyle that suits my desires and my things best. So we try to make sure that those who are searching for yoga therapy can find it when they want it in a European context. So that is what we do as a European Yoga Therapist Association. So before I go a little bit deeper into the concept of healthcare, I would like to give some kind of explanation. So people generally ask, okay, we know what is yoga, and we very well know how yoga, like, okay, you go to yoga teacher, or you go to a yoga workshop, or you go to yoga retreats where you can learn some asanas and pranayamas and some meditation. What is yoga therapy? People don't have a clear-cut idea of what is yoga therapy. And so I would like to, just briefly explain what is yoga therapy. So yoga therapy is basically not yoga. So you should not equate yoga with yoga therapy or yoga therapy with yoga. Yoga therapy is totally different. Because you are here, you come as a patient, and you not come as a student like yoga. So where you want to do, when you go to learn yoga, you go as a student to learn yoga or practice yoga. But yoga therapy is basically aimed at restoring your health and restoring your mind, restoring your spirit. It's more of a holistic approach and a very deeper approach. It doesn't work on your muscle, it works on yourself, it works on your thoughts, it works the way you live your life. So here in yoga therapy, we like a number of research have been done in the US and even WHO, even European Union has recently, they allotted some money to do research on yoga. So the previous researches that have been done on yoga have proven that yoga has a very therapeutical knowledge. Like a therapeutical, yoga can be used as a therapeutical application, but it needs special education and it needs special kind of a knowledge to know how we can combine the therapeutical knowledge that we get derived from the practice of asana on a particular disorder. So here, yoga therapy is basically working on how to restore somebody's health back to its original equilibrium or original stage. So we do by applying yoga-based knowledge. Okay, this person needs this kind of approach. This person needs this kind of intervention. So we apply the therapeutical knowledge of yoga on a certain conditions, on certain health condition, if you want to be more precise. So in that condition, we try to apply this yoga. So yoga therapy, when you come to yoga therapy, you don't need any prior knowledge of yoga. So basically you come and as a specialized yoga therapist and the one who has a knowledge on yoga, how to apply yoga on a therapeutical level, will tell you what to do, how to change. Like he will decide, like he will, in consideration with your condition, in consideration with your severity of the problem, he will basically devise a strategy. Okay, this much practice you need every day, and this practice is very, very specific to the condition that the patient or the person who comes to yoga therapy is experiencing. So when you meet an yoga therapist, he basically uses the yoga diagnostic tools like we have developed, like how to check, like you have normal medical diagnosis, Ayurvedic diagnosis, and other like homeopathic diagnosis, and other even Chinese traditional Chinese medicine also has its own diagnosis. In that way, yoga therapy has its own diagnosis also. And so we apply the diagnosis and we come to know, okay, this person needs this kind of a adjustment, this kind of person needs this kind of a reorientation in his body to have a better health. So the yoga therapist will devise a program for you that will contain specific asanas, and that will also contain specific pranayamas, which is exclusively designed for you, then dietary instructions, then how to manage the stress by adapting different kind of meditation techniques which are specifically designed for you. So this is a very holistic approach that we try to do regarding yoga therapy applications. So that is the difference between yoga and yoga therapy. So when you learn yoga as a student, but here you come and practice what is needed to restore your health. And how yoga therapy can play a role in healthcare. For example, we all know that in most of the states in America, in Western countries, basically, they are trying to now integrate more alternative and complementary medical systems or medical knowledge that can improve the health of the person. Plus, and according to European Union, one of the charter of the European Union, a person has the freedom to choose and apply what is best for his health. So that kind of a charter is made by one of the European Council of Europe. Yes, so you can choose. So how yoga therapy is basically applied. So basically we apply yoga therapy in three contexts. One context is how yoga therapy can work as a preventive. For example, okay, we all know that, okay, some kind of a breathing problems. We have one person has a history of breathing problem. Okay, then we okay, and during a particular season, for example, in Europe, many of the people have breathing difficulties during the pollen allergy when the spring season, or in that season, basically people have a lot of pollen allergy. So in that situation, we offer specific pranayama practices for people to prevent conditions, so that when you, so how to yoga therapy, we use it as a preventive measure. So when people, before you suffer, because okay, we know that, okay, this, you know that this is going to happen, okay, fine, then okay, how to prevent it. For example, preventing you from diabetes, preventing you from breathing difficulties, preventing you cardiovascular disorders, preventing from uh, circulation disorders. So if you do regular yoga practices, and if you have a condition to have certain, towards certain disorders, to avoid that, as a preventive tool, you can incorporate yoga therapy already. Secondly, okay, now I am having a problem. So first you avoid it, you prevent the problem. Now we are talking about, okay, I have a problem. So I have some kind of a health issues. Okay, how to manage it? Okay, I have severe back pain. Okay, how to reverse it? I have a, or how to manage it, or I have stomach issues, I have obesity problem, how to reverse and how to reduce my weight in those conditions. Okay, yoga therapy helps you to manage that disorder effectively. So for example, weight study has so many studies have proven that yoga is a very good yoga therapy is a very good alternative, or very good in reducing the weight, and very good in helping you to have a good breathing pattern, and yeah, very good in having a good breathing condition, and very good in improving your focus, and very good in improving your awareness level. In that way, okay, yoga therapy, we use it as a management tool, and not only to prevent, also to manage the existing situation or existing condition that you have. And thirdly, yoga therapy can also be offered as a in along with the regular medicine. For example, okay, if you take regular medicine for diabetes and for other problems, okay, you can combine yoga therapy as another form of another intervention, so like that. So in that way, it helps you to have a better holistic approach, and it also helps you to rely less on other forms of thing, and it helps you to have a stress-free life. In combination with the regular medicines, when you adapt yoga therapy, scientific research has shown that, okay, they are very effective when in combination. For example, yoga therapy and Ayurveda is a very good combination for certain disorders. So it has proven that, scientific research has revealed that, if you combine yoga therapy plus Ayurveda, the curing process is faster, and health and restoration of health is more faster. So that yoga therapy also works in that way. So now yoga therapy can work not only as a preventive tool, it can also work as a management tool, it can also work in combination with existing medicine. Thirdly, and now we are going to know how yoga therapy can be incorporated in European healthcare. As I told you, yoga therapy in European healthcare is in its basic stage, and still yoga therapy is not popular in European Union, and not only in European Union, other in Europe countries. So it is in its infancy stage. So we are trying to work towards incorporating yoga therapy as one more healthcare intervention tool. So why it is so important to incorporate yoga therapy in European healthcare is, I would like to add, give some kind of a point so that you will come to understand why it is very much important to incorporate yoga therapy in European healthcare. Okay, after the COVID incident, Europe has learned a lot about managing the healthcare. So currently, half a billion people live in Europe, and the European Union has the best healthcare. So, and every year they have to increase the budget on health, and so every year they have to invent new technology. Every year they have to improve the health standard. Every year they have to. So it keeps on adding more and more stress on the European healthcare, because there is no other system, like there is no freedom to experience other forms of European healthcare now, other forms of healthcare like a complementary and alternative medicine. So now European Union is opening up, and European countries are gradually opening up to receive and to apply the complementary, they call that as a CAM medicine, complementary and alternative medicine. So there is a huge need for yoga. There is a huge need for yoga therapy now. Secondly, European Union has a big vision towards 2030 that the healthcare must be more inclusive, and the healthcare must be more incorporating all the elements. Not only the healthcare must be more holistic, because most of the Europeans now believe that the conventional medicine is able to help them, but it also has its own limitation. It also has its own impacts. So they are more and more opening towards alternative forms of medicine. So already we know that around the world, I think close to 200 million people are practicing yoga every year. Every year are close to plus the recent surveys that they made in European Union, they say that close to 60% of the people have already tried one form of alternative medicine rather than conventional medicine. So European population is more opening towards other forms of medicine. and another thing is European Union cancer and cardiovascular disorders recently some surveys are revealing cancer and cardiovascular disorders are the number one killer of European population. But in a lot of research has proven that already they made it in America and other countries that yoga is a very effective tool in the management of cancer. So they proved already with scientific paper that how yoga therapy can be incorporated as another form of intervention along with the conventional medicine. So here we are always talking about using yoga therapy as combination, rather never as a solo form of medicine, because still in Europe the healthcare is well regulated, and still it has rigorous scientific standards, rigorous quality standards. So we are always, as a European Yoga Therapy Association, we always try to insist that yoga therapy always have to be offered in combination with other forms of therapy. It's better, because still people, it's always the focus is on the people, so how people can get maximum benefit out of any healthcare. And so currently so European Union has a big problem in managing the cancer and cardiovascular disorders. So yoga therapy, the scientific research has proven, and experience of the many patients that have undergone yoga therapy has revealed that yoga therapy can be used as a management tool, and also as a tool to maintain its less. Plus, the future of medicine is going to be more individual based. That is what most of the scientific research is saying. The future of the research has to be medicine and healthcare has to be more integrative. it should not only address the body, it should also address the mind. It should also address how we are living in relationship with the nature, how we are living in relationship with others, how we are living in relationship with the stress management. So yoga therapy has proven already that yoga therapy can function in all these domains, all these scientific domains, that practicing yoga not only affects your body, it also affects your mind, and it gives you purpose in your living, and it improves overall health, and it improves overall the body image, and it improves all your overall health pattern, not only of yourself. When you begin to do yoga as a family, then it impacts the society as well. So here we are talking about how yoga therapy has an overall impact on everything. So the current another biggest problem European countries are facing now is, 80% of the people have tried one way or other way one form of alternative medicine, plus the graying of the population, like getting more and more people are getting old. And they say that in the scientific prediction shows that in 2050 it is expected that 22% of the European population will be above the age group of 65. So it already asks for a tremendous attention, how to manage those population, how to manage the population, old age population, with all the big health issues, and along with the health problems and other things, how we are going to manage it. So yoga therapy comes in a way that it can already manage, it can already improve. So here we are talking about making yoga as a lifestyle among the European population, so that the European population can really do better. And here still yoga therapy in European countries, we are is always offered as some kind of yoga workshops and yoga classes, and as a separate thing. So we are trying to promote yoga therapy. We want yoga therapy to be offered in a very big circle, like a hospital settings, as a revalidation centers, as like some kind of health management center, rather than purely as an asana practice. So you come and go. So we want yoga therapy to play a big role and major role in improving the health of the European population, because we know very well that they're open for it, and they're very good in adapting to new things. So that is how the yoga therapy is playing a big role in European healthcare. And another important thing is that the TAM therapy is a well protected thing in Europe. And so European Union and more and more countries are now, they're making the regulations very much that any form of therapy has to be well regulated. So European Yoga Therapy Association, we try to substitute as much scientific studies as possible to include yoga therapy on a scientific basis, to prove that yoga therapy can really help managing the health condition, and yoga therapy can be considered as another form of therapy in Europe in relation with the healthcare. Plus now, for example, when somebody takes another form of medicine, the European healthcare basically assures them, if you take healthcare from this kind of practices, the health insurance is going to trying to cover part of the expenses. So in the same way, we are trying to we are fighting for yoga therapy also to be included in the healthcare of the European health insurance. So this is how we are trying to make sure that yoga therapy is very well incorporated in European healthcare. And another major thing I would like to say from my point of view is European, the yoga came to Europe very early than other countries, even before yoga went to America. And so it came it came to Europa, then during the time of Second World War and First World War, and yoga has played a very big role in management of people here, and so still yoga is not that widely recognized and widely acknowledged among the Europeans. So we as a European Yoga Association, and we are all trying to make sure that yoga receives its recognition. And yoga is, as many people think, okay, yoga is a religious philosophy, or yes, it's a religious philosophy, but on the other hand, it focuses more on humanity, and it focuses more on how to improve the health of the humanity, how to have a peace of the humanity. So we stand behind how yoga can improve. The time that we are facing now is all over the world, there is a huge peace imbalance. Yoga, I believe personally that yoga can improve the peace in the world, and also it can help to bring us more healthy European people. And so European healthcare, definitely, I think the the future yoga therapy will become a part of European healthcare, and it will be one of the biggest achievement for yoga, and also for I would like to say, and also it will be a big thing if yoga therapy is incorporated in European healthcare. It will bring much and wider and big and wonderful differences among the people, and it will be a positive impact, and it will be a positive improvement. And I hope and I believe that one day we will reach towards it. I thank European Yoga Federation for this amazing opportunity, and Swami Amadio is a pioneer and is fighting for the recognition of yoga in Europe. And one day Swami Amadio also will receive his due recognition one day. And thank you, Swami Amadio and European Yoga Federation, for this wonderful opportunity. And and Om Namah Shivaya.
Swami Tureya, ti ho detto tante volte che qualsiasi aiuto tu avessi bisogno per far partire questa organizzazione di terapisti, noi siamo con te. Ti porto la voce di tutti noi.
Swami Tureya, I just say to you so many times, every need, you have to know we are everybody with you. All the association is
Thank you, Swamiji. Thank you.
Grazie a te, grazie. Poi faremo tante cose in futuro, ma soprattutto ancora una volta.
We are going to do so many things in the future together.
Ancora una volta ti voglio ringraziare per tutto quello che tu hai fatto dietro le quinte per questo evento.
But another time I want to thank you for all things you did on the backstage for us, for this summit, for this event.
Grazie ancora.
Thank you so much.
All the best. Thank you. Om Namah Shivaya.
È il momento adesso con gioia, ancora con gioia, una volta, ma noi viviamo nella gioia.
And another time with joy, but we live in joy. It's the moment of
di presentarvi un'altra persona
to
speciale
present you another special person.
che io amo molto.
I love her so much.
Lei è molto impegnata nel sociale anche.
She is very, she's very occupied in social programs.
Ecco, lei si chiama Anna Galochikova.
The name is Anna Galochikova.
Ed è
Galochova.
Sorry. Galovichova. Niente, viene dalla Slovacchia.
She comes from Slovakia.
Un attimo perché abbiamo due immagini da mostrarvi prima che lei inizi. O facciamo così, prima Gabriella ci parla di Anna e ci racconta un po' di cose di lei.
First, Gabriella will tell us something about Anna, and then
E poi vedremo un paio di immagini.
we're going to see some more images.
Okay. Anna Galovichova G holds a PhD. She's the founder and chairman of Slovak Indian Friendship Society and executive coordinator of European Anti-Poverty Network and chairman of the Slovak Anti-Poverty Network. Since 1985, she has been teaching and spreading yoga in previous Czechoslovakia and Slovakia. She practiced yoga directly with doctors, patients, teachers, managers, children, youth, vulnerable and poor people, all age categories. With the medical team, she implemented several researches as yoga application in treatment of ankylosing spondylitis, about the impact of yoga exercising on physical, mental, social, and spiritual health in Green Tree Medical Institution, program innovation of rehabilitation by yoga in Slovak spas. And as a psychologist, she focused on Eastern psychologies and Eastern philosophy to bridge West and East, enriching modern psychology by yoga psychology and opposite.
Adesso chiedo
She will give us a lecture on yoga, Jung and beyond.
Chiedo a Irina, che è alla regia,
And now I ask Irina,
di,
is the direction,
di passare queste immagini che lei ci ha mandato, a cui lei tiene molto.
to give these images that she gives to us, and takes a lot with them.
Allo stesso tempo, Anna, vuoi dire qualche parola su quello che stiamo dicendo?
राजस्थान पाली के ओम आश्रम जाड़न में नवनिर्मित विश्व का पहला ओम आकार शिव मंदिर आज देश विदेश के भक्तों के लिए आस्था का केंद्र बनता जा रहा है। 19 फरवरी को हुई ऐतिहासिक प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के बाद इसे आम लोगों के दर्शन के लिए खोला गया था, जो अब स्थानीय लोगों के साथ साथ विदेशी भक्तों के लिए भी आकर्षण का केंद्र बना हुआ है। आपको बता दें कि श्री राम मंदिर से भी बड़े भूखंड में बने इस विशाल मंदिर की 19 फरवरी को वैदिक मंत्रोच्चार के साथ भव्य प्राण प्रतिष्ठा की गई थी, जिसमें 10 दिनों तक प्रतिदिन कई धार्मिक आयोजन हुए। देश विदेश से हजारों भक्त इस भव्य समारोह के साक्षी बने। मंदिर के प्रणेता महामंडलेश्वर स्वामी महेश्वरानंद पुरी जी महाराज के सानिध्य में आयोजित इस कार्यक्रम में हजारों साधु संतों के साथ साथ सीएम भजनलाल शर्मा भी पहुंचे थे। सीएम ने तब विश्व गुरु जी के प्रयासों की सराहना करते हुए कहा कि ओम आकार के इस मंदिर से पाली ही नहीं बल्कि पूरे राजस्थान का नाम विश्व में प्रसिद्ध होगा। आपको बता दें कि विश्व गुरु महामंडलेश्वर स्वामी महेश्वरानंद पुरी जी महाराज ने अपने गुरु परमहंस स्वामी माधवानंद पुरी जी महाराज की याद में ये भव्य मंदिर बनाया है। शिष्य की निष्ठा को सत्यापित करने वाले इस शिव मंदिर को गुरु की समाधि के ऊपर बनाया गया है। आइए अब आपको इस मंदिर की विशेषताओं के बारे में बताते हैं, जिससे आप समझ सकते हैं देखिए यह मंदिर सबसे अलग क्यों है, कैसे विदेशी भक्त भी हैं इस शिव मंदिर के मुरीद। पाली के पास नेशनल हाईवे न 162 जाड़न गांव में करीबन 250 एकड़ में हिंदू धार्मिक पद्धति और अंक गणना के अनुरूप बने इस विशाल शिव मंदिर को बनाने में 28 साल लगे। 500 से ज्यादा मजदूरों ने दिन रात परिश्रम किया, जिसमें कई विदेशी भी थे। 3 मंजिला इस मंदिर की ऊंचाई 40 मीटर है। मंदिर परिसर में कुल 108 कमरे हैं। मुख्य प्रवेश द्वार सहित मंदिर में कुल 8 दरवाजे हैं। मंदिर के चारों तरफ 151 पिलरों पर हिंदू देवी देवताओं की आकर्षण मूर्तियां बनाई गई है। जिसके सुंदर कारीगरी का अद्भुत नजारा सबका मन मोह लेती है। मंदिर के ठीक सामने 5 फीट के नंदी महाराज स्थापित है। तल मंजिला में परमहंस स्वामी माधवानंद पुरी जी महाराज की समाधि है। मंदिर के
Good afternoon. I am very happy to see you, to hear you, and preparing for my speech. As you, dear brothers and sisters, dear Amadio, and all my friends, as you heard and saw, just a few days ago was opening of Om Ashram in Rajasthan in India. I was there 20 years ago when first stone was put, and several times, because I am part of this Paramparam lineage that dedicated my whole life since 17 years old to yoga. And especially I am yoga teacher of yoga in daily life. Of course, I am very happy that I had a great chance to meet great masters of India, also from other great schools, and that I am also now member of European Yoga Federation. About the title of this festival, BeYoga Beyond, it is very important, as was told, for example, also by Sukadev Ji, that very important is this beyond. Beyond means that, for example, it was conference 2016 in Delhi, Yoga Beyond Body. It was conference Yoga Beyond Physiology. So it's very good to understand that we have not only physical body, but other koshas, other bodies, and we should slowly, deeper and deeper understand who we are. So I am very happy that Om Ashram is a new center of yoga, but also of spirituality, because very important for upliftment and expanding our consciousness is that we a little bit more understand what is health, but especially mental and spiritual health. That we understand what is not only yoga, but also mental and spiritual development of human. So we need now also understand, and I am very happy that speakers today spoke about, and also Amadio, about meditation, about dharana, dhyana. But there is also one, and also, of course, Emy Biasi about the yama niyama, law of karma. It is all everything together linked. So I would like to speak about pratyahara. Pratyahara is fifth leap or stair degree level in Patanjali Yoga Sutra. We spoke often here during our festivals and conferences about Pratyahara, about Patanjali Yoga Sutra. But Pratyahara, fifth step, means that we should also come to some state of mind, not more attracted so much to outer sense, outer material things by our sense organs, because when we are always focused on physical level, on material level, somehow we are unable enter inside on our inner path, which is the same important as other our life passes and our life walking. So we need also recognize what is inside, and that's why I focus on pratyahara because it is state of mind when we put or draw senses inside, for example, as turtle. Maybe we will see in this my presentation of the also small turtle, which also can withdraw all her senses or parts of the body, even head, and be inside. When we are inside, there is another level. It is a psychological law that we open inner organs, inner eye, inner hearing. So we know that we have 5 sense organs, but as many experts tell from other spiritual schools, we even don't use properly 5 sense organs, only 3, because we see what we wish see, not how is reality, and we hear what we wish hear, not what is spoken to us, etc. When we understand how it functions, that we can not only see outer material things, but as a great, one of the greatest psychiatrists and psychologists, Carl Gustav Jung, recognized, discovered that we can see and be aware of a higher level of universe, of reality. And but it is, of course, it is not very easy. He wrote to philosopher Jean Guitton before his death. He died in 1961, and he wrote that our sense organs may, the same way as we see outer world, we can be also transcendental level and be in reality. He succeeded before this to see, as he described, and in his letters and in his speech, he told he was able to be not only aware God exists, but also he was able to tell and write, I know God is. It is not only my belief, because I am in some subjective reality, but I know God is. Why I mention Carl Gustav Jung? Because yoga discovered various kind of our consciousness, subconscious level, unconscious level, superconscious level. Various kind of samadhis are described in Patanjali Yoga Sutra. It was also told today. And we usually didn't know all this capacity, mental capacity. And for example, Carl Gustav Jung with Sigmund Freud, both genial psychiatrists, they discovered last century deep psychology, that we have also subconscious, unconscious, and superconscious levels. So yogi know it many, many thousands years ago, and we recognized that such levels inside our mind exist only 1 century ago. And it was also explained as a model or such picture as a model of ice break, that 1/10 of ice is visible above water and 9/10 of iceberg is invisible underwater. It is subconscious and conscious level. Why I mentioned this? Because it is not constant. For example, color of our eyes or our how tall we are, our height. It is a constant number or word, color of eye. But this is not constant. It means we can expand consciousness. And how to do it? As I told at the first part of my speech, especially through Ashtanga yoga and other yoga schools, very good and with great quality. And there is also pratyahara, very important, as I told and explained. And we, Carl Gustav Jung recognized in the West that there is also possibility expand consciousness through several methods, especially psychological methods. Now is time when Western modern psychology and yoga psychology cooperate and can do great discoveries. And what it means that we expand consciousness, it means not only quality of life and quality of health after Carl Gustav Jung, but it can completely change our future. For example, he recognized, and he was a really scientist who whole life with all his team, analytic psychologists and deep psychologists, recognized how we can, how we suppress unpleasant and not happy situations, memories to our subconscious level. And when it is suppressed, it is active and it do many things. So he recognized that suppressed memories are very active and they are paradox. They have paradox effect. For example, many of us wish to live as long as possible, long life, and we don't like death. But we can tell majority people. But what is happening that when we don't like to be with dying people, and many 90% in Europe, in big cities, died in the hospitals without family members. So people then suppress death, and it is active, this suppressed memory, and it is active another way. For example, many people during free time, as Carl Gustav Jung explained, and his disciple, who still is alive, Rudiger Dahlke, I have chance to meet him, and both explained that these days we, and last century, we focus especially on films, criminal films, films with many full blood and killing each other, and various kind of war, film from war, and various kind of tragedies, and dinosaurs killing people, and earthquake and natural catastrophe killing people. And we look it in free time in our holidays, and don't going walking too much to the nature and enjoying and relax in the nature, but we sit near TV and video and do look. Why? Because it is this paradox that when something is suppressed, then such topic is very active other way, paradox way. And it is very much other situation as this, And we are then under influence of our deep psychologists call it shadow memories and shadow processes in our subconscious level. So that's why yoga is something what we can't now completely be aware, and we feel that it is holistic yoga, that it has great influence, but we need research and remember research results of such great experts as was Carl Gustav Jung. He visited India and several times, and he recognized especially Kundalini yoga, very helpful, and Buddhistic meditation, also very helpful, and other techniques and methods. And why is good to mention him? Because he recognized also that there is great power of spirituality, that human is not only as his colleague Sigmund Freud research psychic ill people, especially who suppressed sexual activities to subconscious level. But Jung recognized, and he created the process or exercising mental exercises called individuation, that we can really close and detached, it means pratyahara. And when we are inside, of course, not unconscious level. Unconscious level, it happened when somebody died, a very close person died, and then we are a few days or a few weeks inside, and we don't speak with other people, we don't go to the amusement, but it is necessary conscious level. It means training, mental training, individuation. And individuation, it is something as Atma Vichara, who am I? But we work also with these other levels, subconscious level, and so on. And what is very important, that he recognized also opposite of Freud, who focused on the sexuality and this motivation, lower level of personality. He focused on higher level, on spiritual level, and he recognized that we have archetypes, for example, archetype of God inside, but not all people are aware of this inner collective content. And when we are not aware, people easy are mental ill. As I already mentioned in my lecture in the past, it was 20 years long-term research of mental health on this planet by World Health Organization. And 2002 in June, they informed World Health Organization us about the results. And the results, 1 billion people with mental disorder, and rare of them could be under expert guidance and healing. It means that many countries are not so rich, they have not so much psychiatrists and psychologists and experts. So I am very happy that, and I can support that Turiya, that really yoga is now, especially in European Union, very, how to say, needed. And people understand that how important is for them be strengthening physical and mental health, especially when they have social problems and they used to be excluded from the society. Is very good to help each other, push each other, and through yoga we can again be positive thinking. What is also very important today, that we know that especially West is under great mental pressure, not only COVID, as was mentioned, also war on Ukraine, in Israel, and Jordan, and it is Palestine. And it is also very important to remember researches of Carl Gustav Jung, who told that now we are not in danger because of natural problems, that some animals, wild animals, can threaten us or kill us, or some natural catastrophe. We now have not this kind of problems, but we are threatened by our psyche, our soul, because our psyche is our mind is so danger for us, and especially, as I mentioned, this suppressed memories and events we pass through, that when we will not work how to balance ourselves, how to help heal ourselves, we can't wait till somebody will help us. So this is also very important, because Carl Gustav Jung, 1930, before Second World War, already mentioned that there is all kind of wars. He mentioned it is a psychic epidemic, that some kind of people, several millions people, become too aggressive, too stressful, too fearful. So really, as it was in Japan, they can really start nuclear war, and other people, other billions people could suffer because such psychic epidemic. He didn't focus too much on disbalance economical or disbalance military, that somebody has more arms and another country less, but he focused on our psychic and quality of our thinking, and quality of our mental and spiritual development. And he recognized that because of science and technology, prosperity, many people left religion, spirituality, and many people left also some self-searching and self-development. That people really are too much stressed, and they have not time evening returning from job and do some sadhana or some exercises, spiritual exercises. Carl Gustav Jung passed through. Carl Gustav Jung passed through also Christian mental spiritual exercises. Saint Ignacio from Loyola, founder of Jesuit order, and also, as I mentioned last time, also his colleague, co-founder, Francis Xavier, and he recognized that through spirituality and mental spiritual development, we can then be how to say active, because he recognized that human is something as a co-creator with God, that really we have a rare human being, great qualities and great power. And with this power, when we put together our, as Jadranko told, to put together our power, inner power, we can do many good things and change what is cooking these years, last 2 years. So that's why we should be aware that now spirituality is very important, and mental hygiene, psycho-hygiene, yoga, and all this, yama niyama, ethical, the spirituality goes hand in hand, ethical development, as Emy Biasi mentioned today. So when we focus on spiritual and mental development, as we spoke, World Health Organization, not only involving definition of health, physical, social, mental health, but not spiritual health, because still it is not so value spirituality. But we can tell that, especially thanks to India, as we remember some of us who were in Ujjain conference in December 2023, there was established a council for ancient wisdom.
Anna, was a great pleasure to be together in Ujjain. Was a great pleasure.
Anna, è stato meraviglioso stare insieme ad Ujjain.
There we feel that we was all together a family.
Abbiamo sentito che insieme eravamo un'unica famiglia.
I thank so much, Anna, for your intervention.
Ti ringrazio tanto, Anna, per il tuo intervento.
And now we need, we for remember that we are a family.
E giusto per ricordare, siamo una famiglia.
I want to pass one video that was famous.
Voglio ora passarvi un video che è famoso.
Many master sing Vasudeva Kutumbakam.
I più grandi maestri, guru che cantano il mantra.
Prego.
Ayam Banduryam Neti Ganara
Lakhu Chetasam
Udara Charitanam Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam
Ayam Bandhurayam
Neti Ganana
Laghu Chetasam
Udara Charitanam
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam
Ayam Bandhurayam Neti Ganana
Laghu Chetasam
Udara Charitanam
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam
Ayam Bandhurayam
Niti Ganana
Laghu Chetasam
Udara Charitanam Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam
अयं बन्धुरयं नीतिगणना लघुचैतसा उदारचरितानां वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम् वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम्
वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम्
वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम्
वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम् वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम्
Un video così meraviglioso che ricorda tutti noi
And after so wonderful video, I remember every one of us.
che tutto il mondo è una famiglia.
It remembers us that the whole world is a family.
E anche che noi all'interno della Federazione Europea siamo una
And
famiglia.
that we are a family inside the European Federation.
Voglio ringraziare ancora una volta Anna Galovicova.
I want to say thank you another time to Anna Galavikova.
Grazie per l'impegno che sempre si prende anche nel sociale, per aiutare gli altri e i
Thank
poveri.
you for your commitment in helping other people, especially poor people.
E ora dalla Lettonia,
And now from Lithuania,
di nuovo un piccolo momento di arte.
another little moment of art.
Abbiamo Larissa Janina Podskochaja, Larissa Janina Podskochaja. Scusate, ma i nomi che provengono da cultura dell'est a volte è un po' complicata. Per fortuna che abbiamo Irina qui.
Sorry, but the Eastern culture sometimes is very complicated, but luckily we have Irina with us.
Larissa is board member of the association Russian Voice for Latvia.
Larissa è membro del consiglio dell'associazione della voce russa per la Latvia.
Will perform in a Bharatanatyam dance.
Lei si mostrerà nella Bharatanatyam dance, nella danza di Bharatanatyam.
Let us enjoy.
Divertiamoci.
रञ्जनी मृदु पङ्कजलोचनि 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 सरिगस सरिगस सरिगमदस तासनिधनि निधमग मगस सरिगस सनिधस सरिगमदस सासनिधनि निधमग मगस मंजु भाषिणी मंजु भाषिणी मनोलासिनी मंजु भाषिणी मनोलासिनी मंदागमनी मंदागमनी da magari gama ni da magari sari ga magari sari gari sani da magari gama mani da magari sari ga magari sari sani sari ga sa sani da sa sari ga ma da sa sa sani da ni da maga maga sa sa magana vinodini vinodini amba samagana vinodini shashankavadani marajanani megha rajani megharandani samagana vinodini shashankavadani marajanani megha rajani megharajani nisa nini sa nini mama nini mani mama nini mama gagari nisa nini sa nini mama nini mani mama nini mama gagari nisa ni da magari gama mani da magari sani da magari sani da ni sari ga sa sani da sa sari ga ma da sa sa sani da ni da maga maga sa pamara janapalini shulini pamara janapalini shulini papa vimochani pavani pamara janapalini shulini papa vimochani pavani janarajani janarajani papa mari gama pa ni sadaba sadaba pamari gama pa pari gama pa ni sadaba sadaba pamari gama ni sa ni sa sa ni mama ni mani mama ni mama gagari ni sa sa ni mama ni mani mama ni mama gagari ni sa ni da magari gama mani da magari sari ga magari sari da ni sa ni da magari gama mani da magari sari ga magari sari da ni sari ga sa sari da sa sari ga ma da sa sari da ni da maga maga sa sari da ni da maga maga sa sari da ni da maga maga sa jani mridu bakayano jani mridu bakayano jani
Che bello, eh? Il
Oh,
cuore si riempie di meraviglia guardando questi danzatori.
the heart feels of wonderness looking at these dancers.
Grazie, Larissa Giannina, per averci inviato dalla Lettonia questo meraviglioso video.
Thank you so much, Larissa Giannina, to have sent us this wonderful video from Lettonia.
E con questo siamo quasi giunti al termine.
And with this, we are just arrived to the end.
È rimasta l'ultima conferenza.
We had now just the last conference.
E questa volta dall'Italia, da Roma.
This time from Italy, from Rome.
Abbiamo Gisa Franceschelli,
We have Gisa Franceschelli,
una persona che ha dedicato 40 anni della sua vita
a person who dedicated 40 years of her life
a fare nelle scuole primarie l'insegnante, la maestra.
to do a teacher in the primary schools.
E a lei dobbiamo in Italia il merito di aver introdotto lo yoga nelle scuole primarie.
We have to her the merit to have introduced the yoga inside the primary schools.
Grazie di essere qui con noi, Gisa.
Thank you so much, Gisa, to be here with us.
Siamo felici di ascoltarti.
We'll be so happy to listen to you.
Prego.
Thank you. Posso avere la condivisione dello schermo, Maria? Can I have
Prendi qualche istante, please. Wait only.
Sì, yes. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm happy to be here again with you to talk to you about something that is particularly close to my heart, which is the inclusion of yoga in public schools from childhood to adolescence. Ours is a society in which we continually run to obtain objects that we don't really need, but which are imposed on us by the conditioning of media environment. Stressed parents try to give the best to their children by filling all the children's free hours with activities that they consider essential, so that they can succeed in an increasingly specialized and competitive world. This lifestyle has generated a large increase in hyperactive children who have difficulty concentrating. All these activities, which often do not meet the children's wishes, add to the many school commitments. Children are both burdened by these activities and by a school that only thinks about filling their minds with increasingly vast programs, and that creates anxiety with its dry and depersonalizing assessments. They find themselves under pressure without time for themselves from an early age. We are creating a tiring and busy life by overloading ourselves. As Confucius wrote, life is really simple, but we insist on making it complicated, and Krishnamurti also confirmed that. Children are subject to stress often caused by competition in their families, at school, in extracurricular activities, in their peer relationships. Developing anxiety almost like teenagers, we adults convinced that childhood is a happy period sometimes do not realize the difficulties caused by great shyness, great sensitivity, or difficult managing their own aggressive sides. Everywhere people try to fill the mind, but no one teaches how to empty it. Emptying the mind becomes a necessity, and younger people can be helped by using yoga techniques, such as awareness of breathing, pranayama, trataka, nada yoga, meditations, and yoga nidra. Regarding breathing in the Ancient Yoga Test, Hatha Yoga Pradipika, it is written, life is the period between one breath and the next one. The person who only breathes half lives only half. Those who breathe correctly acquire control over their entire being. This applies to everyone, especially children and teenagers. It is most important to learn to listen to your breathing and through some yoga techniques, learn to manage it. Though breathing is fundamental to life, our society lacks proper breathing education, which should start from the early years of school. The conscious use of breathing can lead to healing, but only few people breathe in the right way. For example, slow and deep breathing tones the entire central and peripheral nervous system. The quality and efficiency of blood circulation also depend on correct breathing. Breathing is so directly and closely connected with circulation that the diaphragm is sometimes referred to as the second heart. With younger children, it is necessary to start by playing with the breath, getting in touch with its concreteness, so we use soap bubbles, pinwheels, ping pong balls, a glass of water with a straw. We blow on the back of the hand and on the arm. We can have the children create an origami boat and while lying on their back, place it on their stomach to see the movement of their breathing. Finally, they become aware of their breathing, listening with their eyes closed as the cool air enters the nostrils and comes out warm and follows its flow. We make teenagers aware by making them experience that by closing our eyes and taking 4 slow, deep breaths, our mind changes. We make them reflect on a famous phrase from the text Hatha Yoga Pradipika. When the breath is nervous, the mind is unstable. When the breath calms down, the mind finds its natural peace. When we are nervous, our breathing is short and fast. When we are calm, our breathing is low and fluid. Our mental attitudes directly influence our breathings. When we receive good news, we inhale. When we receive sad news, we exhale heavily. But just as the mind influences the breath also influences the mind. So, by learning to breathe the right way, we can transform our thoughts and actions. As Satyananda stated, children before the age of 7 must be guided awareness of breathing. Only then they can use pranayama, but without kumbhaka, because the rib cage is still developing. This is because the number of tiny pulmonary alveoli increases until 8 years of age, after which only the size increases, but they no longer reproduce. After the age of 14, all pranayamas can be started, the techniques of which will be complete after the age of 18. The simple practice of Nadi Shodhana is the most suitable for children. With their little ones, it is used as if it were a game, so that it doesn't become boring for them. For example, by making them perform an alternating movement connected to the breath using the right and left hands, or the feet, the legs, or the fingers. Nadi Shodhana has a regulating effect on hormonal secretions, in particular those of the pineal gland, which are very important for the development of the child. Used regularly, it prevents the psychological and emotional crises that often occur during puberty. Trataka, that is stirring in a relaxed way, balances the nervous system, relieving tension, anxiety, depression, and insomnia. Constant practice also improves memory and helps developing willpower and concentration. Trataka is another excellent practice for children, especially because it stimulates and activates the pituitary gland in the center of the hand. It harmonizes endocrine and glandular development and makes adolescence an easier translation, keeping the intuitive faculties alive. For children, it can be done by fixing a square card with the center highlighted by a large dot or a large flower or even a face, a house, a yantra, a word, or the flame of the candle. Sitting still, I stare at the flame of the candle, place it 1 meter from my eyes. When my eyes get tired and start to water, I gently close my lids. I stare at the image of the flame in the space in front of my closed eyes. We also have the possibility of using Nada Yoga or Yoga of sound and listening, which helps to achieve a state of calmness in the mind. One of the most suitable sounds for children is Brahmari Pranayama or black bead breathing, because when we produce the sound, the brainwave pattern tends towards the alpha wave range associated with relaxation. It is a simple practice loved by children. As you continue to use this technique, your breathing will become longer and your concentration will improve. Brahmari Pranayama is a technique used before psychiatric or psychotherapeutic session to prepare the patient to speak more serenely. It is also used in hospital before operation or before and during childbirth, because in addition to eliminating stress, it helps manage and reduce physical pain. Meditating means being aware of what is happening. This means that we are present and attentive to the here and now. We say that we eat, we enjoy the company of those around us, we hear signs and sounds, we experience authentic emotions, with awareness of every action and without automatic pilot. By consciously observing and listening, we learn to live in the reality of the moment, not in the past or in the future, which are elaborations of the mind. Young children, when they play, have the ability to be absorbed in the present, totally immersed in what they do. As they grow up, they lose the innate quality, swallowed up by the many activities and commitments that are assigned to them and by the many inputs to which they are subject. Meditation can help distracted, anxious, and stressed children to recenter themselves, to find a balance, allowing them to better manage the multiple excesses of stimuli of contemporary life. There are various types of relaxations. Those dedicated to the little ones are simple visualization with images suitable for them and have short times. For older children, we can move on to longer relaxations or use Yoga Nidra techniques, which are powerful practice, especially used for helping teenagers find inner balance. In Yoga Nidra, we are in a state between sleep and wakefulness without losing awareness. In Yoga Nidra, visualization is necessary to unlock the contents stored in the unconscious minds, which normally manifests itself only during dreams. An explanatory case was that of an old 8-year-old child with an extremely disadvantaged economic situation who had difficulty integration in school and had been in Italy for about a year. During Yoga Nidra, relived a traumatic boat trip with the difficulties of the crossing to get to Italy, ending up crying. After he told me about what he had experienced during relaxation, I suggested him to share it with the class in Satsanga. He recounted what he had visualized, his dead mother waving goodbye to him from Morocco, the crowded boat, the very high waves, the extremely agitated father, the emotions and difficulties of the crossing in general. The classmates, feeling the sharing, changed completely towards him. They began to understand and accept him. Using Yoga Nidra in primary school increases the capacity for receptivity and attention and awakens the joy of learning the students. Children assimilate a spontaneous relaxation method that they can use whenever they feel tired or depressed. As in the other meetings, I conclude by reiterating the need to include yoga in all public schools around the world, from childhood to adolescence, so that more serene people who are able to effectively express their emotions can contribute to create a better society. With this, Amadio, where are you?
Sono qua. Mi cara.
Avevo preparato un PowerPoint bellissimo per spiegare tutto, ma non è andato anche questa volta. E quindi spero di essere stata chiara nel mio inglese imperfetto.
È stata chiara e l'inglese, guarda, lo miglioreremo tutte e due.
You have been clear, improve our English both.
Alla prossima edizione di BeYoga Beyond, tutti e due, magari prima andiamo 2 o 3 mesi in Inghilterra e poi torneremo che parleremo l'inglese perfettamente.
For the next edition of Yoga, go to England for a couple of months and then we come back and we'll be perfect in
Dimmi una cosa,
English.
sei contenta così o vuoi che facciamo passare qualche immagine?
Are you okay? So, do you prefer we pass some few images of?
No, non fa niente. Era solo esplicativo di quello che dicevo, quindi era qualcosa che poteva essere utile a comprendere meglio.
È stato tutto chiaro, non ti preoccupare, è andato tutto bene ed è chiaro quello che hai detto, non preoccuparti.
But everything was clear, everything you have said was perfect.
Rimani qui.
Don't worry, stay here.
Rimani qui e invitiamo anche gli altri che fossero presenti ad aprire i loro video, così vede presente chi non è
I
presente.
invite everybody who's present to open the video.
E avviamoci alla chiusura della giornata.
We are going to the closure of the day.
Sento il dovere di ringraziare tutti quelli che hanno partecipato.
I feel the duty to say thank you to everybody who participated here.
Swami Brahmananda from India.
Swami Brahmananda from India.
Yancho Mikl from Croatia.
Mikl from Croatia.
Emy Biasi from Italy.
Emy Biasi from Italy.
Massimiliano Toro from Italy.
Massimiliano Toru from Italy.
Sukadev Brett, Germany.
Sukadev Brett from Germany.
Andrei Lobanov from Russia.
Andrei Lobanov from Russia.
Andrei Mishenko from Ukraine.
Andrei Mishenko from Ukraine.
Javier Ortiz Cabrejos from Peru.
Javier Ortiz Cabrejos from Peru.
E poi André Riel
And then André Riel
from France.
From France.
E poi Ensemble from Italy.
And then an ensemble from Italy.
Cosmin Constantin Kobuts from Romania.
Cosmin Constantin Kobuts from Romania.
Swami Tureia from Belgium.
Swami Tureia from Belgium.
Anna Galovichova from Slovakia.
Anna Galovichova from Slovakia.
Larissa Podskochaya from Latvia.
Larissa Podskochaya from Latvia.
Gisa Franceschelli from Italy.
And Gisa Franceschelli from Italy.
Thanks.
Grazie.
To my dear Amrideva.
La mia cara Amridev.
He has assisted me
Che mi ha assistito
all the day
tutto il
here,
giorno,
sit down nearby me
qui seduta accanto a me
and translate when I need something. He was ready.
e traducendo sempre ogni volta che avevo bisogno.
Prego la regia, la regista, vieni vicino.
And please, I please the director to come here.
Irina, che è stata responsabile della trasmissione.
Who was the responsible of the transmission.
Irina, per favore, apri il tuo video così ti conoscono. Grazie.
So please, Irina, open your video so everybody can know you.
Non ti vediamo.
We can see you.
Ok? Irina cara, Irina oggi è il suo meraviglioso compleanno.
And today is Irina's birthday today.
Grazie Irina, grazie.
Thank you, Irina.
Ok? Benissimo. Allora, volevo chiedere a tutte le persone presenti.
I want to ask persons present here.
Chiederò di dire 2 parole in chiusura.
I'll ask you to say just few words, 2 words for the closing.
Iniziamo dal mio amico Sukadev.
Beginning from my friend Sukadev.
Apri Sukadev.
Om Namah Shivaya, and I'm so happy to be here, this wonderful Congress, BeYoga Beyond. And I want to recite one mantra from the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, meaning Asato Ma Satgamaya, Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya, Mrityo Ma Mritam Gamaya. Lead us from the unreal to the real. Lead us from darkness to light. Lead us from mortality to immortality. That's what we want to achieve with yoga. And that's what we want to achieve when we practice. Our understanding is not correct, so it's asat, unreal. In truth, we are all connected. In truth, the depth of our being is one with the depth of the being of everybody. The divine is in everywhere. And this we want to achieve. That's why Asatoma lead us from the limited understanding to the understanding of complete oneness. When we are separate, it's darkness. When we feel connected, we feel love, we feel joy together, then there is light. And in truth, we're immortal, and that's where we want to come, that's what we want to experience. And therefore, this wonderful Congress, Unity in Diversity, so many teachers from different countries come together. They have different experience, different practices, but we're all connected via the heart, and we feel this unity, and that is truthful, that is light, and this is what will be lasting. So thank you very much, all those who enabled this wonderful day, and we're looking forward to tomorrow, where there will be another great, wonderful day, BeYoga Beyond.
Thank you so much, Sukadev. Thank you.
Grazie, Sukadev.
Emy Biasi.
Emy Biasi?
Okay. Interesting this what's happened today in the community. This community today passed in this Congress, BeYoga Beyond. I think the knowledge, the culture, awareness are the exact opposite of violence, intolerance, and racism. And more knowledge invades the space, less room will be for ignorance, intolerance, racism, and intransigence. I think this work we have done is a little piece, but I think it's very important to spread everywhere. Thank you.
Gayatri Devi Ji, thank you so much. Anna?
Microphone. Microphone.
Microphone, open the microphone, please.
Microphone.
Puoi aprirlo tu?
Ecco.
No.
Okay, please.
I am very happy to listen so nice programs, and in every program it was a pearl or some diamond I could take, and now it's time to prepare nice ornament, nice how to say, from diamond, some mala. And I am very thankful to Amadio that you both, with your translator, always helped to keep Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And somehow also you always have a gift to put smiling and positive, your positive mood and positive energy. So thank you all.
Thank you to you, Anna.
Grazie a te, Anna.
Aishwarya Devi, Mary Sukoli from Greece.
Aishwarya Devi. Microphone
is open. No, open the microphone, Mary. This happened because during
Now,
okay, it's okay.
Done. Namaste. So touched, really, from the sparkling symposium, made it of bright, illuminated personalities, really. I was watching all day, and as Anna said, pearls of knowledge, of skillful and very to promote knowledge of yoga to the audience, a companionship of special yoga representatives of so many countries from Europe, even from Peru, that is not European, but he was very, very nice specialist personality and very sweet personality, and I was very happy to listen to that. Anna, that she brought from this special energy from India, so blissful. and for our president, this very proficient work, Amadio, and we are very proud of you and your skillful workers and translators. Yes, fantastic, everyone. And I'm very happy that this day promote to my heart, even though I was not with you in India, a big smile and a very warm sense in my heart and my mind. Thank you so much.
Thank you to you, Mary.
Grazie a te.
Javier, Texas, from Peru.
E adesso dal Perù.
You are a guest. You are a guest inside us.
Tu sei un ospite tra di noi.
Thank you very much, Swami G. I would like to thank again to European Yoga Federation for this invitation. I feel very happy to be with all enlightened leaders and speakers from yoga from Europe and all over the world. And I wish you, all of you, to live in yoga, in the yoga state, in this unity, in diversity. And I wish you, all of you, also to live in a yoga home, in a yoga house, in a Vastu house that will help us to live in this state of yoga and to spread all the knowledge of yoga that we are spreading here to all the people in the world. Namaste.
Thank you. Namaste. Namaste. Gisa Franceschelli.
Gisa Franceschelli.
I hope that yoga is spreading more and more in the world, and therefore no violence, and so we will be without wars in every world.
Thank you, Gisa.
Thank you.
La nostra Gabriella, che è stata così presente nel leggere tutti questi curriculum vitae.
And our Gabriella was so present to read all these curriculum.
Qualche parola.
I'm so grateful having enriched myself with such knowledge from all of you. It was very touchy when I heard the Russian representatives and the Ukraine representative. They were really wonderful persons. Thank you to all.
Thank you to you. And now few words from Amride.
Oh,
what can we do?
It was, thank you so much. It was really a pleasure to stay with you. È stato veramente un piacere stare con voi. Spero che la mia traduzione vi abbia potuto assistere. I hope my translation could assist you and give a little help, dare un piccolo aiuto. Ci vediamo domani. See you tomorrow. Ci vediamo domani. Grazie.
La nostra ultima, che vorrebbe stare nascosta, invece è la regista.
Our last want to stay hidden, but she's our director.
Abbiamo una regista ucraina.
We have an Ukrainian director.
Per favore, 2 parole.
2 words, please.
I wish for everybody that we can, all what we listen today, we can practice every day in our life, every moment. Present, consciousness, peace, all virtues. All virtues we have to developed, because our life is very, very short and very, very, very appreciated. Have to be very appreciated. And I wish for everybody quickly illumination already in this life.
Grazie Irina. Dunque siamo ormai davvero alla chiusura, vi diamo un appuntamento per le 8:45 di domani mattina.
We are in the closing space now. Our meeting is tomorrow at 8 o'clock, tomorrow morning.
Alcune persone che potrebbero essere presenti, invece no, perché hanno seminari, hanno scuole.
Maybe not everybody could be present because they had to go to school or other appointments.
Ci hanno scritto per scusarsi perché non potevano partecipare a questa cerimonia di chiusura.
They wrote to us to say sorry because they cannot participate to this ceremony.
Vediamo domani sera se possiamo virtualmente abbracciarci tutti.
And we'll see if tomorrow evening if we'll be able to hug virtually everybody all together.
Vasudeva Kutumbakam.
Vasudeva Kutumbakam.
See you tomorrow. Thank you for all.
Grazie, ci vediamo domani. Grazie a tutti per tutto.
Bye.